That's
It's
great.
all you. Yeah.
All right, perfect.
Awesome.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the SABR IWBC Women in Baseball Conference. If you missed yesterday, don't worry at all. The recordings will be available on the SABR website if you go to the schedule of events. Ditto for today and tomorrow. If you miss a session that you really wanted to check out, you can find that online. A little bit of housekeeping here before we introduce the first panel this morning. I ask that anybody who is not engaging in speaking, go ahead and make sure you're on mute and turn off your video if you would. And then the other thing I want to do is remind everyone about our raffle. We've got a killer raffle. Again, you can find that on the website, but the prizes include autographed baseball from Oakland A's star Chris Davis, and you could win a one-on-one with Maybelle Blair, which would be very cool. So as we get started here today, we've got a players panel, and that will be moderated by Elizabeth Benn. I will go ahead and get everybody introduced here before we get kicked off. So going around the horn here a little bit, first we have Madison Femia. Madison Femia is 18 years old from Geneva, Illinois. She played baseball up until her senior year on travel teams and is now beginning her baseball coaching career at Waubonsee Community College, a junior college, while studying business. Madison attended a number of MLB and USA baseball development programs, including Trailblazer Series, Breakthrough Series, and MLB Grit. When she was a sophomore in high school, her coach told her that she was too small to play and cut her, but that did not stop her from playing and advancing in baseball. After her time at Waubonsee, she hopes to transfer to a four-year school to coach baseball and study international business. She is also coaching a local travel team and is the first female coach in the area to do so. We're also joined today by Rachel Folden. Rachel is currently a minor league hitting coach and lead hitting lab technician for the Chicago Cubs. She's the owner of Folden Fast Pitch, training baseball and softball players across the country and based in Northwest Indiana. She was a pro softball player in NPF from 2008 to 2012 and was a four-time All-NPF player. She is a graduate of and four-time All-American softball player for Marshall University. She grew up in Southern California and attended Diamond Bar High School. Marika Lyszczyk. Marika played most of her high school years in the Premier Baseball League for the Wally Chiefs. She started as a catcher in grade 9 and has continued in that position as well as pitching. She attended the MLB Grit event when she was in grade 12, where she was scouted by Program 15, which led her to Revere University in Nashua, New Hampshire. She played in 8 of 10 games of the shortened 2020 season and plans on returning in January of 2021. She's a member of Team Canada and competed in the Women's World Cup qualifier in Mexico last August, where the team came in 3rd place and qualified for the World Cup tournament. Finally, rounding out the panel is Bianca Smith. Bianca Smith is currently an assistant baseball coach and the hitting coordinator at Carroll University in Waukesha, Wisconsin. After graduating from Dartmouth College, where she played varsity softball and club baseball, Bianca pursued her dual JD MBA at Case Western Reserve University, where she also worked as the director of baseball operations and graduate assistant coach. After graduating from Case Western Reserve University, Bianca worked in baseball operations for the Texas Rangers and the Cincinnati Reds, in amateur administration in MLB's commissioner's office, as an assistant baseball coach for the University of Dallas, and as a youth baseball and softball coach for the Rangers, Reds, and Milwaukee Brewers academies. Bianca also works as the assistant athletic director for compliance and administration at Carroll, and as a hitting/fielding instructor for Aces baseball in Menominee Falls, Wisconsin. So quite the panel that we have here today, and moderating all of this will be Elizabeth Benn. Elizabeth is currently Senior Coordinator of Player Programs, Baseball Development, and Diversity at Major League Baseball's Office of the Commissioner. In this role, she primarily focuses on growing opportunities for women and girls in baseball and promoting the inclusion of women at all levels of the game. Some of her areas of focus include girls baseball growth and elite development, professional development for baseball operations and on-field job candidates, player programs and education, and other areas related to social responsibility. In 2019, The Athletic featured her in their 35 Under 35 in Baseball series. She completed her BA at the University of Toronto in philosophy, English, and French, and received her MA from Columbia University in philosophy. In addition to her role at Major League Baseball, she is an adjunct lecturer in philosophy at Lehman College and a pitcher in the New York City Metro Baseball League. And with that, I hand it off to Elizabeth and remind everyone, if you've got questions for anyone on the panel, go ahead and put them in the chat, and we will get them distributed at the end.
Thank you so much, Scott, and thank you everybody for having us here today. I think we're all really excited to get to talk to this group. I think just to kind of start off, last year at this conference, I presented on some initiatives that MLB was doing. And I'd just kind of like to give a quick update this year. I think that a lot of people must think that, well, it's been 2020, and so we haven't had a lot of updates, but actually that could not be more untrue. Lots of good stuff going on. So I'm going to share a PowerPoint and just go over this for a few minutes before jumping into the panel. If this will go. Can everybody see that? Okay, so just to give some updates on what's kind of happened between last year and this year. One, just we could look at this picture of Rachel, who you're going to hear from soon, coaching with the Cubs. I would like to just kind of point out that it's been a really huge year for women in coaching. And I think that our panel also reflects that. There are a ton of different areas that we could have hit on, but I think that it's really been a groundbreaking year for women in coaching, also playing. So that's kind of our focus today. So I'm not going to go over all of this, but there are kind of three main areas of focus in my work. So that help women and girls in baseball. So one would kind of be the baseball's culture and making sure that baseball is kind of in a place where it can accept and embrace women who want to be in the sport and are in the sport. So there are a few different things that we do there. I'm not going to touch on that more, but if you do have questions later on, let me know. Then we have the Women in the Diversity Pipeline program, and so that's the professional oriented side of things. So women who are interested in working in baseball, whether that's at the league office, the front office, on field, those are the kind of things that we do there. And then of course the youth development, where we have people like Marika and Madison playing, who get the chance to kind of go through our development programs and hopefully kind of reach their goals through that, whether it is playing collegiate baseball, whether it's being exposed to jobs in baseball. So again, the professional development, we have a few different programs, which all kind of fall under the Diversity Pipeline program, which is mainly run by Tyrone Brooks, who many of you probably know. And within that, we have the Diversity Fellowship program, which is an opportunity for recent college graduates to get into a front office and get that kind of entry-level exposure to working in baseball. We provide individual mentorship and guidance. Our girls baseball development programs actually serve as professional development as well for people who want to work in coaching, for example, or umpiring. And then our program, Take the Field. So Take the Field is our 2-day program at winter meetings where we focus on coaching, scouting, player development primarily. And people come to that event. Typically the participants have quite a bit of experience in baseball or are dedicated to pursuing a career in baseball. They'll be placed in one of those areas of focus and go through panels, breakout sessions, just kind of general professional development, mock interviews. So it's a really great opportunity for them to kind of get exposed to people who work in baseball already. And as you can see too, we've had some pretty good numbers. I think when we started this event, we thought, hey, if one woman gets hired, that's a huge win for us. But we've had 24 hires in 2 years, which is quite a few. And then this number for baseball experiences post-event, that refers to people who have either kind of grown their kind of baseball opportunities, they've gotten hired, they've had interviews, they're in conversations with clubs, and they're working on developing themselves so that hopefully they do get hired soon. Here's some notable Take the Field alumni. So on the top left, you can see Veronica Alvarez with her catchers at the Oakland A's spring training. Bottom left is Alyssa Nacken, who we all know is the first female coach in the major leagues. She attended the first year in kind of a hybrid role where she was joining on the coaching player development sessions, but also there kind of as a club resource since she had worked in baseball operations a little bit. And then I think that Christina Whitlock, she's actually on this call. I think I saw her name pop up, but she's with the Cardinals now too. And on the girls baseball development side, we have a couple different areas that we focus on, and one is grassroots growth. And I think that's really the main area where we've seen a lot of change over the last year. And then we have development opportunities and really opportunities or introductions to opportunities available through baseball. So our girls baseball development events, which are very high quality, they're coached by USA national team members as well as former major league players. Those have now impacted over 250 girls. So that number kind of keeps growing, and that's kind of our elite program. And you can see some of the girls who got to play in the qualifiers last year who have been part of our programs. So quite a few players from these events are then going to the national teams at the women's level, even as young as 16 years old. At the grassroots level, we decided that we would start to affiliate girls baseball organizations with RBI so that we could provide them with grassroots support. And hopefully turn them from teams into leagues, because this is where we'll see real growth in numbers, we believe, because with a team, you grow by maybe 15 to 20 people at a time. If it's a league, you need to multiply that by around 4 or more. So we've seen some movement there. This year has been a little bit slow based on just kind of local restrictions on playing, but we are in constant communication with all these organizations. We've checked in with all of them consistently, so they're still kind of on that track to grow once that's an option for them. Then development programs, we're able to host a few in 2020. In January and February, we actually hosted a 5-city girls baseball identification tour before any of this stuff started. So that was fantastic to actually get out there. And we saw a few hundred girls there actually. And we ran it as like a pro style workout. So they got the experience kind of in that situation. But then we chose the top girls, and we were going to invite them to a development event in the summer. That unfortunately was canceled due to COVID, but it was great to kind of go across the country and see all these girls, find new girls too who haven't been part of our programs before. Trailblazer series, we had a bit of a focus on the Negro League Centennial, and we had a talk for those girls with Bob Kendrick and Sharon Robinson, which was pretty amazing. They really loved it. And then another session with USA national team players. An Elite Development Invitational is actually something that we're kicking off next Friday. And that will actually be a multi-week development program for high school age girls, as well as recent graduates from our program. And so it will kind of go over what we normally talk about at development camps, but also have a really kind of high focus on mental performance, baseball IQ, which I think is something that we could really leverage on the virtual platform that we might not be able to on kind of on field when we're focusing so much on drills and kind of the physicality of it. So we're really excited about that program. We have a lot of girls registered for that. And we might even extend it. We have 5 weeks set up now, but we might actually extend it to the holidays. So it'll be kind of a nice continual development program for those girls. We have seen some alumni kind of move on in directions that make us very, very excited because it shows that our programs are kind of helping them achieve their goals. So here's Marika and then also Ashton Lansdell, who have been part of our programs, and they're both playing collegiate baseball now. I believe there are four women playing collegiate baseball now, which is, I think, more than we've ever seen at one time. And then we also do have girls who are thinking already as they enter college about working in baseball. So people like Madison, who is immediately kind of going into coaching and preparing herself for a career there. But there are other girls too, talking about front office jobs, broadcasting jobs. And so they're coming from our programs. They've been exposed to some careers now, and now they're thinking of getting into that baseball workforce. And they're more prepared than nearly any other person at that age who's thinking about careers in baseball. So we're pretty excited to see where they go. And then I just want to kind of leave off on this slide, because I think it kind of nicely illustrates what this year has looked like in a positive sense. There's a picture of Rachel Balkovic, who's with the Yankees. And this person tweeted that his daughter watched a clip of her coaching Yankees and said, "Look, Dad, I can be on the Yankees too." So that's pretty exciting. It's cool that these girls are now growing up with these people who are in these roles, and they can see themselves in it. So I think we're going to see a huge influx of more girls in our development programs, but also interested in careers in baseball. So that's my brief MLB update. So it's not all bad news this year, but we will now jump into the panel. So first, I just kind of like to ask all 4 of the speakers, the guests, to just kind of introduce themselves a little more and kind of talk about how what they've done in the past has kind of led them to where they are now. So maybe if we could start with Rachel.
Sure. So my name is Rachel Folden. I'm currently staying at a friend's house in Northwest Indiana. I got a little bit displaced when baseball got shut down. But rookie ball coach for the Chicago Cubs. and lead hitting lab technician, which is kind of a fancy term for I can turn all the computers on and off and make them work. And then kind of just repackage that fancy stuff into a package that players can understand so we can train them better and expedite their development is basically what we do. So I own Folden Fast Pitch, which is a baseball and softball training facility that's really small, but we do a lot of online training and kind of reach people internationally. We've had a couple students in some different countries, which is pretty cool. And I grew up playing baseball. I grew up playing Little League. I was a terrible Little League baseball player, but I fell in love with softball, mostly for the reasons that we're going to touch on today, which is I was surrounded by people who look like me. They were female, and that really felt like home to me, and ended up playing, all the way through professional career. But I've always had a love for baseball. I've always approached how I go about my softball business from a baseball perspective. And so I'm really, really excited to be back in baseball and representing a large class of women that probably want to get into the game or be involved in the game. So I'm really happy to kind of carry that torch a little bit and be here with you guys today.
Thank you. Maybe Marika, you go next.
Hello, I'm Marika. And honestly, for what has got me to where I am today is the MLB Grit series, because without that, I wouldn't be playing men's college baseball at all. And getting scouted there honestly changed my career from there on. I know that's brief, but it really did change my life. So,
I mean, that's great to hear. That's a great plug for us. Bianca, would you like to go next?
Sure. I'm Bianca Smith. Just brief background again. I'm currently assistant baseball coach and hitting coordinator at Carroll University, as well as a fielding and hitting instructor for Aces Baseball, which is a local Little League and baseball facility. And what got me here, a lot of networking. Tyrone Brooks, which he's been mentioned, has been a big help. I actually also did take the field in 2018, and I think that just helped cemented that I wanted to coach. I did not grow up playing baseball or softball. I've been a fan since I was 3, but I actually grew up playing soccer. So working in baseball was certainly not an idea for me until about college. So just having the support of people like Tyrone, like Liz, just kind of offering different opportunities definitely helped me get where I am today.
Great, thank you. And Madison?
My name is Madison Femia, and I just want to thank you guys for having me. I guess a brief background is that I played baseball growing up until I had my sophomore year, when they told me I was too small. Started playing softball, didn't really like it. I mean, I played because it was kind of close, but I always still had that passion for baseball. And I never gave up my hope because of the MLB series, is that I knew I would get to go and make the connections, just to get the help that I would probably need to be where I am today. Actually, funny thing is that beginning of quarantine, I was supposed to go play softball up in Minnesota, and a family friend asked me, "Hey, I'm coaching here. We're looking for another assistant coach. I thought of you." He didn't ask his kids. He didn't ask other guys that he knows. He asked me because he knows that I have that passion and drive more than most people. But I've always been a decent baseball player, but I've never been that most amazing. But part that's always helped me is that communication skills that I learned from these events and that my parents gave me to be where I am today, to be able to make those connections and help me be where I am.
Thanks. And I think that one thing that I'll kind of point out is that one kind of huge hope and goal of ours is that as I've kind of alluded to, the girls who are in these development programs do transfer into the pipeline program and do that pretty seamlessly. And I think Madison is kind of this incredible example of somebody who a couple of weeks before her 18th birthday, she was hired into her first coaching job. So we're thrilled to see things like that kind of start to happen. So that's pretty exciting for us. So first off, for Rachel and Bianca, I'm just kind of wondering a little bit, how has the professional level of baseball changed in recent years that you've seen? You've both been involved for a number of years now, and I'm just wondering, like, what has kind of shifted recently? Do you think that's kind of also allowed it to open up to women a little bit more?
I can start if you want, Bianca. I think the shift in baseball shifted away from like you had to have played baseball to work in baseball. Kind of when that whole Moneyball revolution went through, right? Like you started seeing Yale graduates, Columbia graduates, Harvard graduates kind of flood into baseball with the analytics. And so I think that kind of softened the barrier a little bit. And then, that's where I think it kind of opened the door for, well, you don't have to have played baseball to work in baseball now, because it used to be like you had to play and you had to like have people like you and respect you, and you had to have been like a good teammate or a good manager or something of that nature to kind of move up the ranks in baseball. And I think that kind of tore the barrier down a little bit. And then it became, well, if someone who's never played baseball, who's a man, can now work in baseball, then why can't women work in baseball? And then you started to see front office jobs and things like that go to women. And then I think it just filters down from there into the coaching ranks. I mean, the coaching ranks was obviously going to take a while because people wonder how women are going to handle a locker room full of men. For some reason, the locker room becomes a big issue. But I think you're kind of seeing, especially with the women on this call, like it's just coaches talking to players. It's genderless. It's just about being knowledgeable and about being able to communicate.
I would definitely agree. And even more so with the analytics, it's changed how teams have used analytics as well. I mean, it's one big change I've noticed even in just the last couple of years has been using analytics to evaluate the team and their current performance, to using analytics to how can we now develop and better their performance. And with that focus, I think that's where coaching does become genderless. Like it doesn't matter as much now if you've played, because if you can use the analytics, if you can use the tech and you can actually develop your players, really doesn't matter what kind of background you have. And that just opens doors for so many people. But just from like past interviews, I've noticed that has been a big change just from like questions from GMs. So I definitely agree with Rachel as far as, I mean, the analytics have been a big part of changing the game and opening doors for people.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rachel, I kind of want to throw it back to you for a second. You mentioned kind of when you were speaking earlier that you obviously have a very extensive and impressive softball background, but you kind of had a baseball mindset through that. I'm wondering if you could talk a bit more about that too, and also how softball has kind of prepared you to transition into a baseball coaching job, and kind of what's unique about that type of transition process. Because I think something that we think about a lot is we have such a huge college softball system. There's professional softball. Why are we not getting more coaches or just generally people to work in baseball from that softball side? What are some of the kind of barriers there, the challenges there that you see, or some of the things that really would help a candidate?
I mean, the biggest barrier is that people think that they're two completely different sports. And in some ways they are, but in terms of like aside from the way the pitch is being delivered, it's really the same game. You play defense very similarly. You hit very similarly. So I think that kind of those two sports are starting to be seen as very similar things. And I think this goes way beyond even just the baseball and softball landscape. I think just in general, like the world is starting to realize, like, if you can send men into a women's field and do the same job, then you can send women into a men's field and do the same job. And I think, that's just that we're kind of a very microcosm of that, right? Like that's how I think about it. As far as like being a softball player and how it translates, I mean, like being on time is being on time when it talks about being a hitter. Striking out feels the same for a softball player as it does for a baseball player. It's equally as embarrassing, and failure is just as much part of our game as it is for their game. So being able to relate to those kinds of things is very important, especially as a coach, right? Is being able to like get inside the mind of a player and say, hey dude, I know what it feels like to go 0 for 23, or I know what it feels like to go 10 for 10 and catch a heater, right? I know what both of those things feel like. Doesn't matter the sport that you're playing. I know what that feels like, and being able to communicate that, I think it's really should be just a seamless transition. And I think too, like hitting the high fastball, which is like this trend that we're seeing, is literally the same as hitting a rise ball for us. Like we've been dealing with this for a long time. And so if you're just going to go trade, you know, skill for skill, that's a skill that definitely translates very well because the ball behaves almost at the exact same trajectory. So being able to hit that pitch in our sport very much so translates to baseball. And that's just a straight up X's and O's type of thing. But, you know, getting inside the mind of a player because you played the game, I do think there is value to that. I don't think you need to have been an ex-player. Like Bianca does a great job. Her and I have had conversations in the past. You don't need to be an ex-player, but that does help you with some players being able to communicate what it feels like to succeed and to fail.
Got it. That's super interesting. So I guess switching back to the player side a little bit, Marika and Madison, I'm kind of wondering if you could hit on a little bit what has kind of led you to where you are today. I know Madison, obviously you're now transitioning into that coaching role. Marika, you're playing, you're still playing, you're definitely not transitioning out of there anytime soon. But I know we've talked about wanting to do broadcasting and things like that in the future too. And also within that, I think we have a lot of conversations and a lot of people on this call are going to be familiar with it about challenges that are pretty unique to girls and women playing baseball. And I'm wondering what you kind of see there as some challenges that you've experienced and how they've also affected you in a positive or negative way.
Like personally, I would say like the way people treat me in baseball has like obviously impacted me negatively and positively. It's made me a lot like mentally tougher and made me like see like, okay, like these people don't mean anything. Like I have to just believe in myself. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, it beats you down and it hurts you to learn. Like I'm 5 foot, like I'm not 5 foot. I'm 5'4" and like 120 some pounds. I'm not a very big person, but I've always made myself seem bigger than I really am. Like people say like, oh, how tall are you? I was like, oh, 5'4". She's like, oh, really? Like, I don't see that. Like, you don't seem that short. I'm like, yeah, because it's all about like presenting yourself. And like, it's just like the transitioning of having to basically be people my, like, I'd always like play with people my age and they would like treat me like, yeah, I'm a 18-year-old kid or whatever. But now since I'm in a coaching position, coaching people that are 20, 21 because of the whole Corona thing, I just have to act older than I am, bigger than I am because I'm the shortest one there. I'm the smallest one there in every aspect. And it's just learning how to hold yourself and talk and be almost for me older than I really am because I'm also coaching people that are my age. Like I went to school with them, I graduated with them, and they were always like, some of them were kind of mean, but like some of them like were my really good friends. And now I have to present myself in a way where I can't on a baseball field. And I'm just trying to learn and deal with that, how I have to almost stop being a kid around them and like enjoy it in a different way.
That's super interesting. That's showing that you've kind of had to mature in a different way too. And I think that at our events when we're always thinking about, okay, we're watching the players, we're seeing, okay, who do we want at every single event? Who will be like a good leader for the players? Who do we see as a potential career candidate? Madison, we've been kind of looking at for the past few years. So her response is completely unsurprising to me. Her going into coaching is unsurprising, but it's super interesting to hear though that just your kind of experience having to kind of fight through all of that has kind of allowed you to take on this role at such a young age and be able to kind of be that authority figure too for players who might be older than you, which is pretty interesting. Marika, I'm wondering if you could touch on some of your experience and the challenges that you faced.
Yeah, so I think one of the biggest challenges was, first of all, being seen, having the opportunity to be seen, and then having a school be open to taking a female. That's a big jump for a lot of people. And not only are you faced with, will the coaches accept you, will they want you, is now you're at the Division III level and you can't get athletic scholarship. You can only get academic, and I mean, academic can only take you so far. And at that time, it's $35,000. So for anyone, I mean, that's quite a bit of money. So that's something that I faced recently is just being able to pay for it, because I could go to school here and it's like $5,000 for university. So now it's like I'm taking out student loans, I'm working extra time so I can go back to school and do what I want to do in the States, because it's a lot more expensive, especially with the exchange rate. But that has been like one of my biggest struggles, but I am kind of waiting for the player likeness sort of rule to go through in the NCAA, and I think we'll see a big shift with women, and that's going to be a huge part, I think, because now it's going to be more inclusive, because now I can use my name, image, and likeness to market myself to help maybe get to where I want to be later on in college and be able to pay for it and not have to work and take a semester off to work other than coronavirus. But I mean, like, I've just been working a lot just so I can pay to basically do my dream. But I think that's a big thing, because there's not really any scholarships out there either that are really going to put a dent in it. And yeah, that's just one of the biggest things I faced, I think, which I don't think a lot of people think about when they think about college baseball. It's like, well, it's going to be hard to get in there, but once you're in there, you're there, you know what I mean? But you got to think like a little bit deeper than that. So it's like, if you're not at the top range of like making tons of money, it's just not even tangible. So yes, that is for me.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we talk about so much with girls playing college baseball is, okay, they just need that opportunity, they just need to get there. Well, once they have that opportunity, obviously there's potentially, and sometimes like even an even bigger hurdle to kind of jump over with that financial barrier too. I think that's something that we see generally in college baseball too. I think that the average number of scholarships for a Division I team is something like 11.7 players. And so even on a D1 team, nobody is getting a full ride, or maybe one guy on the team is, but it's just, once you're not in D1, it's so challenging to get any type of support to play. So definitely another barrier for a lot of women trying to get in here. I think just to shift a little bit, I know that a lot of the focus of this conference is also on Black women in baseball. So I think that one thing that we do see at both the kind of the playing level and also the professional level is that predominantly the women who work in baseball or play baseball are white. I think that that's something that we see everywhere in baseball, but again, with women too. So I'm wondering, just a question to all of you, what do you think are some things that we should be doing to kind of increase that representation, expand opportunities for more women in baseball, to kind of get some more diversity and representation?
I'll go first. I am on the board for Illinois Girls Baseball, and we host most of our camps and stuff in the inner city where it's more diverse, because honestly, where I live, it's honestly pretty white. And it's just having to almost going to those places, because most of the people, and like choosing a good time for the parents, for the kids, because it is hard for them to get places and find a time where the parents aren't working to help support them. So I would say like what helped us is like going to them and like just providing the opportunity, saying, hey, we're here. If you can't make it, if you need any help, let us know how we can help you. But it's all like, we found that just certain locations really help us more so.
And Illinois Girls Baseball does a great job at this too. They have a pretty good partnership with Curtis Granderson's foundation too, and so they have access to the field and some of those resources as well. So I think partnerships like that are fantastic also. And I think that we do see more of a like concerted effort towards diversity there than we do in a lot of the other girls baseball organizations that do exist.
I can touch on this question too, just as a Black woman in baseball. I'd say MLB is definitely taking a good route with the diversity program, with the RBI program, just making it accessible to African-American women. But I think one of the biggest barriers has been, majority of these jobs are word of mouth. So if you don't have those contacts already, and unfortunately, since it's primarily white men and, you know, getting to be white women, they're passing that information along to other white men and other white women. So again, if you don't already have those contacts or those resources, you have no idea about these jobs. You have no idea about these opportunities. They're just not open enough. Like even my position with the Texas Rangers, that was word of mouth. The only reason why I found out about it was because I emailed 26 of the 30 teams while I was in grad school asking for a position. And I think half of those teams did not have a posted internship, but they had an available one. But you never would have known unless you spent the time looking for the emails and actually emailed the team. So really, it needs to be less word of mouth, because you're going to be able to get more qualified candidates that, you know, they just don't have that accessibility. So I think that's one of the biggest things that needs to change. And then just having people that are visible. Thankfully, I grew up with parents who kind of pushed me, said, you know, you could do whatever you want. So for me, it didn't really matter as much if I didn't see a Black woman doing that job as well. If I wanted to do it, I was going to try to do it. But for a lot of people, you don't think about it until you actually see somebody who looks like you also doing that job. So until there is more diversity in baseball, particularly like with women, it's just going to be harder, because they're not thinking, oh, you know, I could do this job too. All they're seeing is a white man or a white female doing that job.
Yeah, I think just diversity in baseball from a racial standpoint just needs to, you know, to get more diverse. And I think, like, because you have to see people that look like you to know that you can do it. You know, like, having the hustle that you have, Bianca, where you're just like, you know what, I'm gonna reach out and I'm gonna do whatever I want. That doesn't, you know, not everybody has that mindset. They just think, well, it's not attainable, right? That's the image that's portrayed, is, oh, it's not attainable. So I think if we can just improve diversity in general with more things like we're doing today, I think that creates a more inclusive environment. And then, and you'll see it, like, even on the coaching side, I have friends of mine that work for other organizations, and they have reached out to me and said, hey, do you know any more women that could coach in baseball? Because we would love to hire a woman, you know, and just because now they know that it can be done. So now we're going to go out and search for more women to do it. I think that plays a part in it too. So it takes people like you, Bianca, who just say, you know what, I'm gonna get my foot in the door. And then when people see you do it, then they have this thought of like, oh, I never even thought of going that route, but now I do. And so now I'm going to shift in that direction. I think that's super important.
Also, to touch on a little bit about like just seeing what's like, if you don't see it, it's not attainable. I think that like not like a little bit of marketing, but like highlighting those people in the field that are coming up, or even doing things like this, but like giving them the platform to show people that this is attainable and this is a thing. Because I think that's even a thing with other, like, you're a 2-minute hit and then it's gone forever kind of thing, and people see it and they're like, oh, that's cool, but it's gone. So I think something that is like kind of there to stay, and they can see like, oh, this is who I want to be, and then this is, I can coach at the major league level, I can coach in college, I can coach in all these other places, and and it's diverse, like I can do this no matter my skin color.
Yeah, and I think that this also, and we saw this with that tweet that I showed at the beginning with that girl who says, oh, look, Rachel Balkovic is coaching the Yankees. I can be on the Yankees too. I mean, it goes in all directions, and I think it hits on every element of diversity. And I think even just the fact that there's a ton of little girls out there who we now see, like, their parents will post something on social media where they're getting jerseys. I think this happened to you, Rachel, too. They're getting jerseys of like their favorite female minor league coach. And I don't think anybody's like bought a minor league coach jersey before, but now they see females in that role. And so it's just like, wow, this is incredible. This is my favorite person in baseball. So just increasing that representation is going to have such a huge effect on, you know, the generations who are coming up and those who are fans of baseball, thinking about baseball. So if you could diversify that even more, that would be fantastic. So kind of two questions left, I think, before we kind of hit the Q&A. So one question for all of you is, where do you see kind of baseball at both the professional and amateur levels going in the next 5 to 10 years? I think that the last 5 to 10 years, we've seen huge shifts. I'm wondering if you see that continuing, where you see that going kind of for the future of the game, but also for opportunities within the game.
I can start on this one. I think we're going to see a huge, just because of the situation that we're in with this pandemic, we're going to see a huge decrease in the number of player development staff. And therefore, and you're also going to see a decrease in the number of minor league players that come through the system, which I think on the surface makes it sound like, well, there's going to be less opportunities for women. And that might be true. But I also think that the importance of hiring the right candidate or getting the right player is of the utmost importance now. And so I think Major League Baseball is going to do everything they can to hire the right people. And if you have enough people speaking on your behalf saying you're the right candidate, whether you're a woman, whether you're African American, whether you're whatever, I think that you're going to see a premium placed on talent now, and you're actually going to see people hired for the right job. At least that's what I hope, versus just, well, you were a good player in the organization, but your career didn't pan out, so we'll give you a shot on the coaching staff here just because we like you. Now it's become super important to hire the right person for the right job. And I think that baseball just got a ton more competitive. So now you're going to, like, if a female is the right candidate for the job, I think she's going to get hired over the guy that they're going to take a shot on because he's buddies with another guy. That's what I think.
I personally think it's like, despite like what Rachel said, how it's going to go decrease because of the whole pandemic and stuff. But I think there will be an increase in like women in baseball and stuff like that and diversity because of everything that is happening on the other side, like not getting political, but just the whole movements that people are making. And I think they will want to diversitize more and show that, oh, we are open to everyone and that we don't discriminate. And so I think they will go out more so and search for those candidates that people wouldn't normally think of.
I think on the college side, it's going to be similar. One thing that I've noticed, and it's kind of already happening, I mean, college, a lot of times they will mimic what MLB does as far as technology, the analytics movement. But one thing that is going to be different is that from even at the D1 level, so many colleges just don't have the budget for those resources. So there's going to end up being a huge divide between those teams that have a huge budget and can afford the technology and then can afford to hire somebody to run the technology compared to the teams that they might only be able to buy, you know, a couple of, you know, hitting sensors or just Rapsodo or something similar. So I think it's going to open up opportunities for more women to get in on the college side as well. It's going to be, resources are definitely going to be different though, compared to MLB. There are going to be some colleges where women they might not be able to just afford to take the job. But I do think opportunities are going to increase on the college side too.
I think from the college side of it, we'll definitely see a lot more females coming into it now that there are 4 of us. I think it's more attainable now, I would say. And now with this NIL coming in, which is the name, image, and likeness ruling, I think that it will open up for a lot of people because now girls or people who couldn't even afford it before can now, I have the opportunity, now I can go, and brands will be more interested, or people will be interested in sponsoring them to do these sort of things. So that will be interesting to see. And I think from even in the professional levels is now that we do have female coaches there, seeing how they do and how successful they are, there definitely would be a shift of more females coming.
Great. And so one kind of final question is kind of a fun one to end off on before we move to questions from the rest of the group. Just quickly, everybody name your favorite baseball memory.
Probably going to South Korea to play baseball in the LG Cup.
That's awesome. I haven't played baseball in a long time, and I got to coach for like 6 weeks. So my list is short, but the last time I pitched in a game, I was terrible. I was a terrible Little League player. I gave up 2 grand slams in 1 inning. So that my career ERA is like 75. So there you go. That's my favorite baseball memory.
I'll say mine. My favorite baseball memory was getting to play on the professional field at Globe Life with MLB Grid. That was crazy.
Rachel, I wasn't the best player either. Remember, I came from soccer for 10 years. I didn't even know how to throw when I started playing softball. But my favorite baseball memory, I'll try to keep this short, but grad school, my second year with our team, we went down to Florida. We used to play right by a lake, and one of the birds dropped the giant fish in the outfield during BP, and that became our rally fish for 3 days. So imagine having a rotting fish tied up to a post in the dugout for 3 days. Yeah. Unfortunately and thankfully, we lost that third game. So the coaching staff was like, no, get rid of the fish. But I do have a picture of it with several of our players. It is still a great memory and probably the best rally item you will ever find.
Well, on that note, we'll shift to the question. So the first one that I'll read out is from Catherine, and it says, so how do women manage the locker room thing?
I mean, like, just talk to them. Like, we're not going to go in there and, like, get naked with them if that's what, like, people are so worried about. Like, just, it's, you know, as long as you're clothed, it's the same as any other setting, like the office or whatever. Like, that's where the, you know, especially like if you have like a staff locker room, like that's where like all the good conversations happen. You know, it's like after a game, you're all sitting there like in your sliding shorts and your, you know, your base layer, and you're just like chilling and talking about the game and, you know, maybe enjoying a drink or two with your buddies. Like that's where the gold happens. And I think you just kind of have to make an effort to normalize it as much as possible would be my suggestion. I think the bigger deal I make it, the bigger deal everybody makes it. And the more I normalize it, the more everybody normalizes it. And I think that holds true in a lot of things in my life. You know, like just from a diversity standpoint, like I'm a gay woman. So like the more I normalize that, the less people seem to care about it. You know, if I make it a big deal, then people make it a big deal. So just normalize it. That's my advice.
On through compromise. Similar to what Rachel said, I mean, if you have the sliding shorts base layer on, it doesn't really matter. So once the coaching staff, once the players do the same thing, like I'm also not going to just walk in. I always make sure, hey guys, I'm coming in if I need to talk to them. But for the most part, our locker room, at least at the D3 level, our locker room is on the bus a lot of times. So we don't really have anywhere else to go. You just have to learn how to change on the bus. And like I said, it becomes a compromise after like the first day. Every guy, you know, you show up to the bus with your sliding shorts on already. I show up with my sliding shorts and a sports bra. Like, we're fine. So once they realize that there's, yeah, like Rachel said, like once I let them know it's not a big deal, it's not a big deal anymore. You just kind of get over it and go on with your life.
Marika, what are your thoughts from kind of the player side too?
This is a funny one because I think this is like one of the most asked questions I get. Like Bianca was saying, we have a lot of time on the bus. So unfortunately, I wear my uniform. It's just my choice, I guess. I could get changed there, but I wear my uniform for like 3 hours with like everything on, stirrups on, everything. And then like either like I'll go change in a bush or something like that. But I think it's kind of like I'm so used to it now is like even like locker room talk, I don't hear half of it. Like it's like in one ear, out the other. And when like they're getting changed or I'm getting changed, it's like, oh, like what's over there? Like it's just like I think it's like the kind of elephant in the room. Like I know I've been doing it for so long that it's just like I know when to leave, I know when I can come in, like, and the guys on my team are super accepting of it, and it's never been like a weird thing. Like we've never sat down and been like, so the locker room, like we need to talk about this. It's kind of like it's just like the unspoken rule. Everybody kind of knows what goes down. And like, I've never had any problems with it. So neither did I have a separate locker room. So mine was just with theirs.
I was going to ask if you had your own locker room because Coach Whitlock just commented that the Cardinals created a locker room for her. The Cubs did the same for me. I think the Yankees did the same for Rachel Balkovec. So, I mean, changes are happening, but maybe that could be the next step in college baseball is creating a separate space for women. You know, that where they can go and change and then come back and hang out with everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, like, usually, like, I'll get changed in the bathroom or something like that, but, I mean, it makes it a little bit more difficult when the coach tells you to wear grays, and then you show up and it's whites, and then he's like, oh, wait, we can't change it because Marika's already wearing the grays, so maybe, yeah, a locker room would be a little helpful, maybe for him.
I will say, too, at the major league level, we kind of we made sure to kind of check in with each team this year and make sure that they're were locker rooms for both the home and away female staff. So when the visiting staff is coming to the stadium, they have a place to go. And some stadiums actually like had that built already. So like the new Globe Life Park in Arlington, they built a full female locker room into the clubhouse for both home and away side. So I think it's shifting there, and then hopefully it'll be completely normal pretty soon. So I'm going to read out Jen's question, and she asked, as a continuation of the softball baseball financial aspect related to college, when should someone consider softball in order to potentially get looks for scholarships versus sticking with passion of baseball? And is it possible to remain in baseball once focusing on softball? Or do you see any potential for additional D3 baseball opportunities for girls?
I'll go in this. I would definitely say I say personally, like, it almost depends on your financial situation and how bad like you actually want to play softball in college. Because I chose to play softball in college because I didn't get my senior year, so I didn't get that closure. So I just kind of said, yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun to continue. But I think it depends on some people's situation and how much they genuinely do enjoy softball and genuinely do enjoy baseball. Because I've always had that passion for baseball, and I knew personally deep down I'll always have an opportunity somewhere with someone, and I can make it myself. Like, I'm almost a pushy person where it's like, if I want something, I'm gonna go get it. So it's almost depend on the personality and willingness and wantingness of continuing baseball and playing softball, because you can still do stuff with baseball even if you're playing softball, but it's just like the opportunity cost of the money aspect, the passion aspect, and it's just almost what is your passion worth compared to playing in college. But if you don't really even enjoy softball that much to play in college, is it really worth it?
I will say too, kind of from what we've seen as well, is that a lot of the members of the USA national team, for example, they played baseball through high school. A couple of them played college baseball, but a lot of them played college softball. I'd say the majority of them got school paid for that way, and then they were able to either play baseball while doing that still. A couple of them, like Jay Gortares and Kelsey Whitmore, they've been able to do both, depending on the school that they go to. But a lot of them have kind of done softball for the 4 years and then switched back to baseball afterwards.
Yeah, I don't think there's any shame in getting your college paid for somehow, some way. Like, college is expensive, especially right now. Like, college is super, super expensive. And if you can get your college scholarship covered by the softball team, do it. There's no shame in that, right? You can always involve yourself with the baseball side some other way, right? You can always in the off season offer to, help with a data collection project, or, offer to pitch some batting practice or something like that. There are ways to still be involved in the game and to make yourself kind of position yourself to, when your career is over, your softball career is over, to then transitioning into the baseball side because you stayed involved in the baseball side. And so I think you can do both. You can be involved in both. It's a willingness for what's important to you and what you value. Like, for me, I couldn't go to college unless I got it paid for. I just grew up in a poor family. No one in my family had ever gone to college. I needed a sport to pay for it. And so I played softball, and there's no shame in doing that either. But, you can stay involved in baseball as much as you want. And I think that just takes some extra work, some little extracurricular activities.
So here's a question from Carol. Carol is asking, can you talk about the pathway to an internship for a coach position? So infield, outfield, hitting, etc. So maybe if you could kind of hit on some, maybe a few best practices or tips for just kind of getting your foot in the door for that type of job.
Honestly, for me, I was very fortunate with the coaching at the college. It kind of fell into my lap because I played for this guy when I was 10, and I went to school with this kid, and we've always had a good communication. He's always enjoyed watching me play and stuff. And so I was just very fortunate that I wasn't one of those kids who's you see on TV that's drinking, partying, and stuff like that. And I made a good connection where I was able, the cards kind of fell in my lap, where I just my hard work kind of paid off.
I'd say I definitely kind of forced my way in. My grad school position was not a paid position. It actually didn't exist until I got there. And I just asked the coach, hey, how can I help out? And it turned into a coaching role. Same thing with the University of Dallas. I just asked, hey, I want to help out. With the Cincinnati Reds, I emailed the coaches asking for advice, and that turned into me being on the field during BP, helping out the players and the coaches. So it really, and even the position here, like I'm officially paid as an assistant athletic director. But when I took the job, I asked, hey, I want to coach as well. Like I'm not ready to give up baseball. I want to be able to coach. The head coach knew my background. He knew what I was interested in. So he was all for it. And then in January, they promoted me to hitting coordinator because I had expressed interest in it. So that's really what it was for me, was just kind of forcing my way in and saying, hey, I want to do this, and just reaching out to the right people and kind of like I said, forcing my foot in the door.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a combination of both. Like, you can have the very fortunate of who you know, which was my case, absolutely my case. I mean, I had started working with Justin Stone, who's now our director of hitting for the Cubs, who is now my boss. He hired me. We were working as a partnership for consulting for baseball and softball, college baseball and softball programs. And so it was a natural fit. We had already done everything together. I had already worked with them. The same thing it was for others in the field too. And I think it's very much a who you know business still. But there are the stories like Rachel Balkovec kind of was pushy and pushed her way in. And she's been working in baseball for a very long time because she was pushy. And there's nothing wrong with that. I see a couple people talking about that in the chat. Like, there's absolutely nothing wrong with saying like, hey, you need to hire me. I'm awesome. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's just like a general life skill that women are not naturally taught. And I wish we were taught more of, is just to like, it's okay to be confident. You know, like I'm a big Laker fan. Like when I hear LeBron James in an interview after the game talk about how great of a game he had and how he felt like he played well, like people scoff at that. Like, why? He did. And there's nothing wrong with saying that. And it's the same thing with us. Like, if you think you're talented and you think you're skilled and you think you can help, tell people that. And don't take no for an answer. And if that one door closes, fine, we'll just go to the next one, we'll go to the next one and the next one. And just until somebody gives me a chance and says yes. And I think sometimes you have to do that. Sometimes you luck into it and sometimes you have to do that. And I think you kind of have to read the situation with both of them.
Scott, I think I got all of the questions, but I'm gonna see if you see anything that I don't.
No, I don't think I did. I don't think I saw any others. I've got one question, maybe for the group, and Elizabeth, maybe this is even your direction. There was talk about the difficulty of getting into the game because of the scarcity of scholarships, and that's true even at the D1 level. There aren't a ton of full ride scholarships available. Certainly not enough for an entire roster. So is that something that Major League Baseball is looking to address, maybe even through the One Baseball initiative that that they are launching and starting to implement in a lot of different areas?
So from my perspective, it's tricky for us right now, and I think maybe it will move in that direction. I'm not completely caught up on kind of our relationship with the NCAA at this time when I know things are shifting a little bit. But one big thing, and I know that we've talked to some of the girls who are playing at the high school level and have moved on to college baseball about this, is there's so many restrictions on NCAA eligibility. We cannot touch anything. So for example, even for our events, if we were to directly pay for a pair of socks for a player, they are then essentially being considered a professional player because Major League Baseball is paying for it. So we're partnered with USA Baseball for everything, and they're our main partner, and they are true partners on this, but we also kind of have to go through them because they're an amateur organization to kind of pay for everything in our events, because if we did, it would pretty much ruin all of the kids' eligibilities.
Wow. Okay.
Bianca, I think that this is kind of your area.
Yeah, I was actually just about to say, so I do compliance for my school. So, and there's actually another female coach in college who we've had this conversation about trying to pay for athletes to either go to different events or even just to get to college. And as of right now, yes, we wouldn't be able to pay, or MLB wouldn't be able to pay for an athlete just because, yeah, they would lose their eligibility. So unless the NCAA changes that rule or somebody interprets it a slightly different way, it'd be pretty difficult right now.
Got it. Yeah, I don't see any other questions that have come in, Elizabeth. So I think that just about wraps us up. I can't thank the five of you enough. This was a really, really incredible panel. What a great way to start day 2 of this conference. And hopefully we're able to check in with all of you again next year. It was really fun to have all of you with us. So thank you again.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you. This was awesome.
So that brings us to a brief break. So we will come back at 12:15 Eastern, 9:15 in the morning for those of us on the West Coast. Thanks again to Madison, Rachel, Marika, Bianca, and Liz for just an outstanding panel. While we wait and you kill a little bit of time here, 15 minutes or so, a reminder, you can go to SABR.org to check out tickets to our raffle. We've got 20 different prizes that we'll be giving away on Sunday, again, including a baseball autograph by Oakland A's star Chris Davis and a one-on-one with Maybelle Blair. So we will see you back here at 12:15 Eastern. Thanks all.
Hi, Catherine. This is Keith.
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
Good.
Are you all ready?
I believe so.
Good. I am almost ready.
All right. That's a nice jersey you got there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how I can sit so it's visible. Otherwise, it's kind of wasted that I'm wearing it,
Yeah.
except for me. But I could chop my head off. I don't really think people need to see
that
that. I think the jersey's more important.
I think it looks great.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want you to know I'm checking in. I'm gonna go dark again, but I'm here and ready to go when
Okay,
time is.
They have not given you co-host status yet, I see.
Not yet, but I'm down for a little bit. So
Yeah, well, that's true. Although I just want to make sure that they know that you are you.
yeah, I'm confusing.
That would be so Kathy, you just need to give Lauren Stewart co-host privileges.
Right.
Because I think she would have been looking for, so.
Yeah, I did that to myself.
It's all good. As long as we know you're there, it's
Yeah.
nice to see you.
Yeah, we know you're here. We know
I'm gonna
who
be
you
wearing
are.
a fancier shirt when you see me next. So
Oh, goody.
exciting. All right, I'm gonna go dark again. I just want to make sure you guys knew I'm here and I'm ready to go.
Great. Thank you.
We'll see you in a bit.
Okay, yes.
Hey, Catherine, can you do me a favor?
Sure.
Can you go out and come in again so I can show the students how to admit? I mean, if you can't, it's okay. I just was wondering if you could.
Well, I think I can. I need to make sure I can. That I've got the. Okay. Yeah.
Catherine, I'll do it.
Okay.
Is that okay, Kathy?
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Thank
I'm
you.
happy to leave in return.
Thank you. I'm getting nervous, so I'm like, ah.
All right.
Thank you. So it's just gonna be really. So like,
How's your work going?
I finished up here. Here, see waiting room. You hover over it just like this. And you hit edit. Go ahead, hit edit. Okay, and Cat Williams just did it. So hover over Cat. I know, I know it's oversimplified, but it will definitely help you, so. Thank you, Kat.
Yep, no problem.
So if you guys want to, if one person wants to do it for the first session and one person wants to do it for the second session, however you want to do it. Nose goes, there is snacks, there's water, please take a eat. Hey, Dr. Bentley, it's so good to see you guys face to face.
It's so good to see you too.
I actually can hear you now.
I'm sorry, I'm not good online though.
Hey, Kathy,
Yeah?
you might want to turn off the mic.
Oh, gotcha.
Good morning, everyone. It's morning here in Rockford, Illinois. where we're at Conference Central. My name is Catherine Forsland. I'm a history professor at Rockford University, and I am very happy to be hosting the next 3 papers for our presentation today. A few reminders before we get going. We are recording today's session and yesterday's session and tomorrow's session, so be aware of that. Those recordings will be available later on the SABR website. Also, please, unless you are presenting, please be sure to mute your microphone and turn off your video during the programming. But we do want you to be sure to use the chat function to pose questions for our presenters so that we can keep those organized for the end of each paper. Also want to let you know you can still purchase raffle tickets until tomorrow morning. There are some very exciting items available there, things like an autographed AA GPBL calendar and a poster of women in the Negro Leagues. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first speaker in this session, and that is Keith Spalding Robbins, who has presented at the Cooperstown Baseball Hall of Fame Symposium for 7 years between 2013 and 2018. He's also published work in the 2013-14 Cooperstown Symposium book and in the 2018 fall edition of 9 journal edited by Willie Steele. For the SABR 50 in Baltimore this summer, he submitted a paper for the journal and a presentation called Baltimore, Berlin, and the Babe, Baseball's Journey to the 1936 Olympics. Robbins also has served as a contributor and web blogger from 2014 to 2018 for websites like LinkedIn, Pulse, the beabetterbatter.com, and History of Atlanta Braves History guest blogger. He's also published a history of old timers games in the 9 Baseball Journal from spring of 2018. So without further ado, I would like to turn things over to Keith, who is going to give us a really interesting presentation today on Harriet Goodwin Spalding. Spalding, a name we all recognize from baseball, but I think Keith's going to give us a whole lot more to think about with that name. So without further ado, take it away, Keith.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Let me get the right page to share, and we're ready to go. Are we set?
Yep.
Good deal. We're going to talk about the next 20 minutes on 100 years of baseball. So we're going to zip through this and just hit some highlights. The other thing to preface everything is we're talking about 19th century baseball, and it's a lot different than the 21st century. And most important, a little specific detail is that I'm going to mention the term White Stockings a lot. And that's actually the 19th century name for the National League franchise that plays on the north side of town. And again, also Rockford is hometown, and actually Rockford University is homecoming too as well. So we'll get right into that and let you know that here are the 3 women who actually attended Rockford University before it was actually called Rockford University. They're 2 sisters and their sister-in-law. And Mary is actually Albert's little sister, who marries William Thayer Brown, who's Alice and Carrie's older brother. One of the fascinating things about this whole story is that Harriet is Albert and Walter's mother, and she's actually the force behind all this. And actually, she plays the most vital role in creating the firm, and actually, without her efforts, baseball today, as we know, it wouldn't exist. However, she's hidden, and part of that is going to show you how we're going to kind of unhide her, if you will, today. One of the interesting things is 1936, the Spalding Company came out with their anniversary book, and they said, oh, here are the founders of the Spalding firm. And that's not exactly correct. But Harriet actually is the founder, and these three are actually the first executives. And actually, to start with Harriet's life, one of the fascinating things is she deals with an amazing amount of trauma and tragedy and then overcomes them. Her mother dies when she's 10. She lives with her aunt in Clarence, New York. And when she turns 18, she wants to shuffle out of Buffalo as fast as she can. And she does, on a one-way honeymoon to the edge of civilization back then at the time, which put her in Winnebago County or Ogle County, Illinois. And so she and her first husband attempt to be homesteaders, and that's an absolute failure. Turns out that hailstorms destroy their crop, and they have $11 to last the entire winter. So instead, they actually move up to East Troy, Wisconsin, to a little place called the East Troy House. And actually there, Harriet has an epiphany. She and her husband actually realized they're pretty good merchants and shopkeepers. And things were looking pretty good. And actually, she gave birth to a little son who was also named Austin. And then tragedy struck. It seems they went to visit some friends in the summer of 1845. Her husband comes back with something called summer fever. They get one doctor for consult. They get another doctor to bring in. And as the end result, in 2 weeks, he's dead from the medical treatment. And then a year and a half later, little baby Austin dies in the middle of the night with some whooping cough. And devastated and destroyed, Harriet needs a place to go. And so she returns back to Rockford, where she meets her a hometown friend named Harriet Maynard. And also while she's in Rockford, as she says, she's young and attractive, and they were really interested in finding her a husband. And on June 6, 1848, Harriet makes the fateful decision to marry James Lawrence Spalding. And it turns out the Spalding brothers have been in Byron for about 10 years already as early homesteaders. And James has 4 brothers and a sister who are all in the area. James's strength is that he's a great horse trader, pretty good homesteader, and actually a horse whisperer as well. And so people come from all over to his farm to make trades and get their horses trained properly. And so if you ever want to know what a Hall of Famer looks like at age 3, there's Albert's baby picture. And then Mary's born a couple years later at age 5, and then Walter the baby was born in 1856. And yet as things started to really kind of mature and grow in Rockford and Byron, disaster strikes. Actually, the first son, named Henry Clinton, dies very early. And actually, his death is actually a year before Albert's born. But James Lawrence has a heart defect and actually dies in the winter of 1859. And as he's dying, Harriet, in her autobiography, writes this little note of he is thinking of a more beautiful future for his family. Well, that beautiful future is put on hold almost immediately as the creditors come a-knocking and people start stealing their wood and firewood in the middle of the winter. And just weeks after James Lawrence is dead, Harriet has to do an administrative sale to keep them afloat and actually keep them from losing everything. And one of the fascinating stories here is that Harriet has the responsibility to manage her family, manage the farm, and actually teach her children how to make deals and do it very quickly, because if they don't, they're going to starve to death. And they actually have a secret weapon in all this. And that secret weapon is that as Albert goes to live in Rockford with his aunt, he starts learning to play baseball. And it turns out that the skinny kid from the wrong side of the river is the best pitcher in town. And by 1867, they set the world on fire by beating the Washington Nationals. And as Harriet notes, Albert became very fond of playing baseball. But the catch is on this team that the best 2 players, Ross Barnes who should be in the Hall of Fame, and Albert Spalding are in high school. And when the pride of Rockford is on the line, the school, the team goes to the school and says, you know, Albert needs to get out of school because we need to win this game. And so we have really come the first example of where athletes get preferential treatment in the academy. So it's really kind of fascinating story there. What makes it possible is that Hiram Waldo there also sat on the school board. So he pulled some strings and make sure that the best team was available to support Rockford. The other thing that he did was he was a bookseller in town, and he began selling baseball goods. So as early as 1867, Albert and Harriet really understand that you can make some money by being a baseball merchandiser. Well, this team gets nothing but bigger, better, stronger, and actually rather famous as champions of the Northwest in 1869. They actually beat the Cincinnati Reds in 1870. And it's very clear at this time that Albert and Harriet know that Albert's real profession might be playing baseball, which of course a lot of people didn't like and thought it was not a viable profession. But Harriet stepped up and said, no, he can play ball and he should do it. And the interesting thing is that his first salary with the Boston Red Stockings was more money than the principal of the school that in West Rockford that he had. We're going to skip ahead 5 years, and this really gets to be the critical time here where baseball and sporting goods and the National League all kind of coalesce on a couple dates in early February 1876. Now, February 2nd in New York, the National League is started. February 3rd in Rockford, probably in Harriet's kitchen table, papers are written up to create the Spalding partnership between Albert and 19-year-old little brother Walter, with Harriet's money, all of $800, and done and signed in the presence of Harriet. And so the boys next week moved to Chicago to start their business. And most of the town folks and family thought this was a most unwise decision, for Walter was giving up his very stable job as a junior teller at the bank at making $25 a month for this unheard of thing of selling sporting goods. One of the side stories here is that 19-year-old Walter signs a deal to get uniforms made for the Indianapolis team. And I think in his 19-year-old exuberance, he doesn't realize Indianapolis is 12 letters. And that takes Harriet almost all day and all night to do it. And when she does, she realizes that she got the ends upside down. And luckily, as we can see from this picture, all is corrected by the next day. Also at the same time, we see the other part of the deal that happened with getting the Big Four from Boston to come to Chicago, and especially Albert. And that was that William Hulbert gives them authority to run the team. So Harriet notes in her little biography by saying she spends a considerable time with her sons in Chicago. And the question is, what is she doing in Chicago and where is she? Well, the answer is she's at 112 Randolph Street. 112 Randolph Street is the Spalding store. Well, the Spalding store is a baseball emporium and sporting goods store, and it's also the front office for the Chicago White Stockings of 1876. And so with this, we see that if you want to buy tickets, talk to someone about advertising, look at buying season tickets, or even talking about scorecards, you go to the Spalding store at 118 Randolph Street and probably talk to Harriet about it to make sure that everything's set. So with this simple act, I would say that Harriet becomes the first woman involved in the front office operations of Major League Baseball. So we're going to skip ahead a couple years, also to 1879, and this is where it gets really exciting. The company grows from baseball into something else, and the sport they pick is actually archery, which was a very big and prosperous sport at the time. And in 1879, Albert kind of creates a new organization to sponsor this tournament, And since the White Stockings are on a big road trip, well, here's an empty baseball stadium that can be where they can sell tickets and actually put together this archery tournament. And so here's a picture of it, and it'd be a great midterm exam for anyone doing sports management because it's got all the pieces there that you need. The winner on the male side, or the gentleman's side, is a guy named Will Thompson, who actually writes the book. So the question is, who will win the women's championship? And it turns out that this is the first women's championship ever staged in the United States, or actually in the world. It's 4 years older or 5 years older than the women's championship at Wimbledon. And the winner is the winner is Mary. And Mary kind of shocks the sports world and shocks Chicago, but she actually scores more points than even Will Thompson. And this is her list of winning items. And so, interesting enough, for the next 50 years, when the Spalding Company talks about archery and advertises archery, they use Mary or a facsimile of Mary as the icon for this sport. And that leads us to a very interesting little diagram here that gives us two answers. One, it gives us an answer of where's Harriet doing all this. And when we look at it, we see we've got a Chicago side and a Hastings, Michigan side. The Chicago side is Walter and Albert. Well, it turns out Walter actually spends all summer in England buying all this archery equipment. And he's actually the importer or the supply chain guy. And on the Hastings, Michigan, that's where the Spalding baseball bat factory is, where William Thayer Brown is making sure that the bills get paid and suppliers get paid and they generate some revenue. And that's also where we find Mary practicing. So the question is, who's minding the store? Who's at 118 Randolph Street? And the answer is, of course, Harriet. What this diagram also does is gives us a really good example of a strategic business relationship that exists today between sporting goods firms and athletes, or sporting goods firms and professional clubs. So this side, we could say it's the A.G. Spalding and Brothers, sporting goods, and the sport and the personality is archery and Mary. But this could easily be Under Armour and Seth Curry, or it could be NASCAR and Lowe's 48 Chevrolet and Jimmy Johnson. It could be anything. So that's the model that actually continues to this day. The next step we want to look at and finding the role that Harriet plays is in the very famous and well-documented Spalding Baseball World Tour of 1888 and 1889. And just a couple things about that before we get started. It lasts exactly 6 months to the day. They leave Chicago and then return. And the tour can actually be broken up into 5 little pieces. But of those pieces, they've done 3 of them before. So the team's been to Europe, they play the Western Swing and as a postseason barnstorming, and then in the pink is the Eastern, which they do every season. Interestingly enough, they spend probably a third of the trip in a boat in the middle of the ocean. So there's a real sense that they probably played more shuffleboard than actual baseball in this whole tour. And interestingly enough, at the end of the tour, they are invited special guests to the White House as well. So, and this again is 1889. The role in Harriet is one that's been debated by scholars and identified really from the beginning of the trip. And she plays a vital role in this adventure. And I think her main goal is to keep everybody online and also to help keep everybody from collapsing from sheer exhaustion of being away for 6 months. The other fascinating thing is when we see pictures of Harriet, these are very staged events in which it's clear that the words that described Harriet as an inspiration of her tours match the photograph. And so if we look here, you see how Harriet's the center of the photograph. The women of the tour are also kind of coalescing around her, as well as all the other players. And interesting enough, Albert is always off to the side in kind of reverence or in admiration of his mother. And if we look carefully, she's also the tallest person in this picture. So this is a staged, specific picture to announce that Harriet is much more important in this tour than we give her credit. A lot is talked about her role and what she does on the tour, and it varies a lot. Sometimes it's very significant, and other times she's invisible. And one place she's really invisible is Australia. And I would suggest that part of that invisibility is that the Australians have a sovereign, and her name is Elizabeth, and they really don't know what to do with a woman named Harriet from Rockford. The other interesting point here is that it seems that this is a retirement trip from active participation in leadership in the firm and in the store for Harriet. And after this trip, the descriptions of her change. She's more a grandmother and mother, and not seen or talked about as being in the store anymore. And interesting enough, she misses the last game of the tour, which ironically was in Indianapolis. I guess maybe she's tired of Indianapolis and those 12 letters. And she returns to Chicago a day early with 21 steamer trunks of certain players. And she's met not by newspaper or media people in Chicago, but the Rockford Daily Gazette notices it, and she's just met by Harriet, by Mary and William Thayer Brown picking her up. The two significant events where Harriet's role is well documented. The first one occurs at the Royal Luau in Hawaii, which is the first big event that they have. And it's a fascinating story, and it's well documented in numerous newspaper articles. And there are two themes come out of this. Are one by Ned Williamson, who's their team shortstop, who writes a column for the Cincinnati Enquirer. And he attempts a comedy routine on this, describing as players sitting on the mats and splitting their pants. And the king of Hawaii actually is a semi-savage because he doesn't use silverware. But most importantly, he kind of makes fun of the whole thing and says that they eat dog meat, which is a real disaster PR-wise for everyone else in the tour. And so the rest of the media reports on this tour very clearly say, no, poi is not dog meat, and they describe what it is. And then they also make a point that a luau serves cooked food. And so we have this fantastic painting here that really describes what's going on. And so if you look in the foreground, X marks the spot of a cooked fish. The players are toasting with glasses, and other glasses are turned upside down, waiting for the champagne toast in a very civilized manner. A player in the foreground is holding up his fork and enjoying his food. The other thing that's interesting is that the luau girls are all in full Victorian gowns rather than traditional Hawaiian outfits. You've got the band playing on the side, and most importantly, we have Harriet sitting at the head table next to the king, which is very different. Ned describes her as sitting next to her and actually sitting on Harriet's foot, which doesn't happen. And then we want to leave you with this kind of real critical picture. We've seen that this picture is almost everywhere you see the tour. There's a very large edition of this picture at the Hall of Fame. I think it's like 6 feet by 4 feet. And it's usually described as Chicago baseball team and the All-Americans at the Pyramid or at the Sphinx. And I want you to look at this in this light as Harriet is the center of this picture. And so we have Harriet Spalding as Queen of the Nile, and Harriet Spalding a very long way from South Winnebago Street in Rockford. There she is right there in the center, wearing kind of a Queen Victoria black outfit. Now, part of the issue we get to is that she's the matriarch of baseball in many ways here. John K. Tenner, who will later go on to become president of the National League, and is very well documented in the SABR bio, but the author left out one vital important aspect here, and that is his niece will end up marrying Harriet's grandson. So indeed, Harriet becomes the matriarch. And then to conclude, I'd like to say three things. on the personal level, we see that Harriet's ability to overcome just death and sadness and the fear of losing everything really comes from a very positive attitude. And as she says, when sorrow and care seem heavy, I've cultivated cheerfulness. And then at a corporate level, we see something even more fascinating, and that is the events that the Spalding Company does during Harriet's life actually get repeated again today by Major League Baseball. So Play Ball of 1904 is to sponsor youth sports and encourage more youth baseball in cities. And that's a trophy that's given out. On the caring and commitment to youth in America, the William Thayer Brown Boys Club of Orange, New Jersey is created. And this is almost 50 years before Major League Baseball becomes an official sponsor of boys and girls clubs in America. And finally, for all of those who like teams on the north side of town, in 1886, there's our champion White Stockings wearing their white stockings. And of course, it only takes them 130 years later, but there they are as Major League champions. And our final legacy of Harriet is a familiar one, but it's actually extremely important. Harriet dies in 1917. She leaves no will, and she, in essence, is, before pre-suffrage, isn't really a legal citizen. Well, that will stop with Mary. And we have this wonderful picture of Mary in her suffragette dress, posing after the 19th Amendment is passed. And so the woman behind Mary is her daughter, Elizabeth, and she's holding the 19th Amendment in her hand as proof of the significant event. And with that, I want to thank you for your time and be more than happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Keith. I really appreciate that presentation. One of the questions that's asked, which is probably not really a super deep one for you, is in the one of the slides from Egypt. Is that a donkey in the picture? And what is that donkey doing there, if you know?
Yes, that is indeed a donkey, and unfortunately he's not cooperating. But Cap Anson took his wife and his youngest son, and so his youngest son is actually sitting on the donkey. But they rode donkeys and camels from the hotel in Cairo out to the pyramids at Giza Plateau, and it's a rather funny story about how these guys from the Midwest who'd never hopped on a camel before have the ride of their life. So, yeah.
I'm looking for some more questions so far. Mostly what we're getting is just kudos for a great presentation and for how you're digging into this history and bringing this role of women forward slowly. We do have another question. So Keith, what inspired you to write about the Spalding women and their roles in the rise of the family name?
Two reasons. One, Harriet is my great-great-grandmother. The second thing is, the more I've been reading about issues, a lot of guys get it wrong. And so it really kind of bothers me that this is all kind of getting it wrong. And so it's important to know that this one woman really had a very important role in baseball that's been forgotten. But I want to present her as really a role model for everyone else involved in baseball, that there's room in the ballpark for women to actually run things. So it's, that's the two big issues there.
Have the subsequent generations of women in the family carried her legacy forward at all?
In very different ways, but yes, I think my sister is a doctor, and she really looks at Harriet as an inspiration to her. And my other sister is the pretty high-powered finance person in San Francisco, and she again looks at Harriet as a role model. And so all along, the idea of a strong, powerful woman is part of our family legacy, and so it's who we are in that sense.
Somebody else asked what kind of memorabilia you have as an heir of the Spalding legacy.
Not a lot, very little. One of the sad things is that because Albert is a Hall of Famer, he's been monetized, and so his stuff gets stolen out of museums and libraries, even though I'm not supposed to say that, and then gets put on the baseball black market and gets sold for big money. So got a couple pictures here and there and a couple books. That's about it.
Okay. Well, I think that's our last question because we need to move on for our next paper. I want to thank you very much, Keith, for this.
You're welcome.
Just really wonderful presentation. As somebody working at Rockford University, I love hearing about how the legacy of the education that Rockford Female Seminary provided back in the day was used by women to go on and do great things in their lives. And so we really appreciate you bringing this story.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to have a quick little change in our program. Our next presenter is supposed to be Bridget Mulcahy, who's apparently having some technical difficulties getting online. Just to double check, Bridget, are you here yet? I think not. I hear nothing. So I am going to, the last presenter in our group of three, Lauren Stewart, has kindly agreed to go ahead and go next early, and hopefully that'll give Bridget some time to get online, and we'll be able to give you all three of our papers today. So I'd like to introduce Lauren Stewart, who goes by the name and writes under the name of Tavi Kodiak. And so that's the name that you would have seen in the program. She writes under that pen name, Tavi, and writes for the website Dodger Yard. She grew up loving baseball and softball, but was bullied out of them as a kid. It took about 15 years for her to come back to the fact that she loves sports, and Tavi never ever wants anyone to feel like they don't belong because of language. And so she undertook a little exercise she's going to explain to us, and I think it's really exciting. You can find her on Twitter at SZN_baseball. She's based out of LA, California. Hopefully hasn't burned up or, gotten sick or anything with all the trouble out there. And I'm going to turn it over to Tavi. And SABR Central will get her picture up on the screen.
Hi, can you guys see me?
Ah, there we go. Good.
Hi.
Yes.
Okay. As Catherine said, my name is Lauren Stewart. I write for baseball for Medium and a couple other blogs under the pseudonym of Tavi. I do social media consulting for Major League Baseball Umpires Association. And from 1991 to 1992, I was the shortstop and right fielder for the Goodlettsville Sweeties League team called the Pink Pandas. We'll bring them up a little bit later. Today, I'd like to talk a little bit about gender, language, and baseball, but specifically Major League Baseball. So in 1908, Jack Norwith and Albert von Tisler wrote a Tin Pan Alley song about Katie Casey, a fictional baseball mad woman who spent all of her time at the ballpark. And I think it's likely that most of you know who Katie Casey is, but I can guarantee that you know the words that she's famous for saying. Take me out to the ball game. The most famous song in baseball, sung during countless major league and minor league seventh inning stretches, is written from the perspective of a woman. But how many of you, before you learned the verses, even thought about who was singing the song? And how many of you assumed that the voice was probably male? In modern baseball, women are major league executives, coaches, trainers, nutritionists, social media personnel, hawkers, vendors, event staff. Women are everywhere in Major League Baseball. Not as much on the field. Currently, there are no openly female players or umpires under contract for a Major League Baseball organization at the major league level. We can go into a myriad of reasons as to why that is, starting with overt sexism and the perceived hypermasculinity of a clubhouse, to schools and colleges that have kind of failed to live up to the promise of Title IX, all the way down to league disparities at a local municipal level, things like leagues called Sweeties and teams called Pink Pandas. As many of you know, there are a number of organizations out there changing this, the IWBC being one of them. The panel this morning was fantastic. I was so excited, I wanted to punch the sun. It was wonderful. They're doing fantastic work. It's not easy. It takes time, it takes money, it takes effort, advocacy. All of these things are happening and change is coming. But I think there's one change, one incredibly simple change that could make an enormous impact on the gendered mindset of Major League Baseball. In fact, it's so simple, I kind of already did it. I rewrote the official rules of baseball. Not exactly. What I did was I took the 2020 edition of the official baseball rules and I replaced any instance of gender with a term that didn't use gender. Like I said, simple, but it wasn't exactly easy. I didn't want to replace he and his with they and theirs, not because they isn't a valid single pronoun, it is. Rather, I wanted to be as precise with my language as possible. In a game where a player goes from a batter to a batter runner to a runner in a span of seconds, and where different rules apply to each of those states of being, precision of language is vital. When I was in the thinking process of this project, I wanted to compare Major League Baseball rules to an international standard. So I thought, what's one organization that kind of covers the world? I thought, okay, the Olympic Committee, the International Olympic Committee. Most countries are on board with that as being a sports authority. So I looked to the World Baseball Softball Confederation, which is what the IOC recognizes as the authority on the subjects of baseball and softball. On their website, they have a list of official rules and documents, and when you click on baseball rules, you get a PDF of the current Major League Baseball official rules in their gendered form. And this is despite having a ranking system on their homepage for women's baseball. So while other national leagues like the KBO, the NBP, the ABL, and others around the world have their own sets of rules, the baseball cultural influence of American Major League Baseball has to be taken into consideration. So it took about a week working on it off and on after work, probably around 25 hours in total. This includes formatting. When the new 2020 rules came out, it took about 2 hours to update and make the comparison between the 2019 and 2020 rules. But Major League Baseball has had over a century to do it, so comparatively, that's a pretty good turnaround time, I think. I did make a few other changes other than just pronouns. I looked up the most common family names for the different ethnic backgrounds of current Major League players that would still fit into the ABCD lineup. And I used those to populate examples instead of only using the incredibly white sounding last names currently used. Of course, I want to state that a person's family name is not always a direct reflection of their ethnicity, but this replacement just opens up that lens of representation even wider. I also replaced instances of male given names with more diverse family names, and somehow the rules still made sense. Nothing really changed. So I have a rather small Twitter following, so the response wasn't exactly overwhelming when I flung these out into the world, but I did get a few questions and comments that I'd like to talk about now. By far, the most annoying one that I got, aside from the usual ignorance about women are physically inferior, was that women in the game will change the game completely. Aside from the fact that women already play professional baseball, umpire professional baseball, coach professional baseball, and deserve to do so at the major league level, well, as far as changing the game, so did electric lights. So did batting helmets, exercise and nutrition programs, cleat technology, you know, the yearly fluctuations in baseball manufacturing. So did 100 other things, and yet the game still moves on. There's also this man named, you know, Jackie Robinson, who broke the MLB color barrier in 1947, and Emmett Ashford, who broke the umpire color barrier in 1966. And while American baseball absolutely still struggles with racial diversity, I don't think anyone can make any kind of acceptable argument that the addition of Black and other players of color have not improved the game. It has. You know, the reason why Jackie Robinson was able to join the Dodgers and become successful right away wasn't because he sprung up fully formed onto a playing field like a baseball Athena. He had years of training and play in the Negro Leagues, as did, you know, Willie Mays and Satchel Paige and many of the other men that made a heavy impact on Major League Baseball in the early years of integration. So this leads up to the most complicated question that I was asked, and I actually wrestled with it a little bit myself. Why don't women just form a separate league like the WNBA? And the answer I kept coming back to was a question of my own. Why should we have to? The idea of separate but equal has never worked in any situation in American history. I don't want to draw a straight line between racism and sexism, because that's not fair to the struggles of either movement, especially for minority women for whom those struggles are intertwined. But there are some aspects that are frustratingly similar. With zero disrespect to the excellent work that the NBA has done this year, especially in terms of Breonna Taylor and the social justice movements that I have done, you cannot call the WNBA situation equal to the NBA, and not because of talent, but because of pay. Salaries are not close to equal, and yet they have the same time commitment. And this year, they even have the same living and playing arrangements. They're all in the bubble. Look at the US women's national soccer team, the most successful international soccer organization in the world, male or female, still fighting for equal pay. Why should we have to carve out our own seats when room can be made for us in the dugout? Now, I'm not going to argue the abilities of women in baseball as compared to men. That's a different conversation. Has to take into a whole account of factors, lack of resources, scouting attention, and, you know, just plain old sexism. And I think this morning's panel more than proves that women can do it. What I'm going to argue is this. There's no reason why Major League Baseball rules should only include one gender. And here's the kicker. Major League Baseball kind of already knows it. On page 154 of the 2020 official rules, on the very last page before the appendices, MLB inserted this paragraph. Quote, any reference in these official baseball rules to he, him, or his shall be deemed as a reference to she, her, or hers, as the case may be when the person is female. End quote. It was voted into place in 2006, a begrudging concession to the idea that women could possibly play or umpire or coach or manage professional baseball, despite the fact that by that point, a number of women had already worked or were still working as umpires in minor league systems. There have been several updates to the rules in years since, both on and off the field, but Major League Baseball seems to think that this note is sufficient to cover the situation, and I don't think that's true. And that brings me to the last question. How can gender neutral language in the official rules possibly make a difference? What's the point? In 2019, there was a paper released by Marguerite Tavi and Ifrano Perez. They studied the effect of gender neutral language and the effect it can have on the way people think about social situations. They ran 3 different surveys in Sweden, tracing the effectiveness of gender neutral pronouns and the effects of mass judgment regarding gender equality and LGBTQ communities. They posited that, quote, masculine pronouns privilege the cognitive salience of males at the expense of non-males. This bias will shape speakers' social and political views into a male-centered direction. Thus, when pondering the civic affairs, speakers using masculine pronouns will be more likely to deem it a male realm, viewing the other groups as atypical, end quote. The survey found evidence that supports the claim that gender-neutral pronouns significantly reduce the mental prominence of males relative to non-males. The results also suggest that language is meaningfully associated with forming opinions and attitudes towards gender roles and gender categories. In other words, if everything you hear in reference to color involves the concept of purple, when it comes time to paint your house, you're probably going to have a hard time thinking of any other color other than purple, even though there's an entire palette for you to choose from. The Swedish experiment did have one advantage over the English vernacular, which is the usage of hen, a gender-neutral pronoun formally adopted in Sweden in 2015, 4 years before this study was published. While English terms like ze or here are proposed alternatives, the most commonly used term is the singular they, which can occasionally be confusing when certain kinds of precision are needed, which is why I avoided using it in this context. So what do these gender neutral rules actually look like? Surprisingly similar. And if you'll give me a moment, I will upload a PowerPoint. Okay. So I'm calling this the new unofficial comprehensive edition because of some of the changes I made. We'll get into it. So the old rules by the numbers, 333 uses of the word he, 228 of his, 328 of his, 34 uses of him, 20 of the words baseman, which is usually first baseman, second baseman, that sort of reference. 5 usages of the word boy, which is in reference usually to bat boy. Only twice is it accompanied by bat girl. So it'll say bat boy or bat girl, but only twice. And 3 instances of the word man, as in man out, man on first. And I believe the other reference was pivot man. So that's, you know, that's a lot. That's a whole lot. So this is the objectives of the game. You know, 101, baseball is a game, which I think a lot of people do sometimes forget. But this is from the version that I wrote. And if you can kind of look and scan, there's not a whole lot of places where I think gender should be inserted, but there was one change, sorry, apologies. Yeah, so when the batter runner becomes a runner and touches all bases legally, the batter shall score run for the batter's team. What that originally looked like was this. When the batter runner becomes a runner and touch all bases legally, he shall score one run for his team. You don't really have to have a gender in there. It doesn't particularly matter. So moving on. So this is the uniforms. So earlier this morning, there was discussion about like, you know, locker rooms and how to change and things like that. So you'd think maybe uniforms might be problematic, but these are from the new rules. And as you can see, gender doesn't particularly matter when it comes to what the players should wear, how they should wear it, and what they can and can't put on their uniforms. But Major League Baseball seems to think that you have to identify that it is his teammates as opposed to all other teammates and things like that. There's also, you know, you can't attach it to his uniform. Doesn't have to be there, just the uniform. Works great. So this here is the original Abel, Baker, Charles, Daniel, Edward, Frank, George, Hooker, Irwin. You know, not to say that those are all explicitly white last names, but they are more traditionally white sounding. So why not update it to Abel, Brown, Choi, Diaz, Edward, Flores, Gagnon, Hernandez, and Ito. As you can see, it still works. It's still viable. You can still understand what the examples are. It just opens up representation a little bit more. So this is a page from the 2020 rules in their original form. Let's look at umpires for just a second. This is an on-field role that has been filled by women within the minor league system as part of the Major League Baseball organization. There have been multiple lawsuits against Major League Baseball by female umpires. Bernice Guerra's first and only game came after 2 years in the court system. And Pam Postema's career ended with a sexual discrimination lawsuit, the contents of which would make anyone outraged. So especially the fact that on this one page, specifically talking about umpires in 2020, a gendered pronoun appears 5 times for a job that women are already doing at the minor league level. You know, and this gendered technology is, it's unnecessary. You don't need it. Give me just a second. So gender terminology, it's unnecessary. By clinging to masculine language in its official rules, Major League Baseball is setting a conscious bias against any person who doesn't fit a traditional masculine role, and that doesn't just affect women. As of yesterday, according to baseballreference.com, 19,870 players have made it to the major league since 1871. Yet, as of yet, not one of those players, almost 20,000 men, have come out as gay during their time as a player. But we know that gay men have played in the majors, Glenn Burke being the most prominent example. He was also a Dodger who invented the high five, but that's a different story. I really like Glenn Burke. There's also outfielder Billy Beane, the only living former MLB player who has since come out as gay. There's been a few minor league players, most of whom came out after they left baseball. 2 major league umpires, Dave Pallone and Dale Scott, also came out as gay after their baseball careers were over. So according to Gallup, in 2019, 3.9% of men in the US population identify as gay, bi, trans, or queer. So the likelihood that every single male-presenting player, coach, umpire currently in the majors identifies as heterosexual or even as completely male is extremely low. And if that is true, then Major League Baseball has a different problem. Baseball has already proven that a term change is possible. Just last year, and unfortunately just last year, they renamed the disabled list to the injured list because, well, that's more accurate to the athlete's situation, and it's no longer dismissive to persons with disabilities. So what might a gender-inclusive Major League Baseball organization look like? Probably a little bit like the Sonoma Stompers, a team in the Pacific Association of Baseball Clubs, a small indie league in Northern California. If you've ever read the book, The Only Rule Is It Has to Work by Ben Lindbergh and Sam Miller, then you're familiar with the team's 2015 season. And that's the same season where player Sean Conroy made history as the first professional ball player to come out as gay while still playing in the pro league. But of course, this was an indie league, not Major League Baseball. The next year, the Stompers added outfielder pitcher Kelsey Whitmore and infielder Stacey Pagano, followed a month later by catcher Anna Kimbrell. And Whitmore and Kimbrell were the first all-female battery in pro baseball. And admittedly, their in-game stats were not great, but they showed up, they played, and they got paid for it, that's the first step. That season more than doubled the attendance record of the previous year. And oh yeah, by the way, that year, the Stompers won the Pacific League Championship with 3 women and a gay man on the roster. Good baseball comes from good baseball players, full stop. And if baseball keeps insisting that it's America's pastime, then shouldn't the highest level American baseball actually reflect America? Not leave out half the population and those don't fit into a certain mold? I think so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tavi, for your presentation. And I'm watching the chat for questions. Mostly what we're getting is, this is great. Somebody
I will. I'll post a link to the article and the rules in the chat. So if you guys want to take a look at it, I do want to mention that I'm not a lawyer or even a baseball scholar. So it's very likely I may have made a slip up or something like that. I'm not professional, but I wanted to see what it looked like, and so I did it.
One question we've asked is, can you offer an explanation of why you decided to have a pseudonym?
Yeah, so when I was asked to start writing for the Dodger blog, I was working with the Umpires Association, and I thought, it might not be great to have a name that is supposed to be linked to the Umpires Association with a single team, even though I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I don't know, I kind of wanted to do a side project. And then I realized that was kind of dumb. It doesn't matter. I can just write under my own name. But then I noticed an interesting thing. Anytime I would get into a discussion about baseball and gender would come up, I would be almost always called he or his or buddy or guy or, that sort of thing. So I kind of decided to stick with it. And I'm going to go a full year and collect kind of instances of, even though I don't hide that I am a woman, I think it's pretty obvious. I think the other day I said I have a mom crush on Brewstar Gratterall. So, it's not like I'm trying to hide my gender at all, but just a week ago or something like that, an employee in the Dodgers organization called me sir. I'm kind of looking at what it means to present as like kind of completely neutral, just in the obvious ways and how people gender that. So yes, it is a quagmire that I've created for myself when it comes to an event like this. But I've been on podcasts dressed very similar to this and posted it to my page. I think most people by now have kind of figured out that I am probably female, but I'm just kind of looking at that and seeing why people, how people treat me when I'm not obviously presenting as female in an online space in a baseball context.
Okay. Another question about whether or not you had any help from MLB, or whether you told anybody there about what you're doing, or any reception from them or overtures from them asking you to expand on your work?
No. Because I was working for the Umpires Association, I'm still associated with them now. I very much did not want to, I wanted it to come from an outside source, if that makes sense. I'm going to start pushing now. I kind of wanted to see what the baseball world thought of it coming from an outside source. I don't have enough of a Twitter following, I think, to make that big of a splash. But I kind of wanted to see, what a grassroots kind of campaign would look like. I will say that I've definitely had some really fantastic conversations with working umpires about the direction that they want to go. I won't get too into it right now, but it's very positive. It's very exciting. And I think it bodes well for the future and for what we can see on a major league playing field in the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay, two last questions. One is, can you remind people of your Twitter handle so they can find you on Twitter? And what other kinds of plans do you have for your rewritten rules?
So my Twitter handle is SZN_baseball. You can find me usually under Tavi, Tavi too. And I post a lot about the Dodgers. I'm a Dodgers fan. If you can't tell, I've got my Clayton Kershaw bobble up there. As far as plans for the rules, we're still trying to figure out what the social media team at the Umpires Association looks like. So once that settles down, I'm absolutely going to be presenting it. The Umpires Association doesn't set the rules, it enforces them. So it's a weird situation there. Sorry, I'm apparently blowing up a little because people are following me on Twitter. I kind of wanted to go to events like this and present the idea that, hey, it doesn't have to be the same. It doesn't have to be this way. It just doesn't. So going to events like this, I'm looking for podcasts to do. I did a really great Hoops Talk podcast, which is fantastic. If you're into basketball, follow them. They're fantastic. I have gotten so much more into the WNBA than I ever thought I would. I'm not a huge basketball fan, but man, I'm a WNBA fan all the way. Yeah, just talking to people, pointing out how kind of frustrating and I hate to say dumb, but it is a little bit dumb that the rules are this way especially when there have been lawsuits. Like, that's the mind-blowing thing. Like, of course they put that addendum in 2006. They know it's a problem. They know it is. They've kind of acknowledged it, but instead of, like, you know, taking a week and some lawyers and fixing the problem, they just put in an addendum. And an interesting thing happened actually in, I think it was 2014, the Dixie Youth Baseball League put in that exact same phrase. They absolutely have influence on lower levels of baseball and youth baseball and things like that. 2014, the exact same phrase went in. Now, if you look at the current rules, they're still, for Dixie Youth, they're still gendered. There's still some instances of gender, but they put in specifically, when they mention catcher's equipment, they mentioned that, you know, male and female players have to have the equivalent proper protection equipment, which is encouraging and way more than Major League Baseball has done. So.
Well, that's great. We've had a lot of really positive comments, so you should look through the chat, but clearly this is an audience that acknowledges the value of your work and recognizes that this whole gendered language thing is something very important that can address lots of issues in sports and not just in baseball, clearly. So I thank you very much for your presentation and your creative thinking on how to approach this. I'm not sure most of us would have thought, hey, I'll just rewrite the rules. So
oh yeah, no, it's a very hubristic thing that I have done.
Well, I give you kudos for it. I think we need to be a bit more outgoing in that way as women, and whether it's in sports or anything else. So I appreciate that very much, and I think the audience has as well. So thank you very much. Okay, before we go to our next paper, those of you that have just joined us, or our next presentation, I should say, might be a little confused. We did have to switch the sequence, and I greatly apologize for that. Hopefully, people who tuned in to see Tavi do her presentation, maybe will watch it on the video if they missed it, because now we're going to turn to a great day for baseball by Bridget Mulcahy. And Bridget has joined us now. And Bridget is a graduate of the University of California at Davis in 2017. She's worked in baseball at various levels for 4 years, from Division I, NCAA to Collegiate Summer League in the Cape Cod, New England area, to MLB teams and their affiliates. She has experience in baseball operations, community outreach, media, marketing, and promotions. In 2018, she began scouting during the Arizona Fall League, helping to evaluate prospects and write interviews and stories as a freelance journalist for her blog, Cheap Little Swing. Can I also make a reminder for people to turn off their microphones if they're not the ones presenting, so we can all hear what's going on. Thank you very much. Okay, so Bridget also was an on-field promotion member for the Rockies and Diamondbacks during spring training in Scottsdale, Arizona for the last couple of years. Commissioner Rob Manfred and the MLB Diversity and Inclusion Department invited her as one of 60 women nationwide to take their inaugural, or to participate in the inaugural Take the Field Conference for Women in Professional Baseball at the winter meetings in Las Vegas in 2018. And there she learned from top executives and general managers about scouting and player development. Most recently, she covered the Sacramento River Cats in 2018-2019 AAA championship season and has continued writing and covering baseball history and current events. Highlights include Billy Martin, A Baseball Life, profile of Smokey Joe Wood, a feature on Cape Cod League Baseball, along with promoting baseball brands, clothing, equipment, companies, and more. Some of her different roles include MC host, on-field promotions, social media account manager, scouting assistant, sideline recruiting, designing marketing materials, programs, and advertisements. While working for the San Francisco Giants, she served as Junior Giants ambassador. She organized major events on game day, such as the Buster Posey Glove Drive, Education Day, and the Giants Race Marathon. So clearly, Bridget is a very busy person, and we're thrilled to have her here today. And I'll make one more plug for people to purchase raffle tickets, and we'll go from there. Turn it over to you. Go ahead, Bridget.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm going to start sharing my screen now. Thank you all so much for joining. I hope you enjoy learning a little bit about Lorraine Day. I'll be talking about today, who was very influential as a woman in the baseball sphere, and her husband, Leo DeRocher, manager of the New York Giants. And I'll also be talking about some subjects that happened while DeRocher and Day were in New York together. One being their star center fielder, Willie Mays, who Leo was very fond of. But there are some interesting stories that took place in a lot of those seasons that they were there that kind of touch on racial issues and some other really important conversations that we're still having today in baseball. So I thought it was kind of a nice combination and intertwining of women in baseball, but also talking about African Americans as well, and their role in the game as well. Okay, are you seeing my screen?
No. Yes, now we are.
Okay. Perfect, and you can see me just fine as well?
We see your name.
Okay, that's all you need. Okay, so I'll start then. Leo DeRocher and Lorraine Day were the original odd couple. She was a straight-laced Mormon who didn't drink or smoke, and DeRocher was one of baseball's colorful characters. He was rough around the edges, profane, and confrontational. He earned the nickname Leo the Lip for his bench jockeying during his playing days and the verbal abuse that he gave umpires as a manager. But they do say that opposites attract, so perhaps that explains the chemistry that brought the two very different personalities together, which resulted in a benefit to all of baseball. Leo DeRocher was a second baseman and shortstop in MLB from 1925 to 1945. He played for the New York Yankees, Cincinnati Reds, Brooklyn Dodgers, and most famously the St. Louis Cardinals, where he was part of the legendary Gas House Gang, comprised of players known for their sloppy play and appearance and dirty tactics on the field. He won a World Series with them in 1934. He was then traded to the Brooklyn Dodgers in 1939, where he became a player manager, and it was as a manager that he truly excelled. It was also during this time with the Dodgers that he made his famous cynical observation that nice guys finish last, which I also have the book, by the way. It's a very good book. I recommend it for any of you. although he claimed later he had phrased it differently at the time. He continued to manage the team until 1948, when he was offered to Horace Stoneham, owner of the Dodgers' National League arch rivals, the New York Giants. Lorraine Day was born in Roosevelt, Utah, into a large, wealthy family, and she was raised in the Mormon faith. She made her way to Hollywood while in her teens to try her hand at acting. She became known as a B-movie actress, although she did appear in Alfred Hitchcock's espionage thriller Foreign Correspondent. However, she was best known for her role as Nurse Mary Lamont in the Dr. Kildare movie series in the 1940s. Leo DeRocher and Lorraine Day met in 1946 during an encounter at an airport, actually, during a layover. The two could not have been more different. DeRocher had a tough guy persona, and he consorted with gangsters, gamblers, and celebrities. Day was devoutly religious, and she didn't drink or gamble, which are two of DeRocher's favorite pastimes. But they struck up a friendship, and they began to see each other regularly at various parties and public events. But there was one problem. Lorraine was married. Her husband was a failed musician and heavy drinker named Ray Hendricks. At first, he accompanied Day and DeRocher on several of their outings, but he grew suspicious of DeRocher's interest in his wife. He confronted Leo about it, and Leo denied that they were having an affair. Lorraine didn't want these innuendos to get out to the press. She and Hendricks had adopted 2 children, and she had her reputation to think of as an actress who was known for her wholesome image and her nice girl roles. Hendricks became angry and filed for divorce, naming DeRocher as a co-respondent, which meant he accused him of having an affair with his wife and in turn accused his wife of infidelity. The divorce was a complicated process. It came with a hearing before a judge that was going to take a year stateside. So in 1947, the couple flew to Mexico to get a quickie divorce, and then they crossed the border into Texas to El Paso, where they got married officially. However, their marriage was found to be illegal, causing much embarrassment for both of them. And when the press found this out, the couple soon found themselves as a hot topic for the gossip tabloids and on the cover of a lot of magazines. They were finally legally married in 1948, and Day wasted no time throwing herself into her new role as a baseball wife. She familiarized herself with the game to such an extent that she could easily converse with players about their lives both on and off the field. Day wanted to help her husband's team reclaim some of the spotlight stolen from them by a certain baseball team that played in the Bronx, the New York Yankees. During the late 40s and early 50s, the Yankees were the undisputed kings of the sports world, boasting a pantheon of stars such as Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, Whitey Ford, and Yogi Berra. Day, along with other Giants fans, felt their team was always playing second fiddle to the glorious and glamorous Yankees. So Day came up with an innovative idea. She thought she would showcase the Giants team and its players by increasing their popularity and begin a TV show. She used her professional knowledge and skill as an actress in front of the camera to do this, hosting her groundbreaking TV program called Day with the Giants, which was a 15-minute feature that aired on TV before every Giants home game. It consisted of player interviews and interviews with players' wives and also visiting players as well. At the time, no team, not even the star-studded, had their own pregame show. Televised baseball was in its infancy in the early 1950s, and broadcasts consisted of the game on the field, and even then, they would only televise special events like the All-Star Game or World Series games. Day thoroughly enjoyed her role as on-the-field TV host. She was the first to show the networks and MLB itself what the future of the game could be by reaching out to existing fans, gaining new ones, increasing team popularity and visibility, and creating additional revenue through advertising and sponsors. I think this is one of the ways that I'm really inspired by her as someone who works in media and have done a lot of similar things in baseball in front of the camera and otherwise. just because at the time, as I just mentioned, there was really no other, show or anything like what she was doing. So she was really a pioneer in that way. And she really, like I said, opened up the baseball world to a lot of revenue and a lot more money, showing that, the MLB was available for sponsorships and really marketing baseball in that way when it wasn't before. Here's a great photo of them as well. They were on the cover of a lot of magazines, had a lot of articles written about them, and she, of course, would conduct a lot of interviews separate from Leo about baseball as well. So she was always in the spotlight. She was just a great ambassador for the game and always a lady in every respect. She was generous and gracious to all that she encountered through her work. She went out of her way to make not only the players themselves feel special, but also the sports writers who covered the team. She would often give many lavish luncheons for sports writers and the players' families, hosting them and their wives and their children throughout the season. Day was actually so respected and admired by sports writers that she became the first woman to appear at the annual show given by the Baseball Writers Association, New York chapter in 1951, which presented an award for the time and effort she put into promoting the game of baseball. Day and DeRocher became a celebrity couple, making TV and radio appearances, and were featured on the cover of popular magazines of the era. Once scorned as immoral and reckless, they were now embraced by the public, who were impressed by their genuine affection for each other and the game of baseball. However, controversy found them again. An ugly incident raised the curtain on lingering racial problems below the surface of American society in the happy, carefree 1950s. In April 1955, Day and DeRocher were featured here on the cover of Sports Illustrated, which at the time was a fledgling sports publication. This was actually one of their first covers. I believe it was their second one. The New York Giants had just won the 1954 World Series, and the magazine wanted to feature the team for their spring training issue. This photo was taken in Phoenix, Arizona at Giants spring training. The pair were standing on either side of Giants star center fielder Willie Mays, and each of them had a hand on Willie's shoulders. When the magazine hit the newsstands, it ignited a blaze of controversy. Angry readers sent hate mail to the magazine and threatened to cancel their subscription and boycott the magazine, claiming it was an affront to decency to show a white woman, Lorraine, touching a black man. Ironically, Willie Mays was Lorraine's favorite Giants player. By all accounts, she adored him and always sang his praises every chance she got. They both thought so highly of Willie Mays that Leo DeRocher used to ask Willie to babysit for their young son while they were on the road. And Leo was extremely fond of Willie, as was Lorraine, like I said, and they had a great relationship. So the magazine received a lot of backlash over this photo. There were a set of photos that were taken of Leo and Lorraine, but this was the only one shown where she was actually touching his shoulder, and they used this one for the cover. But it really ignited a lot of conversation within baseball about race, and they received a lot of support as well. Although they received a lot of backlash and letters, as I said, I think it showed a shift in the way that people thought about African Americans in baseball, and Willie Mays did receive a lot of support. Years later, in his biography, he talked about this, and he didn't really recollect much about the controversy. He just said he thought it was a really cool photo for the cover, and he was happy to be a part of it, and that he was very fond of both Leo and Lorraine. Here's a photo of them, one of her many days that she spent at the field. She would often be seated in a box near the dugout, and here she's holding a photo of her husband, Leo, embracing the players after the Bobby Thompson home run. So that was a big celebration and moment. So she was a part of a lot of those. Lorraine Day and Leo divorced in 1960, but they remained friends. After their divorce, Day lost all interest in baseball, sadly. She is quoted to said, "When our relationship was over, so was my relationship with baseball. She continued to work as an actress both in film and TV until the 1980s. She died in 2007. Leo DeRocher continued to manage various teams in baseball until 1973 when he retired. He was posthumously elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame as a manager in 1994 by the Veterans Committee. In a final loving gesture to her ex-husband and to baseball, Lorraine accepted the award on his behalf in Cooperstown and spoke at the ceremony. And that is my presentation. All right, that's it. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, we've had one question that I think you might have answered, which is whether or not the story is true that Leo romanced Lorraine in the time it took them to fly somewhere. But I think you kind of addressed that with your baseball or with your airport story.
Yes, yeah. I know, it's such a funny way, a way in which they met, you know, as I mentioned, they were such opposites, and then they had that kind of just happenstance meeting, you know, at an airport. But it is one of those stories that you would like see in a movie or something like that, but they really just hit it off, you know, right from the start, and they kept in touch, and they obviously had that, you know, kind of weird scenario where she was obviously still married, and you know, they had to deal with all of that, and then the marriage actually still not being legal, and they had to, you know, make other arrangements and go to Texas. So it was kind of a very rocky start to their relationship, and a lot of the gossip tabloids and magazines ran with that, of course, as they still do today when you look at newsstands and such and how they talk about celebrity relationships. But then once she became part of the Giants team, they really all of baseball really embraced this couple.
Can you tell us what sparked your interest in Lorraine Day?
So I've always really been interested in that era of baseball specifically. I'm a San Francisco Giants fan, being from here in Northern California, so I'm interested in the New York Giants as well and the franchise. So it was just something that really caught my attention. And she's very inspiring to me as someone who worked in, you know, baseball media. I myself have done a lot of on-camera work and sideline reporting, interviewing players and coaches for the River Cats for the last few seasons, and just other things that I've done. So it really inspired me in my own career as well. But I think that just the time period, I've always been interested in. My grandfather is from New York. He grew up going to Yankee Stadium. He was a Yankees fan, so he was going to those games, and he really worshiped all of those great players. But he taught me a lot about the golden era of baseball. And yeah, it's my really favorite period to study and learn about. And my favorite player of all time, I would say, is Mickey Mantle as well. So that kind of gives you a little insight about me, who I am, and like what my kind of favorite era and time of baseball is.
Okay, we have a question here asking if you think that Leo DeRocher's managerial record really merits his inclusion in the Hall of Fame.
I think so, definitely. And I know that he was voted in by the Veterans Committee after he passed. And like I said, Lorraine, which I think was just a really great gesture. And it shows that he still meant a lot to her, that she went to Cooperstown and accepted that as well, as along did their son, Chris, did as well. And he spoke, I believe, at the ceremony too. But yeah, I mean, he, along with Billy Martin, who I've also written about, they're both very small men, but they have a lot of fire in them and a lot of, you know, just kind of unconventional ways that they would manage. And, you know, he was called Leo the Lip for a reason. So he had his, you know, issues with, I would say, probably baseball writers, not just umpires, but maybe even people had issues with him within the game, as they did with Billy Martin. And Billy, you know, has not, you know, received enough votes ever to get into the Hall of Fame still. So, you know, I think their off the field and on the field accomplishments should be separated always. That's just what I personally believe, especially in the case of Billy Martin. But I definitely think that Leo DeRocher, just for his managerial record and accomplishments alone, deserves to be there.
Okay, great. We've had a couple questions also about Lorraine's TV program that she did. How long did it last? Was it only focused on Leo's team? Did you write about it? And people are also wondering if there are archives of that show available online anywhere.
Yeah, so I'll touch a little bit on everything you just said there. So her program was called, as I said, Day with the Giants, and it was a 15-minute program that she would run before each Giants home game. And she not only would invite usually one Giants player, so from the home team, but she also had visiting players. And there was a funny story. She was so intense of a Giants fan of her husband's team that she would often in the media and papers, you know, kind of trash talk the Brooklyn Dodgers or whoever the team that they were playing, and especially the Brooklyn Dodgers, they were rivals. But apparently she would get so intense and sometimes say things that were so nice that one of the players or a couple of the players that she invited on from the Dodgers refused to come on her program because they were so offended or insulted by something she had said in the media, you know, the days leading up to it. So there was definitely, you know, a really intense rivalry there, and she played with that a lot. But yeah, she would interview visiting players. Sometimes she would do stories on players' wives and their own families. She was really involved in the wives' baseball circle. She would throw birthday parties for every child of a player, and she would host luncheons with the other wives as well. So she was just very, very involved. I found a lot of things on YouTube if people are interested of her radio program with Leo that she did. It was called Double Play, and that was a radio segment on a local station there that they did together, and they would interview sports personalities and especially those in baseball. So there's a great one with Joe DiMaggio that they did together, and they talk about a lot of really interesting baseball topics. And then they also interviewed Ford Frick, Sal Magli, and a lot of great other, like I said, baseball people in the game and Giants, former Giants players too. So that's available. They have the full archives of all those episodes on YouTube. Unfortunately, there haven't been a lot of video recovered of her actual TV show. I showed a few photos today of her interviewing players, and there are some of her on the field. But unfortunately, there's not a ton of actual video. I have found a few clips of her put into different World Series films. So if you look up the 1951 World Series, she is in that World Series film, kind of in a preview. They're talking about all the guests who are there of the day, Ford Frick and the National League and American League presidents, and then they show Lorraine and kind of introduce her. And she's sitting there next to the dugout getting ready for the game. But yeah, it's super cool to see her involved in all of these different capacities, whether that be TV or radio. And then, like I said, she also did a lot of magazine articles as well. So they were on a lot of covers, and she did a lot of interviews too.
Do you have any photos that you've seen of her wearing Giants gear? Because she's
no, I have not.
Impeccably dressed.
She was always, I feel like she was always, I mean, sometimes me, myself, I would try and wear like orange when I would do like my on-camera stuff, or, you know, wear a color that was related to something going on that day. But she was mainly always dressed very feminine and dressed, you know, like I would say a typical like reporter of the day. So she always had her high heels on, her nails were painted red usually. I read, and she liked to wear red lipstick as well. So being an actress, she was very used to looking a certain way and looking very glamorous. So I feel like she took that also into the baseball world as well, which I think was also a new thing for baseball as well, not only having a woman there to do this TV show and broadcast before every game, but someone who, you know, looked so glamorous and was really like a figure for the team for people to look at and recognize too.
Okay, great. I wonder if part of the issue with with not having any records of her TV shows has to do with the fact that so much from that era in television, they just recorded over things. They didn't really save things the way they do now. So I wonder if that's a factor.
Yes, probably. And I've watched from this process of just doing more research on her, I've watched a lot of her movies. So either they're sometimes on Netflix, DVD, or there's clips on YouTube, and you can find so many old movies nowadays in a lot of different ways. But as I mentioned, she was in that Dr. Kildare series, and she did some movies with Cary Grant, Shirley Temple. She was in a lot of great ones. So if people are interested, I definitely recommend, if you enjoy movies from that era, to check those out.
Okay, great. And one last thing, your blog is called Cheap Little Swing, right?
Yeah, I can tell people where to find me if they're interested. So it's cheaplittleswing.wordpress.com. I use WordPress. I've been on there for about 3 years now. So my blog is just about that old. And I have a lot of baseball history articles, as you mentioned at the beginning. I have one more recently up about Billy Martin. I gave tribute to his baseball life and career, and it's my case for him to enter the Hall of Fame if people are interested in reading about that. And then I also went on Smokey Joe Wood and have other current player interviews up and about current baseball topics as well.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. I
You're
want
so welcome.
thank you for your presentation. A lot of positive comments in the chat, and somebody has posted your blog address in there. Thank you, Perry, for that.
Oh, great.
And so I want to remind everybody that we're about to enter a 15-minute break period, and that this whole program is being recorded, and it will be available on the SABR website soon. And take a break, everybody. Grab some popcorn or peanuts or something from the yellow food group, and join us in about 15 minutes when we will start up again. There'll be some reminders about the raffle in between, and hope that you can all join us again later this afternoon and this evening for the rest of the program. For now, signing off from Rockford. Thank you all very much.
I was just gonna say hi to Emily. Is Emily there? I don't see her. There she is.
I am here. Yep.
How are you?
Just hiding. I'm good. How are you doing?
We're doing good. I thought I saw your name pop up, so I just thought I'd say hi.
Yep.
I just wanted to show off our raffle prizes first.
Yep. Yeah.
Hi, Emily.
Hey, Kat. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you doing?
Good. Good.
Good. It's good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Another fascinating day so far.
Yeah, it's been great.
Amazing.
I've been learning all kinds of things I didn't know.
Yeah.
Wow, that's saying something coming from you.
Well, I got to go check out the radio program that she did. I didn't know she did a radio program with Leo DeRocher. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I didn't know that either.
That was a new. I was like, wow.
How you holding up, Kathy?
You're muted, Kathy. She's good. She's like, I'm good.
I just got a picture. I just have water right now.
Oh, no more coffee.
Well, there is no more coffee in my building.
Bummer.
I know. Oh, well, it's all good. It's all good. The students have been so cool. I just love, they're like, I didn't know this. I didn't know this. It was really cool.
That's
this
great.
is really opening their eyes, and I really appreciate this opportunity that they have to just experience this.
Yeah, well, they are doing a great job too, and we sure appreciate it.
Well, see, it takes a village, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Are you talking about the students working with you, or you have students watching? Or both?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, both. It's been good. It's really good. And Libby is going to be here for the 4:00 showing. Just so you know, the gal that did the video. So, yeah.
Yeah, because I thought, Kat, if she was there, you could make acknowledgement in your intro that she's here. The young lady who made the video is there.
Right. Okay. And Kathy, can you give me her name, please? Libby, but I don't know what her last name is.
Malinchik, Malenchik.
Malinchik.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
Start video.
When they tell you to, I think.
And the students aren't really costing us anything yet. I paid I think I spent $30 and I got them snacky stuff. So nobody wants to eat anything. So I haven't ordered any food.
Okay. Well, whatever they need.
I may just go buy a beer.
Now we're talking.
Well, we do have our social hour tonight, so you know.
I don't know how I could run out and come back. That's the issue I have. I don't know. I got to see.
Only 1 hour?
Well, it's just called a social hour. It doesn't necessarily mean.
Don't let that limit you.
Oh no, it won't.
Kathy, as long as you leave your computer running, you can leave and come back.
Well, but I need to make you a host in case there's just in case.
It's recording, so there's still.
Right?
What have you turned on yet? It will in a minute.
I can't co-host. I don't want to leave. And
No, you need to stay as the host.
Right. Right.
Because we don't want to take the risk of screwing something up.
I know. Right?
And suddenly we all get kicked out. Yeah, that would not be good.
Yeah.
Not a good thing.
Yeah, so you'll just have to Grubhub me some Heineken.
I love it.
Or DoorDash.
DoorDash. Does DoorDash actually bring alcoholic beverages, or do they just
don't
do
know.
food?
They do.
Saying yes. Okay. Oh, okay.
So
Depends on the
there you
laws
go.
of the place that
Honestly,
you're
someone's
in,
tried
so.
it before.
At least a few.
I have not. But I do know that Michigan allows the delivery of alcohol, so you can if the restaurant sells and is willing to deliver, DoorDash will deliver it as well.
As long as a 21-year-old is driving.
I also want to let you guys know, at least in California, there's a great delivery service called Drizzly.
Oh yeah, Drizzly is great.
If your state does it.
Nice.
And Saucy. The's also Saucy. So Drizzly and Saucy.
No, I haven't heard of that one.
Never heard of either one of
They'll
those.
get you the booze. Don't worry.
Drizzly? and
when
saucy.
you live in the Bible Belt, that doesn't happen.
We're lucky in West Virginia to be allowed to buy a beer in a restaurant on a Sunday.
Well, yeah, we're not until in the afternoon.
Yeah, 1
It has
o'clock.
to.
Liquor laws in the Bible Belt are insane.
I remember I went to college in Georgia, and the year Halloween fell on a Sunday, we were like, and we had to drive to South Carolina to get booze for Halloween.
Well, I know where Kat is in West Virginia. They are bordered by 2 dry states or dry counties. So like they have really weird liquor laws in Cabell County where she's at anyway, and then like if you go into the bordering Ohio County or the bordering Kentucky County, they are dry counties.
I never go there.
Don't blame you.
And if I have to drive through them, I do it really fast.
Well, when I first moved here, North Canton was a dry community. It's not any long, and they had all kinds of issues trying. And then some of the grocery stores still have, because our 2 religious colleges, one of them's right across the street from groceries, and so there were big issues about them being able to sell because there were college students across at a Christian school across the street, and that couldn't happen.
The terror.
Yeah.
So, always interesting.
I lived briefly in Utah for work, and I think it's all of the liquor stores are state run, which was weird, and the hours were always strange. But luckily it was for an opera company, and the opera company had kind of a standing relationship with the bar that was like, we're closed, but you don't have to leave. So that was nice.
Hi, Karen.
Hi, how are you?
I just realized you were, I'm good.
I'm sitting here going, hello, hello.
Oh, like she's there.
I used to go, went to school in West Virginia University.
Okay.
Oh, good for you. I'm a professor at Marshall.
Oh, okay.
And
it's a nice school though. It was kind of fun.
Yeah, I'll bet.
And then I went to Duquesne in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And then I started teaching at Kaplan in Iowa.
Oh, right, yeah.
So that was interesting.
Yeah, I'll bet. That's quite the change.
Yes. And I'm now in North Carolina. So
well, you do get around.
I'm just going everywhere.
It's the life of academia, I think.
Oh, I know. And then everybody says that it's not fun. It is fun.
Yeah.
I have a blast. I don't know.
Yep. Well, until this year, anyway, I would have said it's the best possible job on the planet. But right now, I'm like,
I don't know, because I've done nothing but teach online for the last 7 years. And I found it tough because the students can't see you.
Oh, it's online
so
education.
They can mouth off and everything until you meet with them. And all of a sudden it's, oh, I'm sorry, how are you?
All right, well, Leslie, should I go ahead and get us kicked off for the next
Yeah, it looks
session
like
here?
we're almost up to 60 people back. So I
Okay.
would say yes. So we can
All
all
right.
mute ourselves and we'll leave it up to Emily.
All righty, cool. Well, hi everyone. My name is Emily Hawks. I am located in currently very smoky Seattle, Washington. I'm looking out my window right now and it pretty much looks like I'm joining you from Mars, but I'm really happy to have the distraction of this terrific event today. So, and I'm looking forward to our next round of presentations. Yeah, and just as a reminder, if you could just mute your microphones and turn off your cameras to help us maintain bandwidth for our presenters, that would be great. And as you have questions during the presentations, please do share them in the chat pod, and I will be monitoring those and can share those back with our presenters at the end of their presentations. Also want to point out that you can buy raffle tickets on the SABR website until tomorrow morning, and there are a lot of really great prizes. Hopefully you saw a few of those in the slideshow earlier. Some of the prizes include an autographed team baseball from the Reno Aces and an autographed photo of Cameron Hayward of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So do go check those out and be sure to enter the raffle by tomorrow morning. All right, so first up, our first presenter of this session is Karen Holleran. Karen is a Waynesburg, Pennsylvania native. She is a graduate of Waynesburg College with a Bachelor of Liberal Arts in English and a Master of Arts in English at Duquesne University. She also has a Certificate of History from West Virginia University, and growing up in Waynesburg with parents who loved reading and history made a positive impact on her to share her love of teaching in the East Coast and Midwest. Her work has been published in encyclopedias, dictionaries, and various academic books. Currently, Karen is a retired educator who resides in Leland, North Carolina. She concentrates her research on women in sports, baseball, American literature, and Westerns and the West. She's presented papers with her colleague, Dr. Tamara Fudge, on the Orphan Train, the Riflemen, the Harvey Girls, and the Horsepack Librarians. And today, she's going to be presenting on the Dolly Varden First African American Women's Baseball Team. So Karen, I will go ahead and pass it over to you. You are muted, so you need to unmute yourself.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. One of the things that I found out when I first started this was the other day on television on What Will You Do? There was a situation where a girl didn't want dancing lessons. She wanted to play baseball. And her father kept telling her, no, it's too dangerous and you'll get hurt. And she couldn't figure out what the problem was because she likes baseball. And the dad kept saying, no, I'm not going to let you play baseball because you'll get hurt. So that was the best way of segueing into my paper, because the treatment of women in the 19th century was that they were weak and their obligation is only supposed to be to the home, their children, and their families. And so the result was women were completely kept out of the limelight and social distancing, as we know about that. Initially, when I first began my research, I found the Dolly Vardens to be really interesting. The thing is, the origin of the Dolly Vardens was that it was a trout. It was a brightly colored trout. And the thing was, it was also it dealt with the brightly colored colors, okay, of pink and white. And the problem was, it was also a name of a coquette in Charles Dickens, Barnaby Rudge. And so now this presentation is going to be on a fourth one that I'm going to deal with. I'm reading the articles and sources of all of these scholars. What I'm finding is that the emergence of Dolly Varden was a blueprint for all the women who wanted to be baseball players or participate in them. Or you can call it a pig print, it's either way. But the thing is, in 1866, Vassar College was the first school to allow women in baseball teams. And the thing is, their baseball team was called the Resolute. Now, according to John Lang, who was an entrepreneur in baseball, which is kind of weird, but he was also a barber. I haven't figured that one out yet, but the female counterpart of the white men's team was called the Dolly Vardens. Now, in 1867, a female group named the Dolly Vardens, which is kind of interesting, was the first female baseball team to play on any league with any player, and they would get paid. And that's the part that really is different, all right? And because they were playing 2 years before the men who were in the Cincinnati Red Stockings. So all of a sudden women have excelled and nobody knows it. Now, women's baseball was also considered to be theatrical and entertaining because you're going to have the women were not focused on baseball. They wore high shoes, long sleeves, and corsets. And the thing is, it's hard to run and play baseball when you have all that on there. And they found out that the equipment and between the dress and everything, 8 to 10 pounds, and they were all red and white. So they also wore red caps. Never quite understood that, but it happens. And it wasn't until Amelia Bloomer, who created the Turkish pants, big pants, that allow women to actually run freely around the bases. Problem was, the audience still said, "No, I'm sorry, but this is a delicate constitution, so women are not to be using these kinds of ideas to basically run and play baseball." Remember the dad at the beginning, he said it was too delicate and too dangerous for women to use baseball. Well, it's still going on. And so the Bloomer girls traveled across country. All right, and what happened was baseball was too strenuous. And they also said that there was an advocate for the Bloomer costume. Okay, but there were times when there was a rig permitting women to get nature exercise with the lower limbs. And because that way they were able to be worthy, healthy, and prosper. Don't understand, but Gemma Konecka was the one to recognize that the first women's baseball team was to be entertaining. This is evident in the fact that women baseball teams were considered to be novelty acts. And basically, when we think about novelty acts, we think of the Harlem Globetrotters. You know, that kind of novelty act. All right, and I think the audience needed to be satisfied with what the women were presenting. So the more fun they are, the better. As long as you can put fans in the stands. Okay, and the earliest known women's baseball entertainment was the Blondes and the Brunettes. Who were also, and that was 1875. And now some of the players also played with the men's team. An example was the female pitcher, Lizzie Arlington. Now, Lizzie Arlington played also with her brother, who was Harold, and he was the catcher. So they basically said that there was a sibling battery because there were two people on the players with their own names. And when Lizzie was asked to play in for an injured player, what she did was she actually went in and played. And the thing is, she became the first woman to be paid playing with a men's team. So it's all of a sudden becoming interesting that women who are very successful don't really get any kind of recognition, really. And the third idea was that the New York State Legislature attempted to ban baseball for women. And the thing is, the bill was defeated. So then, in the end, the women were doing their job. Now, one of the biggest problems confronting women playing baseball was the idea that the sport was too violent. Okay, when female players were barnstorming, okay, with male teams, they had playing ball from the 1890s to the 1920s. Frances Richter stated that women have no place in baseball, except as a participant and a viewer, to sit in the fields, because women could not play baseball and effectively handle the duties of a woman, a wife, and mother. Okay, in New Orleans, in 1879, what you're finding is large crowds of people went to the fairgrounds to watch these women play. And there was a man called Howard Freeman. Okay, and the thing is, these women, as he tried to round up audiences, the women said they're not going to play unless you give them $10 a piece. And I'm thinking, how little is that? But what happened was in 1880, Harry Freeman organized the first baseball club, female baseball club, and the players were chastised and labeled tramps. And they had horrible, horrible ideas, and they felt that they were not going to be able to play because they had exotic outfits on, and they had stockings and red caps. And people believed that Freeman was soliciting young girls, so they ran him out of town. Okay, so when you have these female teams, according to Dr. Heafy, the Female Baseball Club of Philadelphia played the all-male Knee-Highs, and the women beat the men 8-7, yay. Unfortunately, though, the reporters were more fixated on how they looked and how they dressed, as opposed to how much their prowess with athletics. And the thing is, though, they had a problem with this because the women felt indeed, the blueprint for the women was not there right now because everybody was concentrating on what they looked like. And they were just judges on their how they looked as opposed to their artistic ability. Now for women, they are not getting a lot of public information. They're referred to as Miss or their last name. Now, when you think about it, who are these people? If you say the last name like Arlington, you don't know anything about that person. And today, what you're going to see is if you're an athlete, the reporter's going to tell everything from the time that you were born to now, and you will know everything about that person. And the thing is, that was not done then. So despite the rise in sports, there were 3 women who really ignored the rules and excelled in the game. And they were the ones who dealt with the blueprint for the Dolly Vardens. And these were Toni Stone, who was the first woman to play professional baseball in the Negro League, which is kind of neat. And you hear about her all the time, and I see a lot of books about her. And then you're going to see Connie Morgan. Now, Connie Morgan was the 3rd woman to play second base in the Negro League. And then you have Mamie Peanut Johnson. And the thing about Mamie Peanut Johnson was she was the first female pitcher. And the thing is, in the Negro League, but she was short. So she was 5'3". And as she was on the mound, she looked like a peanut. And that's where she got the nickname. And I thought that was kind of neat. But then you're going to have another one, is Jackie Miller. Now, according to Kathy Pickler's Baseball Unsung Heroines, Miller was a 17-year-old who was called in to play baseball for the exhibition game, all right, in Chattanooga, Tennessee, when they were playing against the Yankees. So it was a lookouts against the Yankees. And the thing is, what made it interesting was Miller, because of the way she was able to play baseball, she literally struck them out. So you have Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig, and we don't see them as being struck out by a 17-year-old. Well, the thing is, Joe Engel decided to have women play because he wanted to have some entertainment. And he felt that women were going to be entertaining. He was considered the Barnum of baseball. Now, with Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig, Babe Ruth got mad because they won. The women won. It was 14-4. And he went up to some of the players and the owner, and he said, "How dare you? I don't understand what's going to happen. With women playing baseball, it's not going to be good. Women are not supposed to be there because they're delicate." And would it play them really to play baseball? Would it kill them to just sit it out? Well, the thing is, a lot of people got together and said, I'm sorry, but it was just too strenuous for women. So they had to leave. And women's baseball had a reputation of a novelty act for audiences, and they wore ridiculous outfits, parading around the field. And these women had intended to be serious athletes. And they wanted to be responsible and respected for their athletic ability. Well, the thing is, they began labeling the players part of the lipstick league. I mean, I'm sorry, but how insulting is this? Well, men did not feel that women were equipped to understand baseball. And according to Holleran, they felt that women were better in the stands because they were more civil. They were civil. They were looking for civility. And if women were not in the stands and men were in there, and if women were playing, there would not be any civility. So the thing is, African-American women were barred from playing baseball. Okay, and so that was something that caused them to create their own clubs. And in 1923, the Kansas City Monarchs created their own Ladies' Day. And the thing is, they sold tickets for half price. Okay, I thought that was kind of interesting, because if you can't do it another way. Now, Gene Ardell, in breaking into baseball, okay, they found that when they advertised the Chicago Cubs to play, what happened was, for Ladies' Day, 30,000 women came and signed up to get tickets. So they thought, wow, this is really bad because we don't have 30,000 tickets. So I decided to go from that to find out more passion and more firsts. And so I looked at Elizabeth Murphy. She was considered the queen of baseball and was the first woman to play professionally for both the American League and the Negro League. Edith Houghton was the first female scout for the major leagues in baseball, and Eiley Borden was the first woman to win a professional game. And then there's Effa Manley, who I guess Penny Marshall was supposed to make a movie about her. But I'm not sure, I haven't heard anything since she had passed away. The thing is, Effa Manley wanted to convince everyone to let the African Americans, the Negro League, be involved into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Well, in 2006, Manley was inducted into the Hall of Fame. Now, according to Robert Peterson, in Although the Ball Was White, Black men were barred from organized leagues. Women were also barred from the All-American Girls Professional League, and they did not welcome African-American players at all. And the league was recognized in the movie A League of Their Own, which is what everybody has seen, and it's been on television for like 6 times every day in some channels. So despite their passion for baseball, players were basically largely forgotten. And that's one of the things that I thought was kind of sad, because all the stuff that they have dealt with the blueprint and everything, and all these wonderful people, they found out that now they're not truly forgotten anymore. They're now being addressed. And there's a book that's it was due September 8th. It's out there now, I'm sorry. It was called The Dolly Vardens. One is inspired by the first African-American women's professional baseball by Sabrina Britton. And the other one was, that I thought was interesting, was Diamonds in the Rough. And that one was written it was a history of baseball by Joel Boss. And one thing that I thought I would leave with you with, they were so passionate about this sport. They wanted everyone to realize, I would rather play ball than eat. So that's my talk.
All right, well, thank you, Karen. And just a reminder for folks, if you do have questions for Karen, please put them in the chat. So one question that came through, Karen, is how did you originally get interested in this topic?
I've been writing for baseball a lot. I've done Ladies' Day and Take Me Out to the Ball Game. And so I just started dealing with firsts in all kinds of things. And I thought this was a first because you don't hear about it. And I found a thing, doing an internet search, a guy by Kodiak who said that Dolly Varden was not something that was real. It was something that was convinced, it was set up by the internet because there were no pictures and you couldn't see anything. And I decided to look and do my own research on it. And I found that one of the pictures that they had was Dolly Varden's in Philadelphia. And then unfortunately, it was not Dolly Varden. It was from the YWCA. And so they didn't even have a picture. So I was kind of interested in finding out a little bit more about it.
I guess I was curious. I know you mentioned with some of the really early teams, you said that they were getting paid, maybe even before some of the men's teams. Do you know how the pay compared, at least like with some of those earliest teams, compared to maybe some of the men's teams of those days?
Well, I think the problem was, I know one of them, they looked and saw whether you were, like with the one team who wanted to play and they wouldn't play with New Orleans, because they wanted $10. The players all wanted just $10 a piece. And I think one of the things you have to realize is we don't really know how much they were going to get paid. It would depend on how well the team was, who was in charge of them. And when you have someone like Joe Engel, who is considered the Barnum of baseball, he would try and get as much as he could. But I'm not really sure. I don't know. I will look into that, though, because that's something that I want to really understand.
A couple of requests. Could you repeat the names of the books that you mentioned a little bit ago?
One of them was, I thought it was interesting. I was going to get it. And the thing is, it just came out on the 8th. And I said, well, that's pretty much took care of that one because it's already out. It's the Meet the Dolly Vardens. And it's inspired by the first African-American women's professional team. And it was by Sabrina Brinson, Brinson. And it's due to come out like the 8th. And the other one was The Diamonds in the Rough. And that was by Joel Voss. V as in Victor, O-S-S. And it's a history of baseball. The thing is, though, what I'm finding is, as much as I look at all this stuff, you don't always hear anything about the Dolly Vardens. So you kind of have to work your way around it. When I went to you with this, and I said, I don't know if everything's in there because you don't know. But you know that I like the fact that they were so passionate and they went above and beyond the call.
Right. Yeah, you're definitely, so a lot of the comments in the chat are just, just appreciation for, giving them a fair portrayal, because oftentimes they're usually kind of portrayed with like mockery or contempt, so they haven't really gotten the fair treatment that they deserve.
Well, when they're talking and they're saying they're tramps.
Exactly.
And they're not really, they're threatened with their outfits. I'm sorry, but they actually went from high pad corsets and all of that, and they went to Amelia Bloomers to get around all that. So I thought they really needed to be recognized in how much of it they really was going to take around and be called part of the Lipstick League. I was getting kind of mad about that one, but I also thought it was interesting because today that dad was saying, you can't play baseball because it's dangerous. And all of a sudden you find out, no, it's not, because she was trying to explain to her dad, no, Dad, I want to play. It's not that dangerous. And I thought, he wanted her to dance. I don't know if you've ever met any dancers, but my friends who teach dancing and are dancers, they're hurting. You know, they have a lot of problems sometimes.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I just thought it was kind of interesting that that was the first thing that they brought up. And so it made it easy for me to bring into this.
So there's another question around, was the novelty component equivalent in both the men's and the women's barnstorming teams?
No, it was not. And the reason is having a woman's novelty act puts the men on a different level. And they could say, well, we're going to let them play. They want to play, but you know what? They're not as serious as I am. So when you read the novelty, they're not as much. You don't hear that much about the men's novelty acts. You know, I thought it was interesting that when I was looking at all this stuff, they said it was like the Harlem Globetrotters. And I thought, again, that's the way they look at this. So yeah, I think it's really hard to find a men's who's a serious.
So, you know, it sounds like there was definitely a lot of you know, exploitation and kind of negative portrayal of them. Did you come across any examples, whether it's, you know, through business or through the media, where you know, they weren't portrayed with such derision and people did give them in the time a fair?
No, because I found that with Harry Freeman, who wanted to introduce the Novelty Act, the Nashville paper said, no, they're dangerous. So I think when I read some of this stuff, you don't hear about the men being dangerous. You hear the women portrayed as dangerous, and I think by calling them part of the lipstick league, you know, so you don't really get a lot of idea from the men. The men just want to play baseball, and I thought it was interesting that Babe Ruth was really ticked off because he lost to a girl.
Right. Yeah. So Mark in the chat was commenting about how he's seen, you know, movies in the 40s and 50s and how often women are just portrayed as, you know, getting overwhelmed with anxiety and collapsing from the vapors, and you know, just kind of the way that women are often portrayed. It's pretty ridiculous.
The fact that they have to stand. They think that they need to be dealing with their families.
Right.
Churches and their homes, and not anything else as silly as baseball. You know, and I think the fact that they have Dolly Varden dressed as a comical thing.
Right.
You know, she's a comic.
Right.
As far as I'm concerned.
Right.
And even when they changed to the bloomers, they're also comical.
Right. Well, I just want to say thank you for, you know, bringing light to this topic. I think the more that, you know, people learn about these things, the better off we'll be, and hopefully we do get, you know, more fair portrayals of you know, teams like this, and just, you know, women in general in terms of their participation in baseball. So thank you so much, Karen, and really enjoyed your talk today.
Well, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, so we are going to switch gears here. So do we have, oh, there you are, Dr. Brown, welcome. Looks like you're muted, Dr. Brown. I'll just give a quick intro here, and then I will pass it over to you. So next up, we have Dr. Milbert O. Brown, Jr. He has captured the historical and cultural tapestry of Black communities and people using his gifts as an editor, photojournalist, and writer. He has combined his talents in producing independent creative projects as the principal consultant of Brown Media Consulting. He also serves as the international editor of the Oracle magazine for the Omega Psi Phi fraternity. Dr. Brown often lectures and teaches communication theory and multimedia reporting courses at universities in the greater Washington, D.C. area. Earlier in his distinguished career, Dr. Brown worked as a photojournalist and picture editor at the Boston Globe and the Chicago Tribune. At the Tribune, Brown shared journalism's highest honor, the Pulitzer Prize in Journalism for explanatory reporting, as a contributing staff member in 2001. One of Dr. Brown's significant projects included documenting past Negro Leagues players' lives through narrative interviews, paintings, and photographs. The Indiana native graduated from Morgan State University with a doctorate in higher education leadership. He also earned the Master of Arts degree from Ohio University School of Visual Communication, as well as a BS in journalism from Ball State University. And today, Dr. Brown is going to be presenting on Mamie Johnson's experiences of playing professional baseball in the Negro Leagues as a Black woman. So Dr. Brown, welcome, and I'll go ahead and pass it over to you.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. You know, what I've learned really in doing Negro League research, specifically about Mamie Peanut Johnson, never underestimate anybody. It's very important. Mamie Peanut Johnson was the first woman to pitch in the Negro Leagues, or major league. It was a major league at the time. Certainly Jackie Robinson had left in 1946 after he played for the Kansas City Monarchs. But Mamie Peanut Johnson was the second woman out of the three women to join the Indianapolis Clowns. The other two was Tony Stone, who joined in 1951, and then Mamie Peanut Johnson joined in 1953. Now, Connie Morgan joined in 1954. Funny thing, they were coached by a Hall of Famer, Oscar Charleston. They were a Hall of Famer that would become a Hall of Famer. They were managed by, all three were managed by Oscar Charleston in 1953. So I have a presentation, and I think it's probably, I think it's more advantageous for the learners and people to know, have more knowledge about Mamie Peanut Johnson, is to present her words, present, so I have some recordings, a lot of recordings I've made, and I had to get some things from NPR, but this is basically a 7-minute presentation that presents Mamie Peanut Johnson's voice. And after that, then I'll be glad to entertain questions. It's 7 minutes long, and I hope it's not a pixel movie, but it's the best that we can do in terms of getting things together. So I'm gonna just, are you gonna start it, or, because I don't have a...
Yeah, we're gonna start it for you.
Okay, yeah. Okay, if you can start it when everybody's ready, I'm ready, certainly. So whenever you're ready.
I had been in baseball ever since I was 7, 8 years old, down south. Well, I liked it, and I started playing with the fellas down South Carolina, and then when I moved to New Jersey, I started playing with the fellas, and I kept on playing with them, and I liked it. Until I got to be about, say, 13, 14. It was baseball for me. I used to dream about playing professional baseball. And then I used to think, hey, I know I can't do this because they won't even let the white boys play with the black boys, you know. And the black boys not even playing, so I know I'm not going to make it there. So, you know, that I kept playing and playing. I says, one day, I'm going to play baseball. There were a few girls close by my age. Let me see, Mary Alice Qualls and Bismay Qualls and them. But they didn't like baseball, and I did. So by us having the large field, we had enough room for baseball field. And no, you're not a big one, you know, but we had enough room, and all the little fellows would gather, you know, with my uncle and everything. And just when they played, I played, and I got mad if I didn't play. And I tell my grandma, and my grandma made them let me play. So, hey, that's all I did. There was nothing else to do. We didn't have basketball. We didn't have football. We didn't have tennis. We didn't have that. All we knew was baseball. And this is what we did, because we made our own baseballs with a rock, some twine, and some masculine tape. Seeing a black person, to me, outdo all these other fellas. Because to me, he was better than them. You know, he was good. And he proved that. You know? And I said, oh man, he can play. You know? So that gave me the idea within myself, you can do this too. And it was all in my mind, and I was going to be the first girl to play Major League Baseball. Mr. Satchel Paige, he was a sweet gentleman. He was kind enough to help me to perfect the curveball. I knew how to throw it, but the technique that he gave me helped me so much in my baseball career. So then I was able to strike a whole lot of fellas out there, and I appreciated that. And I'm glad that they, just let me stand there, because I got to meet and be with some of the best baseball players that ever picked up a bat. So I'm very proud about that. They didn't let us try out. They just looked at us like we were crazy, as if to say, what do you want? And in fact, I'm so proud and I'm so glad that they didn't let me try out, because I wouldn't be here doing what I'm doing now. I would be just another lady ball player somewhere. But now I'm proud to say I'm the only and the first lady Major League pitcher. Mr. Tyson used to come every day to practice, and every game that we played anywhere, he was there. And I used to wonder, I said, hey, Mr. Tyson, how you doing? He was a mortician, other than baseball, and decided to clear blue sky one day. He asked me, he said, you want to play pro baseball? I said, yeah. He said, okay, I want you to go to the Dunbar Hotel tomorrow in your uniform and ask for Mr. Bunny Downs. And that was it. And I went, and went in my uniform, and we went to the Baraka playground up there. And I swear I had my tryout. And I made the team. And I threw some pitches, and then I did some infield, and I left the next day. All I knew that I was playing professionally. I wasn't saying a lot anymore. And then I began to learn about the Negro Leagues. Well, the three women, Tony, myself, and Connie, we mostly stayed in people's homes. But the gentlemen, they stayed in the hotels or the rooming houses. And most of the times we slept on the bus, because we played most of our games at night and we rode all day. So getting into a bed maybe once every 3 weeks was beautiful. Like I said before, dear, you got to prove something to somebody all the time. And it took me about a week in spring training to prove to I'm here to play ball. I ain't here to do nothing else but play ball, and this is what I'm here for. And I'm going to show you I can play just as good as you. And it was no problem, none. Well, I used to knock birds off the fence. Yeah, I used to do that, and quite often. And this is how I learned to do this. And it was fun to me. And anything I enjoyed doing. And I'd knock the birds off the fence. And I learned to throw pretty hard like that because birds would fly.
Well, that was great. So Dr. Brown, are you ready to take some questions now?
Yeah, take questions.
Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and put your questions in the chat pod as you think of them. So I'm curious, when did you first hear about Mamie Johnson, and what was your initial reaction around learning about her and her experiences?
I heard about Mamie Johnson probably in the late 80s, and at the time I was living in the Chicago area, and I got very interested in the Negro Leagues after a person by the name of Leon Day died before he was initiated into the Hall of Fame, about a week. And he was from Baltimore area, and I had just moved. I had lived in Baltimore before. And so I had some interest in the Negro League probably in the mid-90s. I talked to Mamie Peanut Johnson at her home in DC probably in 1998, I believe. I flew to DC and talked to her, and she came to Chicago for something, and I eventually moved to the DC area probably 20 years later. But anyway, I had talked to Mamie probably about 4 or 5 times, either in person or over the phone. And so I had a strong knowledge of the Negro League, and I had strong knowledge of the 3 women that did play in the Negro Leagues as in the post Jackie Robinson era. And being from Indiana, I had an interest in the Indianapolis Clowns. Mamie was just, she was a pioneer. She was much like Tony and Connie. They were pioneers. Certainly the league was down. All the more spectacular ball players had left the Negro League and was now either trying out for the major leagues or they were too old to actually play in the major leagues. The Negro Leagues really was a major league outfit. People say Negro Leagues and then they think it's minor leagues. No, Negro Leagues were probably the better players.
Right.
You don't have the stats that all the white players had, but they were the great players. Satchel Paige is 48 years old pitching in the Negro Leagues. Just imagine how great he was at 28.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Right.
Do you have a favorite story that Mamie shared with you directly?
Well, all of her stories were good, as you heard. How she learned how to pitch, throwing at crows on her grandmother's fence. If you ever, I used to throw rocks at birds as well, but I was never probably as accurate as she was. And that's a funny story. And she was just a very personable person. She'd always start the sentence off with honey. Honey, she always started off like that. And she was like I said, a personal person. She was a Black woman. She was a Black woman that shared and dealt with that collateral damage of racial injustice.
Right.
She dealt with that. Discrimination was at the height. It was Jim Crow era in 1953. Dr. King, Rosa Parks hadn't sat on the back of the bus until 1955. Mm-hmm. Emmett Till wasn't killed until August of 1955. We're certainly getting killed, much like we're getting killed now, Black. So she had to deal with that collateral damage, that racial injustice that we still, as Black people, still have to deal with. That's why Black Lives Matter is so prominent as right now. I can talk about Mamie all day. There's a racial distrust that I guess happens. I think one thing that we didn't realize about Mamie, she was just not an average person. She got into the New York University and enrolled in engineering, but she said she didn't like it and she left. She ended up going back to North Carolina A&T, receiving a nursing degree. North Carolina A&T is a historical Black college and university in Greensboro, North Carolina. One of the more famous alumnus is Reverend Jesse Jackson and Ron McNair, who was the astronaut that was killed. He was an engineering and physicist that was killed on the Challenger. So Carolina A&T is a great school. It's the largest, right now, the largest HBCU. It's over 10,000 people.
There's a question here. Why do you think that the Negro Leagues were willing to admit women to their teams when MLB wasn't?
Well, I think Black people in general are very open because they've been discriminated and denied for so long. It probably just came to the point of Tony tried out and Tony was good enough, and guess what? She was accepted. Mamie tried out, she was good enough, and she was accepted. Connie tried out, she was good enough, and she was accepted. So we can look at a lot of different things in the civil rights era where we'll see a lot of the male, it being more of a male dominant type movement. It was not. History just doesn't record the women like they should. Sadie Alexander, great women, Fannie Lou Hamer and Barbara Jordan that worked in the civil rights movement, and certainly in baseball at the time. Like it was just 3 women, but baseball was down, the attendance was down, and maybe they need some extra little flair to bring people to the stands. All the major league players or the people that baseball was the most important sport at that time in history. It was not football and it was not basketball. It was baseball in the mid 50s.
Right.
So keep that in mind.
Right. So you were talking earlier about how she was really a very multi-talented person and had a lot of different talents and interests. So there were a couple questions around whether you learned anything about her life after baseball, including her nursing career and maybe any types of specializations in nursing that she had.
Well, she worked in nursing for 30 years. She had a son. She lived in the Washington, D.C. area. Generally, when you talk to an icon like this, there's so many things that I would ask her now. Of course, she is passed on. There's always inquisitive things that you can ask anybody after they're gone, but that's why we have history. And this is just a part of her history that now people have knowledge about, and through research and studying history, we can, find out other things about Mamie Peanut Johnson. Certainly, I don't know everything about her, but I know a lot about her, and I know a lot about the leagues, and certainly is one of my great research interests.
Right. Well, it's great how much you were really able to discover just from the video that you put together, and it's just, I really like hearing firsthand accounts that are spoken from the source. So that was really enjoyable. Could you maybe talk a little bit about how you put that together and maybe the process that you went through in both researching and putting together that presentation?
Well, the presentation the beginning of the pictures, I've taken some of the pictures from the beginning, then I had to get other pictures to push it along. But the presentation was done in a program, multimedia program called Final Cut Pro, or this Final Cut Pro is a Mac version, or the Adobe Premiere. And you know, I know how to mix the video and well, wasn't video, active video. It was just still images. But to slice the audio to make it bump together to sound proper. You know, I'm certainly not an engineer, but you know, I have a certain knowledge of how to put it together, and it's just a way of storytelling. It's just a avenue of storytelling. I wish that when I started interviewing Mamie, we didn't have digital. It was just analog, and I was using a tape recorder, and so the sound is not clear. I didn't do a whole lot of videotaping. I don't think I did any on her because it was just not. I'm more of a kind of a writer type, and I was just writing down for basically notes, and you know, I can't, you know, go that fast, so I always use a tape recorder, and I want accuracy. So so that was a beauty of it, of, you know, putting it together. But you know, when you're documenting somebody, it's always good to have video. Nowadays, to have video. Even if you're writing a book, if you're talking to a person, you know, right in front of you. But sometimes people are a little apprehensive to be photographed with a camera, and even a tape. When you turn on the video camera, they don't know it's there. And it doesn't have to be CBS quality. You're just trying to get a voice, and you're trying to get, you know, a picture of her, you know, how she looked or that person looks at that time.
There's another question here. I think maybe somebody who has insider knowledge of your artistic skills. Somebody wants to know if you've done any paintings of Mamie.
I haven't done any paintings of Mamie. I've done a lot of paintings of Negro League events. I'm working on one right now. Maybe I will, but just I hadn't got around to it. It's only so much you can do in you know, 24 hours. So hopefully I'll get to it. And but I guess is it somebody commissioning me to paint?
Yeah, I don't know.
So, yeah, I should do something, but I just hadn't got around to it. And I've been working on this particular project to make sure everything was right. And now I got to move to another project, a Negro League project, in the next few months. And you know, then there's holidays and all other things, and you know, that's life. So
keeping you busy, sounds like. Plenty to do.
I want to watch TV and basketball.
Right. I don't blame you.
A lot of stuff to do here. So, you know, like I said, I'll be glad to talk about anything.
There's a question here. Do you think Mamie's legacy is as well known among young women today as maybe in the past?
No, I don't think it's been disseminated as well as it probably should be. Certainly people are just learning about the Negro Leagues. When I say people, I know about it. I've been to Kansas City 4 times, and I've been to Cooperstown, and you know, I have an interest, but no, I don't think they know enough about Mamie Peanut Johnson and Connie, and you have to really mention all 3 of them. But you know, hopefully, you know, presentations and research like this, people to get to know a little bit more about these women and what they've contributed to society. You know, women contributed great things to society, and I really tape that down and send that to my daughter, because she don't think I do things like this. But,
we'll vouch for you.
Vouch for me, and you know, I like women because I guess I've been married for a long time. Today is my anniversary, and so you know, everybody deserves all the accolades and everything that they can get. We all say things that we shouldn't say, and but we can never underestimate anybody. That's the key. We can never underestimate anybody. That's a woman, that's a man, that's when we get to this point of, we talked about managerial positions, and, let's interview women of color. Let's interview men of color. Let's give them an opportunity. There has to be an opportunity. We talk about Black Lives Matter. It's not just somebody getting killed, shot in the back 7 times. That person hasn't had an opportunity, or people haven't had the opportunity to excel. And that's what Black Lives Matter is really one part of Black Lives Matter. Giving an opportunity.
Absolutely. So, it's awesome that you actually had the opportunity to meet maybe directly. Did you ever have a chance to speak with Tony or Connie?
Well, Tony and Connie had died before I even started talking to Mamie, probably a year before. Tony and Connie died in '97. And I think I first started talking to Mamie. The conversation was in 1998, I believe. So no, I never had the opportunity to talk to Connie nor Tony.
Have you been to, or have you been involved with the other Negro Leagues Museum, which I believe was the Negro Southern League Museum in Alabama?
Yeah, I've been to Birmingham. I went last year. And I went last year. Any Negro League venue, there's one outside of Baltimore. It's a little small place. I've been there. Southern is certainly not as good as Kansas City. But yeah, anything that involves the Negro League, I have basically either been to it or certainly have knowledge about it.
So something I'm always curious to ask historians, if you had a time machine and you could go back and either meet somebody or see a particular game in person, what do you think you would go see, or who would you meet?
I probably, like most people, would, and I've had the remarkable experience of talking to a lot of conversations with Double Duty Radcliffe, who is a Chicago legend, an icon, and should be in the Hall of Fame. And that's my closest tie to the Negro League. And he knew Satchel Paige, he grew up with him. I probably would, and he knew Jackie Robinson. I probably would have liked to have spoken to either Satchel or Jackie and talked to them, and just conversations in terms of what were they feeling, and how was it to break into the major league. And certainly I would know the discrimination level. All I have to do is multiply it times 3 from what I've experienced as an African-American male in the Jim Crow era. I was born in the Jim Crow era. So that's who I would talk to. I would say Jackie or Satchel. And I would want to talk to Amy to ask her some more questions.
Right, I bet you've thought of all sorts of things to ask her now.
Yeah.
So I guess lastly, people are wondering, are you on Twitter? Are there other ways to, I guess, follow you and your research?
Well, I'm on Facebook, and I have Facebook and Twitter. I never go to. I hate Twitter because I hate being on the computer all the time. I go to Facebook more because I'm the old guy. You know how old people do Facebook. I have 2 Instagram accounts. I never get to them. I have a website. You can just, email me, or, editorbrown@gmail.com. You can get to me that way, or www.milbertbrown.com. You can just send me something and I'll respond. And, if you want me to call you, I'll call you. I'll be glad to talk to you if I got time. It's not that I'm running for the Senate or anything. I might want to watch TV or something.
Yeah, we don't blame you. Yeah.
I want to see a game or something, but I have LinkedIn and Double Duty Radcliffe. I think somebody's asking who was he, but he was a great Negro League player that played in Chicago and probably 8 other clubs.
Awesome. Well, thank you again. I really enjoyed that, and I think everyone really enjoyed your presentation as well. So appreciate you taking the time, and we'll go ahead and share out that your contact info in the chat as well. I know folks are asking for that.
It's no problem. I'd be glad to talk to you, and I might learn something from you that I can produce something, a book or something. I don't know. I'm open to anything. As long as it don't cut in my TV time.
That's right. That's right. We will make sure not to do that.
All right. Thank you so very much. And
thank you.
I really love doing it.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Brown. Bye.
I'm going to cut myself off here.
All right. So switching over to our next presenter, Kate. There she is. All right, so Kate Haines is next up. Let me pull up her bio. So Kate is the International Women's Baseball Center Archivist and Information Resources Supervisor at the University of Michigan Libraries. She has completed graduate coursework at both the University of Michigan and Marshall University. Starting as a dedicated volunteer with the IWBC, she now uses her education to provide her specialized skills in regards to both sports history and archives. And today she's going to be talking about community archives and the Black female baseball player. So Kate, I will pass it over to you.
All right. I'm just going to get right into it. All right, and you can hear me okay, Emily?
You're good. Yep.
Thanks. All right. I have to admit that I myself have only been aware of the Black female professional baseball player for a few years. I had heard the names of Toni Stone and Mamie Johnson in passing during the early years of my women's baseball research, but I didn't truly grasp who they were. They were women and they played baseball, so in my young historian's mind, they likely played for the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League. I mean, that's where all the professional women played, right? I likely didn't even consciously know they were Black. Then, in 2015, I attended the All-Star Game experience in Cincinnati and saw something I had never come across before. A 6-foot-tall image of Toni Stone among the historical memorabilia on display. There, right in front of me, a Black woman wearing a Negro Leagues jersey greeted me, and a realization dawned. Of course, like the women I had spent the last few years researching, Black women also played baseball professionally, but they had to do it in a different way than the women I had looked into. This was also the moment I realized Mamie Johnson, who I had learned about the previous year when Monet Davis made it to the Little League World Series, was also a product of this professional league. With that in mind, when I read about the Women in Baseball Conference and its focus on the Black female baseball player this year, I was curious to learn when other people learned about these women, or if they knew about them. Of course, Black women don't have to play professionally to be baseball players, but we do live in a society that focuses largely on professional sports. So I decided to keep that focus. And on August 22nd, I launched a social media survey to learn what other people knew. This survey ran until September 1st and was heavily pushed on my personal Twitter, although it was also posted on my personal Facebook. It was shared and retweeted multiple times and garnered 53 responses by the close of the form. The survey was anonymous, although it collected emails so you couldn't respond more than once, and consisted of 7 questions. 3 of these questions were strictly demographic, 3 were subject-based, and 1 acted as both. The subject-based demographic question was, do you consider yourself a baseball fan? Which approximately 75% of respondents answered yes. The goal was a general snapshot of knowledge, but with 88.7% of respondents identifying as only white and a low respondent turnout, there were clearly some biases present. Specifically, the respondents are not representative of many slices of society. Still, there is some knowledge that can be divulged from the survey. The three main questions after designating whether a respondent identified as a baseball fan were, who do you think of when you think of a baseball player? How long ago did you discover that women played baseball professionally? And did you know that Black women played baseball professionally? Due to the nature of these questions and the expected variety, the first two were allowed a short answer, while the last one was yes or no. As expected, the who do you think of question garnered a plethora of responses, from abstract ideas and organizations to individual players. Some of the more abstract involved the Black Sox scandal and attributes some associate with a baseball player, while specific identities and baseball organizations were given as answers by others. The most common responses were Babe Ruth and Jackie Robinson. Players like Roberto Clemente and Albert Pujols were mentioned a couple of times by respondents. And then there were several players mentioned by individuals. Most answers yielded connections to the professional baseball world or personal connections to the respondents. Only one person referenced a female baseball player, which was her daughter, a current player. 94% of respondents indicated that they knew women played baseball professionally, with only 3 stating they were just learning this information at the time of reading the question. This question also garnered some more pointed commentary by respondents about the state of knowledge surrounding all women's professional sports. These comments mostly talked on the limited awareness due to the lack of coverage of the mainstream media, especially for non-sports fans. With more than half of respondents stating they'd known women played professionally for over 20 years, it is unsurprising over 1/5 referenced a league of their own in their answers. Of course, this was the catalyst of knowledge for most people in regards to women's place in professional baseball history. What will be the catalyst for Black women's baseball history then? Just over half of respondents stated that they knew Black women had played baseball professionally, which I admit was higher than I expected. Though when considering the fan identity, these numbers seemed to reflect my original assumptions. As this survey was retweeted by both SABR and the IWBC, it is possible that there was just a more knowledgeable base of respondents, but it could indicate that more people know about Black women in the game than I anticipated. Still, the women that played professionally should have the same type of recognition as their white and Latinx counterparts from the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League. Without the catalyst of a major motion picture on the horizon, it may be time to look to archives for support or the chance to build the record and promote it. Archives, libraries, and museums are quintessential institutions for building public memory, but they often fall short when it comes to the breadth of history beyond the dominant culture. Women's baseball history is beyond that depth, much less Black women's baseball history. Therefore, an emerging trend in the information world may be a better solution: community archives. Community archives have been a growing movement since the 70s, but have become increasingly complex to define and maintain. The Encyclopedia of Archival Science defines community as any group self-identifying by race, ethnicity, faith, nationality, gender, sexuality, disability, class, occupation, shared interest, or a combination of these intersections, which clearly puts the women's baseball community and the Black women's baseball community in the realm of being able to create and maintain an archive on their subject. Flynn, Stevens, and Shepard furthers this notion by stating a community is any group that presents itself as such, and then defines a community archive as the product of their attempts to document the history of their commonalities. Moore and Pell support community practices of record gathering, like these seen in community archives, because they help form stronger identities in community groups and allow for the emergence of marginalized histories. This is where I believe the emergence of community archives, especially those that focus on Black female baseball players, have the potential of turning the tide of general knowledge in the dominant culture and fostering the growth of specified knowledge within the community. In this approach to historical record development and preservation, the collections are not just about the community, but they are prepared, controlled, and owned by the community and carried out through grassroots activities, much like many women's baseball organizations currently function throughout the world. The type of dedication that passionate community members put into the development of such collections may lead to other community members working to educate others, which could also catch the eye of others. Was it not Penny Marshall seeing the 1987 documentary created by community member Kelly Kendale that gave women's baseball their original foot in the door? Therefore, would it not be possible that a documentary created by another community member from records collected by all of us to get the history of Black women in baseball into a similar position? Maybe it's not just the records that will make their mark, but the places too. Jeanette Bastian, a leading scholar on community archives, has written about how so many cultural things can actually be considered an archive in this paradigm, specifically focusing on the reclamation of identity, culture, and history in the record for the post-colonial world. These alternative archives can even present in commemorations like Carnival, or in place, like a baseball field. Saving these places where they still exist, or even just marking them, can go a long way with educating others in a project. In a project I worked on in 2017, I discovered that very few All-American fields remain, but the ones that do are a living record. This is mostly due to community members making it happen, which happened with Bayer Stadium in Rockford. Are there ways to accomplish similar feats to celebrate the Black women that played the game? The three most recognizable players' names in Black women's baseball all played for the Indianapolis Clowns. But even Busch Stadium, home of the team, could not survive the test of time. Like many other Negro League stadiums, it was demolished in 2012 to be replaced with a modern apartment complex. It is unclear if this land has been marked in any way to record its historical significance, which has happened way too often with both women's baseball history and the history of the Negro Leagues, much less Black women's baseball history. These types of initiatives can be taken up by the implementation of participatory archives, a form of community archives and community-based archives that takes into consideration the user beyond all else. This approach calls for decentralizing curation, focusing on user orientation, and contextualizing records beyond the traditional ways. These archives put a shared responsibility on archivists and users and eliminates the expectation of neutral stances. In a way, participatory archives in this community would be like stating, yes, women played baseball, and we're here to celebrate, by crowdsourcing materials and work hours to get the word out. While this is the approach many social media presences take in promoting girls and women in baseball, this is also how the International Women's Baseball Center builds their collection, by cultivating relationships within the community to build collections and share the word. Of course, the IWBC also shares a similar presence to many other women's baseball organizations about getting the word out as well. This community approach is a way to integrate the marginalized histories into the already established historical record of the colonial or dominant powers. Post-colonial archives place a focus on records that highlight everyone in an area, even if that area is just the subject of baseball. In fact, the use of pre-existing records can even be used in the new context of this type of record building to benefit these groups. The Western Australian Indigenous group, the Noongar people, actually did this in a land reclamation suit against the Australian government in 2006. These types of archives are a bit removed from the broad definition, detaching state institutions from community archives, but are approaches that need to be considered, especially when institutions are capable of helping the sustainability of community practices. Sustainable, independent community archives fully removed from any institutional connection have found a home in the ever-growing internet global community. These places are digital presences, allow community perspectives to get seen, even when they go against the larger dominant cultural narrative, like in the Ferguson, Michigan situation. Documenting Ferguson is a fully digital community archive maintained online to show the stories of the people that were and are present for the ongoing social justice fight in the area. Some digital archives have even been capable of recreating places that no longer exist, though many of these digital presences have institutional connections. The Kajani Castle Digital Archive created a digital representation of the now ruined castle and ties digital copies of physical items from across the world. Approaches to digital presence like this would be an interesting way to further highlight the lost ball fields of our time and to highlight the spot that women held in their histories. The mission of many community archive or community-based archive should be to work to empower a community to tell, protect, and share their history in their terms. The Southern Historical Collection at UNC Chapel Hill puts forth such an effort, which all archives should aspire. This mission is to boost community voices in all their intersectional, diverse, complicated, and creative outputs. Their collections are community-driven archives and institutionally run like community-based archives, but the premise of their approach is to be commended, especially when handed off to community members who are given the resources like money, expertise, and space, even if digital, to build their records to do just that, boost their presence. The dominant culture and the government are often the gatekeepers of the historical record, leaving gaps and silencing entire communities throughout history. Individuals also work to create these gaps by censoring the items that they donate, especially to institutional archives. A prominent member of the YMCA did this by erasing all notions of his queer encounters before donating his personal papers to their archive, with the only indication being a small misletter in the boxes of the collection. These types of interventions have further plagued general knowledge of certain groups of people. Instances like this are why community archives seek to flip the traditional model of archives upside down. While the traditional model focuses most of its energy on scholars and the work they are producing, community archives focus on what community creators are working on. This flips the script of catering to scholars in the interest of academics to focus on cultivating relationships with communities to help foster telling their stories. By doing this, archives begin to address an issue they have long been faced with, filling in the gaps and silences created by the dominant culture's interest in historical records. With communities working to provide historical records for archives, scholars are capable of producing more authentic work, as they are capable of providing more perspectives. Critiques on the silences indicating a lack of presence have appeared throughout history in more than just the discussion of archives and the historical record. Omaywale, in his argument for an institutional free development of community archives, specifically for Black communities, stated, "We may be silenced or made invisible, but we've always been present." This speaks on more than just the lack of historical record, but the lack of seats at the table in decisions. He specifically references Audre Lorde's famous quote, "We were never supposed to survive anyway," which speaks beyond the perseverance of the communities being addressed. These marginalized groups weren't just historically perceived as subordinate. In many areas, their contributions were also erased from the historical record. To begin the impossible task of remedying these wrongs, we must begin to build the historical record that they were denied. In our baseball community, that historical record is that of the Black female baseball player and other marginalized groups that are often left out of the story. Community participatory archives, I believe, is the best way to approach this record building. Community archives are capable of raising awareness of social concerns, marking community-based activism, and articulating and asserting identity. With this in mind, community archives for the Black female baseball player community would help to raise awareness of the social concerns that face this group in particular, while also uplifting the historical presence of Black women in the game. This type of archive would also be able to catalog organizations and events that have been focused on Black women in baseball and create resources for Black women of all ages and skill levels interested in the game. Finally, a community archive would help to articulate the presence of Black women in baseball and assert their clear, valid presence in the game in a way that no other type of archiving could do. Support of archival and educational institutions like the International Women's Baseball Center would then be able to help lend support in the way of sustainability and consultation for such a community to continue to build and share their own history on their own terms.
All right. Well, that was awesome. There are definitely a lot of questions to filter through in the chat, but I'm going to selfishly ask you one question first.
Okay.
I guess I'm just curious to get your thoughts around the notion of a community in general. I think kind of, the old notion of community was really more focused on the local community you live in, but now that we're living in more of an online world, how do you feel that the notion of a community has really evolved in the age of digital and social media?
So, I mean, that's the question, isn't it? And it's one of the problems that archivists specifically, especially archivists that uplift the idea of community archives has. But if you're a group of people and you call yourself a community and you want to build historical records and you have the ability to do that and create a presence, then you're a community. And I've always seen I call them my baseball family, but my baseball family is my community. And whoever wants to be a part of that, You know, there are a lot of people on my Twitter, especially, that I have never met, never had a conversation with, but somehow they're part of my baseball family and they're part of my community. And in most cases, if you are part of that network, reaching out to them, they're going to support you in any way. And I think that notion of home that you often get with people that you connect with for a specific interest or a specific other type of identity that you have is really what community is all about.
So there was a lot of discussion around, you know, when you were talking about, I guess, especially in your survey, kind of mixed levels of awareness in terms of, you know, women and Black women having played baseball in different local communities. And you also talked about whether or not, you know, there are statues or markers to really commemorate the history of different places, and it seems to be very mixed. So how much do you think those sorts of efforts to really like have, you know, physical markers and things like that to document history, how much does that really raise awareness in a particular community? Do you think that that is an important effort?
I think, and this is coming strictly from me as an information professional, I think that they are really important to at least have a marker to state what it is. So I'm originally from West Virginia, and we have these markers that are they are funded by our state government, and I think that they cost, like, I think the upkeep of them they replace all of them like every 5 or 6 years or something for like $2 million. But they're all over the state, and they're literally just little signs on the edge of the road going, this is what happened here. And I know for me personally, like anytime I come across something like that and I have the chance to stop and actually read it, I do. And it has helped build my knowledge on a lot of things. I see them a lot more specifically in like bigger cities as well. And it literally just usually for me ends up going down a Google hole is really all I can really explain it.
I fall into those quite often.
Yeah, but they do. They bring that awareness to the people that are willing or capable of stopping. And for curious minds, which I think are much more likely to stop and read those types of things, it brings in new knowers of that knowledge.
Someone asked, how do you think museums and libraries can encourage more community participation in their archive buildings? A lot of this can come across as too scholarly and stuffy for the average person to want to get involved.
So that's the whole point of flipping that traditional model. I say this as somebody that has been that scholar. I have a lot of experience in, you know, archives that are very difficult to even get into. If you aren't a scholar, much less if you're just curious about looking around. And I know that the work that I do for the IWBC, and of course, there's still a lot of background stuff going on with us. That's the idea of, you know, having a social media presence, or are you interested in this? You know, maybe you end up doing like an Ask Me Anything or a social media takeover. And those types of positions are being created by libraries and museums now. Of having social media coordinators or people in positions that have knowledge of your collections that are willing to interact with your people. Like you stated, we live in a much more virtual world now. It's a lot easier for us to get information out. But you have to have people that are willing to do that and willing to interact, or your collections are going to sit in boxes in places that maybe somebody knows about. But I mean, especially coming from a community where sometimes it is very hard for us to find original material. Being able to interact online to even discover if we need to make the effort to go somewhere physical is really important. And I think libraries and museums, and specifically archives, are starting to make those inroads to have those conversations.
This is sort of a related question, I guess, more around maybe the gatekeeping that we might see in academia sometimes. How can we address the challenge of some scholars seeing archives as their own realm and not something that we all should be a part of?
As a historian and an archivist, I hate all of those scholars that try to do that. But it comes, and you get that even in the scholarly realm, is that attempt at gatekeeping. And if you have the right people in the positions, that gatekeeping, and I don't think that we have enough of the right people in those positions, but when we get to that point, I think that gatekeeping is going to become much more difficult. I'm just getting to the point of being like, yes, I am a historian, even though I don't have a PhD. And there are a lot of PhD historians that will tell me I am not. But I have the education, I have the background, and I'm a historian. And that gatekeeping is definitely put down by some scholars, but there are a lot more these days that are going, no, come into our community, talk to us. How can we help you? How can you help us? And that type of gatekeeping, I think, especially in the archive and library world, is starting to be broken down.
I guess taking that and kind of looking forward to the next generation, there was a question here around high school curriculum. So do you think that if we include this in the high school curriculum level, so students receive an assignment that is community-based, that will help us grow the next generation of archivists and historians? And have you seen this happen yet?
Okay, first off, yes. History or high school curriculum needs a better grasp on working with, I don't want to say like real sources, but in a way, like I did not mess with primary sources until my second year of college. And like, that was something that was so quintessential of like me becoming a history major and then working through the type of academia that I have. Like that is something you start that interest early on, you're going to have much more interest. There was a second part to that question, wasn't there?
Just have you seen much of this happening yet?
I haven't. I think that there probably is. I do have a lot. My problem is a lot of my educator friends are much more in the college realm than to, you know, primary and secondary education. So maybe it is happening and I'm not seeing it.
Well, fingers crossed that you'll start seeing it soon. A question from Alexina Hamilton. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. As an African-American woman, I strongly feel that gender preference plays a major part in the lack of interest or educational highlighting of African-American women in general. How can baseball lead the way in changing that perception?
I think having more events like this and going. So I think that we're going to hear from Shakia at some point later on in the conference, but we had the IWBC had a great conversation with her last week that will be on our podcast come Monday. And we talked about her Say Their Names article. And it's really like just pushing that. And even if it's just, 10 of us to begin with to go, hey, they were here. These are their names. This is what they did. We're going to, especially in the virtual presence, you'll find people that are looking for those stories, and those people will share their stories, and we'll start to build. And I think having a focus, having a group of Black women or Black women baseball players that are willing to, share their stories and whatnot, and working with groups that can help get that word out a little bit more, kind of boost their singles in a way that maybe their personal accounts can't. Those are, I think, really important first steps as you start to create collections that really highlight those, so you can start to have exhibits.
Right. I guess maybe we can have this as the final question. Is there a place of that the research put together for this conference, as well as audio files, could be contributed to a community archive for Black women players?
So I know that SABR is posting all of this type of stuff on their YouTube channel, and the IWBC is planning on doing the same thing, even breaking it up into the individual sessions. I see the IWBC's archive YouTube channel as an extension of our archive as well. It's kind of really the only clear presence that we have right now. But, like I said, we're working on a lot of behind the scenes stuff to kind of push that we do have collections that we are working through. It is a very slow process. Yes, Meredith. Non-SABR and IWBC people could contribute. And I can put it in the chat. If you guys have records and you guys want me to start, collecting specific things, you can always email the IWBC archive and we can have a conversation. And it can be very much driven by the community. Like that is what I really want to push. But we can work with you to boost those signals and to help kind of have it all in one place, so those resources are available to everyone.
And could you maybe bring back up your contact page just so people can see how to reach you and join your community of baseball?
And yes, so the digital archive we are currently working on is going to be fully Google Drive. I saw that Meredith had asked more. So it would be fully Google Drive-able, which would be accessible to anybody that essentially had links to it.
Awesome.
So
that's great. Well, thank you so much, Kate. We're definitely getting a lot of enthusiasm and kudos in the chat pod as well. So nice work.
All right. And I can drop that email into the chat as well, so you guys can just kind of copy and paste.
Perfect. Great. Well, thank you so much.
Of course.
All right. So our final presenter of this session before we take a quick break is Kristi Fane. Kristi, let's see, there she is. All right, so Kristi Fane is currently the head of technical services at the North Suburban Library District in Loves Park, Illinois. She received her Master of Library and Information Science from Dominican University in 2014. Her undergraduate degree is in art history with a concentration in medieval studies, which she received in 2009 from Northern Illinois University. And today she's going to be presenting on the Digital Collection Management Resource, which is a web-based collection development tool supporting the continued research on the topic of women in baseball. So Kristi, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Emily. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. I have to say I'm a little intimidated following Kate's presentation. I am a librarian, but I am not an archivist, so I just want to put that caveat out there. But I originally created this collection management resource in 2014 as part of a project while I was pursuing my library science degree, and I made a few updates to it for this conference. And that, of course, was before the IWBC existed. So I did see a real need, especially within the Rockford community, for a cohesive collection or archive based on our team, the Rockford Peaches. So I created this as a guide to help someone if they wanted to create such an archive. And as you can see, mission statement to provide entertainment and historically accurate accounts of the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League team, the Rockford Peaches, through books, newspaper articles, film, and artifacts and memorabilia. And just there's a little blurb there about myself, but Emily already introduced me, and I grew up in Rockford, so I've always had an interest in the Peaches, and this project combined that with my professional interests. And the next page here, any cultural institution such as an archive would need to consider its patron base or audience. So here are some links to that end. Demographics on the city of Rockford, which is the most recent census 10 years ago, because as we all know, this is a census year. So, and unfortunately, I don't think these links will work sharing over Zoom, but I can provide the website of this project, and if you go there directly, the links should work. And then the other institutions involved, Rockford Public Library, Midway Village Museum, and of course the IWBC. Next part is a collection overview of the types of materials. Of course, this is not exhaustive, but the types of materials you could see in an archive. Of course, nonfiction books, biographies, and books on women in baseball. A children's section. There are some children's stories out there based on women in baseball and the Peaches. Ephemera, paper items such as schedules, advertising, tickets, films, that would include documentaries, and of course, you know, we're all familiar with A League of Their Own. Relia, which would be artifacts such as uniforms, equipment, bats, balls, gloves, pennants. Newspaper articles, both ones written at the time and more recent ones. And e-resources, which would be databases, for example, EBSCO Article First, where you can search for articles, and of course, that is more scholarly. But so that just, to me, this exemplifies what you would want an archive to be, which is a diverse collection of materials. And let's see here if I can get to the next page. And here are, here's a page about policies. Any, you know, cultural institution, you know, it's all about the policies. And here's links to the mission statements and policies of the participating institutions. And of course, donations would be probably the greatest source of how we would get things for the collection. So you have to have a donation policy, and that includes release forms and all that fun stuff. And then next is a list of responsibilities and kind of a job description for the person in charge or the archivist. This is several, includes several things that they would be responsible for. Of course, any institution has to secure funding, and one major way of doing that is through grants. So that person would be in charge of writing grant proposals. And they would have to have the ability to access materials and use selection tools available to purchase and acquire materials related to the Peaches or women in baseball. And as mentioned, and as Kate mentioned too, many of the items in the collection would come from donations. So this position would require that person to be, to have relationships with people where they could secure donations. And that might include off-site visits. They would have to maintain the collection, including any weeding and or needs of repair. Weeding is periodic removal of items from the collection. You know, some people cringe at the thought of that, but sometimes you need to do that to maintain strength of a collection if something is damaged or outdated. The archivist would have to keep current on collection development trends, as well as changing demographics of the community. They would be in charge of developing programs and special events in order to increase awareness of the collection and bring people in. And kind of along that line, come up with new and innovative ways to use and feature the collection throughout the community. Maintain an ongoing relationship with and serve as a liaison between the three partnering institutions, and partner with other community organizations in an effort to reach the community. And here are some links that the archivist could use for selecting resources. The homepage of the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League, a link to the Midway Village Museum's Girls of Summer exhibit. And the following links are some various searches, Amazon, Illinois Digital Archives, which you would probably need would have to be in conjunction with the library, would need a library card. Rockford Public Library's local history collection, article, EBSCO's article search engine, Rockford Register Star, the local newspaper homepage where you could see old articles, and a link to the IWBC's event for the 75th anniversary of the Peaches. Some very interesting pictures and things there. And the next part, selection criteria. Since this archive and the partnering institutions are libraries and museums, just about any format within the subject matter would be accepted, such as books, DVDs, newspapers, you know, the things mentioned earlier. Probably the only stipulation will be condition. You know, since some of the ephemera and the uniforms would probably, you know, they're older, so that you'd have to take condition with a grain of salt. But, and if any work is fiction, such as like a children's book, that would have to be made clear in the processing and filing of the material, so people would not think it was fact-based. Limiting the scope to the Rockford Peaches, or, you know, maybe women in baseball in general, but, you know, since this is focused on the Peaches, probably not too much on other specific teams would be accepted. And our next page is collection analysis. In addition to weeding due to condition, the following criteria are to be used in assessing the collection in order to keep it strong. And these are just tools that librarians and curators and archivists use to do that. Comparative analysis. Compare the collection to that of other similar institutions, local history collections, museums, libraries. Probably there's obviously not a lot of collections specifically on the Peaches, but if you looked at other baseball collections, you could as a basis for comparison. Collection standards. This is a little tricky since, you know, standards have not really been established for a Rockford Peaches collection. But as mentioned earlier, other women in baseball and baseball in general collections could be looked at for similar standards. Circulation statistics, if items can be checked out, which archives usually don't allow things to leave the building, but there are other ways to keep track of use of the collection. And, you know, if items can be checked out, that is something to be looked at. If they haven't been, then that might be a time to withdraw it, especially if space becomes an issue. These are just some of the things, you know, archivists and librarians have to look at if space is an issue. Another tool to analyze the collection that libraries and archivists use is interlibrary loan requests. You can look at the requests to get items from other libraries if your library or archive doesn't have it. And you can look at those and think about getting those for your collection. And e-resources have a way to keep track of user statistics, how many people log on. And since online databases are very expensive, that is something that you want to look at. If it's not getting used, you might want to think about that as a way, do you want to spend your money on that? And collection examination by a subject expert. Have a historian or someone who has expertise on the subject matter examine the collection and get their opinion for any items they feel may be missing from your collection, or if they feel anything in the collection is not up to standards. And sorry, it's just a little hard to access my next pages when under the chat pop up. Okay, there we go. And the funding, of course, is very important. You can't have any of this without funding sources. And one major way that cultural institutions receive funding is by grants. And there is a real fun process involved in getting those called writing a grant proposal. And there are books that you can look to help you do that. And there's just a link there for Amazon, books on writing grants. And organizations that you may look to secure these grants. The Institute for Museum and Library Services, which is a government agency set up to help support funding for libraries and museums. And there's just links to their mission statement and their grant programs. And last but not least, possible challenges that an archivist might face in setting this up, and what they might possibly find as solutions for that. As Kate also talked about primary sources, lack of primary sources is a challenge. And unfortunately, players that were a peach or that played on the All-American Girls Professional League are aging, and unfortunately some of them have passed away. So, it's getting harder and harder to conduct interviews with them or get any donations directly from them. But, there are interviews out there, and a possible way around that may be going to secondary sources of their family members who may have stories to recount, or maybe they could donate memorabilia that has been passed down to them. And as mentioned earlier, of course, funding is a challenge, but hopefully those links to writing grants could help with that. And of course, staffing. It may be challenging to find qualified professionals to staff the archive, and you may have to use volunteers. But there are some professional organizations where you could put a job listing, and that could aid in that process, such as the Society of American Archivists, etc. So that concludes my presentation on a resource management guide for a possible Rockford Peaches archive.
Thank you so much. There's a lot of really awesome info in there, and I think a lot of people are really excited to go check this out. And just, you could probably spend days just clicking around and exploring. But I think especially, right now, since so many of us are spending more time in our houses, kind of looking for interesting projects to pick up, that's great to have online resources like this. So I guess for somebody who maybe is new to this, can maybe feel a little bit overwhelming at the idea of maybe starting an archiving project. Do you have any tips and tricks for somebody who is just getting started in terms of how to, maybe focus their efforts?
I do think networking and building relationships with other archive professionals and or people in the baseball world definitely is helpful. And don't be afraid to compare notes with people and reach out. And once again, events like this, just getting involved, seeing what's out there, and hopefully, a guide like this would help people be a little less intimidated and give them a place to start.
Yeah. I have a question from Kate here. So going back to some of the funding issues that you were talking about, do you think that something like this, where there are more people working in the archive, will help to start push back on paywall organizations to make this material more accessible to more people?
I hope so. I like to think that there's a little bit more increased awareness of archives and cultural institutions like libraries and museums, especially in our global world. And now, our world has changed, obviously, with COVID. So institutions are having to get creative and obviously focus less on in-person visits and events and reach out more to the online community, but in a way that may be reaching people and making ourselves more visible. So hopefully in a roundabout way that could help secure more funding. And so I hope that answers the question.
Question from Arlene. So how much interest have you been seeing in people starting these archives?
I have to say, personally, I do work in a public library. So unfortunately, I'm not super tapped into the archive world right now. And I've been out of school for a little bit, so I can't say that I've seen a lot, but there may be more out there that I'm just not aware of. And I hope that's the case.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'm curious, given that you did, grow up in Rockford, I guess how much you saw maybe, pre and post movie, how much just the access to information changed, and really just how much changed in general in terms of the awareness around the peaches in your local area.
Well, I have to say, pre-movie, I was in elementary school when the movie came out, so I probably
hard for you to remember, I guess.
But I do, even when I created this project, I felt Rockford as a community could have done more to play up its, our homegrown team. Like I say, the IWBC has come along, and I feel there's been a resurgence in it more lately. And I'm sure there was a resurgence around the time of A League of Our Own, but I just felt like it was such a unique, I don't know if I want to say claim to fame that Rockford could claim, that I felt it's a shame that we don't have more for it.
Have you come across anything maybe more recently that is kind of surprising to you, or something, I don't know, fresh that you've learned about the peaches, I guess, from some of this work?
I do, I did notice, obviously Hollywood portrays things a little bit differently than happened in reality. So it's always interesting to actually research the actual historical facts. And, to be honest, even in terms of thinking about African-American women in baseball, I guess that's, this conference especially has opened my eyes to that. And, there's that one scene in A League of Our Own that it kind of addresses it, where the woman on the sidelines throws the ball back, but that's the only time it's addressed in that movie, that women of color weren't allowed on the team. And that's a shame because, for obvious reasons, but, so I guess I would say I am interested in learning more about women of color in baseball.
Yeah, I concur. Me as well. So I think those are all the questions we saw. I know there are a lot of people who are excited to check out the website that you shared. So we did include that in the chat pod, and so yeah, we appreciate you walking us through that today. I think that there's a wealth of information there, and I think that everybody's excited to dive in. So thank you, Kristi.
Thank you.
All right. So I think we have an hour break now. So we will be coming back at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific time for our Negro League celebration, pylon unveiling, and the presentation of the Dorothy Award. So you don't want to miss that. And then also just a reminder to go check out the raffle. So go to the SABR website and be sure to enter the raffle before tomorrow morning. And there are a lot of really awesome prizes that you can win there. So we will see everybody back in about an hour.
Awesome job, everybody. It was very cool.
That was fantastic.
Yep, that all was bravo to our presenters, our hosts.
Yeah, it was really wonderful.
That was really well done.
Yeah.
Excellent.
All of them.
Loved all of
Yep.
it.
Yeah, everything was great.
Yep.
It was fascinating.
May I just ask you a couple of quick questions about the announcement of the Dorothy?
Yes, without saying a name. Yes. Since
no name.
Yep.
Who am I following? You?
I'm going to introduce you.
Okay.
Kat's going to introduce me. I'm going to say a little bit about the history of the award, and then I'm going to introduce you to make this year's announcement.
And would you prefer for me to just make a straight announcement, or do I have 60 seconds to add?
Oh, you have as much as you would like to say what you each year. The committee wanted you to do it because you're the first winner, and so it just seemed like the nice to let you. So whatever you would like to say about the winner and the whole thing, that's your time.
I just would like to say a few things about Dorothy.
Yes.
I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm just going to give a brief overview, and then I'm going to turn it over to you. You can say what you want to say about Dorothy, what you want to say about the winner, and that's all for you.
Great. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. It'll be exciting.
The best conference ever. I mean, I'm just so completely riveted and fascinated by every single one of them.
It's really fantastic.
Yeah.
So Leslie, when we come back at 5, we just go straight to me. And
Jacob's gonna set up the live stream, and he does that behind the scenes. Okay. He will send us a quick message to say that it's ready to go, and as soon as he sends that, that's when you'll start. Okay. So that we officially, so that everybody that might be watching it on Facebook is also on the same page as what we're all going to see. No problem. So he said just takes a few, and he'll just do it.
No problem.
Like the minute before 5.
I don't want to be just sitting here looking at myself.
And then he said he'll let us know, and you'll kick it off, and then Kathy will, when you're done, we'll pop on the video. We'll watch the video, and then come back to you, and then you'll pass it to me, and I'll pass it to Perry.
Okay. Love it.
And hey, I'm happy to see we got you out of the bar. Background is usually a bar.
Oh, that'll be there for our social hour tonight.
Yeah.
I use different things depending on where I am. And I actually, when I teach, I do a background. I try to do backgrounds that line up with whatever topic is for the day.
I prefer Leslie's library background.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
that's the last. Well, I did that because of Shakia, so that was.
Yeah.
It was the. I figured since that was the topic, that would be a good. Oh, there's the cat.
Well, we get all sorts of backgrounds in this, right?
Oh yeah.
I wish I had a more professional background tomorrow, but it is what it is.
Your background will be fantastic because you will be in the foreground.
The foreground, yes.
My original setup just has I collect shot glasses where I travel, so like, my entire background is just shot glasses, and I'm like, I'm not gonna.
That's my girl.
It's so funny to do that now because they're like, well, do you use them? And I'm like, I don't drink.
Yeah.
That's great. I really like these last two presentations, and I know I'm not prejudiced because I'm a former retired librarian, but they were great.
But you know, it's been
great.
It's been so cool to have the variety of presentations we've had on topics all across the board.
Yeah.
To me, it felt like there was something for everybody, something that all of us so far could, no matter what our interests were. And it's going to continue because I was just looking at tomorrow's and get a whole variety.
The whole way through, it's so varied.
Yep.
It's great. All right. Well, listen, I'll see you guys in an hour.
All right. Bye, Marlene.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye,
Hey, Perry, check your chat for me.
Okay. Thank you.
But yeah, no, this has been. Hi, Tara.
Well, hey, I actually have some good news. I'm not sure if it's good news. This news. All three panelists tomorrow are going to be joining us. I think we're still going to air the video just because they did the video, but all three of them are able to come tomorrow.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Tara, that if you talk to them, that's entirely up to them. If they feel like they want the video to show, or they'd prefer to just do it ad lib.
I mentioned it to Jakara last night. I'm like, if you guys just want to talk, you can do it. And I got the impression she got like a lukewarm. You can just tell I got like a lukewarm vibe from her. So,
okay. Well, they put the work. They put the work into that video.
That's the thing. It's a good video. I watched it. But
So what we're gonna do, Kat, and Tara talked to me this morning about it. We didn't know initially they weren't going to be able to join us.
Right.
And now first it was two of them, and now it's all three of them.
That's great.
So it's a 29-minute video. So we're because but now that they can come, we're going to delay the next presentation by just about 10 minutes.
Okay.
So that they can do the Q&A live.
Oh, good.
Opposed to
Okay.
us just trying to send it to them and things like that.
Yeah.
And Tara, was Les okay with that?
Yeah. I just asked her. She said, yeah, I'm long-winded, but I'll do what I can or something like that. But yeah.
Okay.
So.
Well, we have technically we have a half-hour break in there.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. So if it's 20 minutes, who cares,
Right. And we were going to do the raffle during that period. That doesn't take very long.
That's
so
true.
We should, and it's not like tomorrow is as long a day as today.
Right.
So I'm not as worried that if people don't get a big break, it'll be okay. And I think the trade-off is, well, they're going to, and the video, I don't know if you watched it, Tara, but the video conversation they have is awesome.
Yeah, I did actually. I wanted to make sure it worked. So
and then,
I watched
but
it.
then to ask them questions in person instead of just putting it in the chat and us sending it to them, I think is awesome. So they're actually, I think Jakara's joining us tonight for the Negro League thing too.
Oh, great.
She was going to try, and
Good.
so
Good.
we'll see. But that's great that Maka can join as well, because we weren't sure if she was going to be able to do it.
Right.
So, yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. That's awesome news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool.
And we've had quite the number of participants. I don't know if anybody's been paying attention.
Yeah, I've been keeping track and keeping some numbers. So when we do
Some
our
sort of
evaluation,
the 70s or so, I think it was in the 70s at one point.
Yeah.
we've been in the 60s, 70s. We hit 81 last night at our highest. And Kat, we're well over 145 registered. So we're close to the 150 mark for the overall registration. So.
I love it.
Because what's been interesting to watch, because the people coming in and out, it's been a wide array of people with time to come. But there's been a lot of people who've been here the whole time.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. I keep going through, you know, and to see people I recognize. And, you know, it's really good that we have to turn our video off because we can do that kind of stuff and still not.
Well, I couldn't be, because I've been answering. So I'm just getting, and so I'm really glad, because I'm afraid people would be like, what is she doing while everybody, but that's why I have my headphones on, so I can listen and still do these other.
Well, it's been truly amazing.
And right now what we're working on is making sure that people can buy the raffle. Some people are having trouble buying extra raffle tickets. So
I got a couple of those too.
Deb's working on it, but I just tried it myself, and all you have to do is, and I put it in the chat, but I'll say, you just have to actually you can't be logged into the SABR site, so you have to start over. And it will ask you to register, but you're not actually registering. All you do is put your information in again. It comes to the screen, and then you can click on just the raffle tickets. I think people, when they see it says you have to register, they're thinking they're going to have to pay again. It actually doesn't do that.
Okay.
I tried it myself to make sure after because I just got another from Kathy Legrand, and so it worked.
Well, I mean, I think that's great that people want to buy more raffle tickets.
Yes.
I think it's great that we're showing all the really fabulous stuff, right?
Yeah.
You know, Kathy has got her eyeball on that autographed Cubs baseball.
I think I've been getting some people have already got, and I'm like, it's a random, and it will just, names will come up, and that's how we do it. And they're like, that's cool.
You know, Kathy, if my name happens to come up, I can make you a deal.
Well,
such a deal I'll make you.
Well, and Kathy, it's actually sitting here in my living room, so I'm really the one you could make a deal with.
Oh my gosh.
What is that donation you're going to make to the IWBC?
I'll tell you what, I'm wearing my KB jersey tomorrow. That's got
There you go.
Give you good luck.
Yes. Hey, would you guys be okay if I just shared the screen for a second and played just the beginning of the video so you hear the sound?
Nope, that's great. Go ahead.
I know it sounds anal, but I'm so nervous.
No, do it. It's all
That's
good.
what we did with the previous video, and we figured it out. So
All good.
Okay. All right. Can you see it?
Welcome to the International Women's Baseball Center's second annual conference. My name is Tom Maxmara. I have the
Yep.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. Like I said, I know it sounds pretty anal, but oh god, it's so embarrassing.
That's a biggie.
No,
That's a biggie.
trust me, Kathy. This has been the one I've been, because I'm like, So
Yeah, I know. Me too. Yeah.
it's all good, because it's all good. It sounded great. It'll be great.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, Catherine's going to save me. She's coming early and she's bringing me a treat. So.
Ooh.
Huh?
Nice. Nice.
Kathy, I threw away the paper that you, where I wrote down Libby's last name. I mean, it's what, you're not surprised, right? So can I have that again, please?
What did you throw away?
The paper where I wrote down Libby's last name.
Oh. Malbenchik.
Malinchik.
Malinchik. Yep.
Check.
Yep. Just don't call her late for dinner.
That's right. Thank you.
Hey, Leslie, one more question. What time, how much earlier should I show up tomorrow?
We've been coming in, like, most people are coming right up to so 5-6 minutes is really all you need to do.
All right.
We haven't found people coming, because we thought maybe people would come in, but so far we found that people are coming pretty close to the time.
Okay. Got it. Sounds good.
So I think that'll be fine.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna head out because I think my husband wants to spend some time with me before the next panel. So
Sounds like a
my
plan.
whole weekend is co-op to baseball research, but
Yes.
you know. Okay.
See you in a bit.
See you guys in a few.
Bye.
Spending time with people.
I know.
That's what you guys are for.
Well, I have to tell you, over the last several months, I have enjoyed the fact that Leslie and I have spent a great deal of time together. Well, at least our heads, the pictures of our
Yes.
heads.
It's been almost many weeks. It's been 2 or 3 times or more a week.
And sometimes more than once a day.
Yes, that's true too.
That's the thing. I was like, I'm pretty sure I've seen both of you more in the last 4 months than I have like consecutively in the last 2 years.
Yep, I think that's right.
Speaking of, because you tend to like to not be in town, Kat, are you going to be in town the first week of October?
I have no idea.
Coming home again.
Ah, got it.
Well, if things
Might as well.
if things stay the way they are right now, nobody's traveling much anywhere. So.
Yeah, well, I, in solidarity with our graduate students, will not be returning to work on Monday. So. Our graduate students, RAs, our student workers in the dining halls are all on strike right now.
Wow.
Yep.
That's impressive.
It's been interesting.
I bet. All right, I too am going to take a short break. I shall return. And when I do, I will be ready.
The link I just put in the chat, I'll tell everybody, is for the raffle tickets.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Deb just sent it and said, this should work.
Okay. See you guys in a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see if that actually works.
Yeah, let me check it.
I tried it on my phone and it seemed to work.
Yep, you're good.
Cool, thank you.
Yep. I can't afford them, but other people can.
All good, all good. Just want to make sure we're answering people's questions as much as we can.
I think you all have done a pretty good job with that.
Oh, that is at 5 p.m. Yeah, because asking about the shout out for because Harriet's on the video. She gave us one of our tributes.
Nice.
Yeah, so. I don't know if we're the only ones on right now. It's hard to tell because everybody's just left there, which is smart. And so I might get up and walk around a bit myself since I've been sitting here at my kitchen table almost since 10:30 this morning.
Every once in a while during the discussions, I'll just like start pacing back and forth.
Well, I'm wearing my headphones, so I can't, because they've been doing work outside and stuff, and I'm so afraid I'm going to accidentally turn on when they're doing something outside, and then everybody will hear it. So I can't walk around with my headphones on. So when will the shout? Making sure there's, okay, cool. All right, I'll be back momentarily.
Thanks, Kate.
No problem. Here to help.
I actually had to go put my Negro League since we're doing it. I planned to, so I needed to put my Negro Leagues jersey on, the one that has all of
them.
Well, but a lot of them anyway. It felt like the appropriate thing to do. Oh, thanks, Kate. Yeah.
Like I said, I'm here to help.
Appreciate that.
I just like being able to provide people information.
Further showing that you went into the right field.
It wasn't any fun when I just wrote a bunch of history stuff and like Kat was the only one that was forced to read it.
That's why I share my students, all their stuff gets shared with the whole class, because I don't like to have it just shared with me.
Yeah.
And some of them were like, well, and I'm like, you put all that work into it, shouldn't just be shared with me. There we go. So you head home after this weekend?
I will be home the entire first week of October. I was supposed to be in New Orleans. That's what we were going to do for my birthday.
Gotcha. Okay.
So instead, I'm going home again.
New Orleans, home.
Not Ann Arbor.
Yeah, I hear that. I hear that.
But it's all right. I've gotten to go home. This will be my third time this summer, so it's the most I've gotten to spend back home in years.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. And this will be the first time in my lifetime that I can remember that I actually haven't been home. Because I can't do anything. There's nowhere to stay. So, and
yeah.
It's a drive that you can't do in an easy. So it's like, well, it's too problematic. So.
Yeah, no, I definitely understand that. We're sitting at the place now that my family rotates who hosts Christmas every year. And my mom is supposed to be hosting Christmas this year. And at our current state, I will not go to her for Christmas because I won't go to Florida.
Right. Yeah. Well, my sister was going to host Thanksgiving again, but even if we could all get there, she and her husband and my sister-in-law all work in the hospitals.
Oh, no.
And so they don't want anybody else hanging around them and stuff like that because.
Yeah, completely understandable. Well, and that's a difference for me in comparison to my family that's stateside, is that they all live with other people. I live completely alone. So if they want to come up here, I'm isolating pretty decently up here by myself, but they're not going to. No one likes coming up here in December.
Yeah, no, if you have your choice between Florida and Michigan in December, yeah. It's like, yeah.
We did Christmas in West Virginia last year, and it was like 75 the entire time, and it was just gorgeous. We're not going to get that in Ann Arbor ever.
No, that's why. Well, we did. My nephew, I think got married this past, and so we were down in Florida right after Christmas through New Year, and it was so nice to be out of here.
Yeah.
I was like, and we all decided that's what we should do instead of, because we all live in places that are cold, and we're just like, but now this year, of course, we can't really do that.
Yeah.
But next year, maybe.
Maybe. That's my sister is trying to look forward to a time that we could travel again, and she wants to do the Western Coast, like a 2-week trip from Seattle to San Fran and back.
Okay.
And so she's like, yeah, next year. And I was like, way more positive than I'm going to be.
Well,
she's like, we can do baseball. I'm like, maybe.
We'll just have to wait and see. That's the best I can say to anybody.
Yeah.
Well, our students have started asking about what's spring going to look like. And I said, probably not much different than now. And they're like, really? And
I don't know what next week is going to look like. So.
Well, that's true. That is true. That is true. That is definitely true. I just take it one day at a time.
Yep. That's all we can do, really.
Yep. I should check and see.
Like, especially with seeing how things are going on campus right now, and I'm sure that it's different everywhere. But I mean, that's why these students are on strike.
Is it a direct correlation to what's going on?
Yeah, their main concerns are about, the safety of the students, and of course your GSIs and your GAs are often the ones that don't have a choice on if they're in person or not, and so that's one of their big reasons. And then they started getting stories about like what our quarantine apartments look like, and there's not enough transparency about what the university is actually doing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, they touted that we only had 19 new cases this week, which is great in a student population of 26,000. But then it was discovered they only did 170 tests. So of course there were only 19 new cases in 170 tests, it's a 10% positive rate.
Right.
Plus, so those types of things. And so they've got staff on their side too. They've got a open letter from the faculty that's got like almost 500 faculty member signatures on it.
Wow.
At least you're testing. We're not even testing.
Well, we're not either. It's all our numbers at all of Kent, regardless of the campus, is just simply those who actually go in to get tested, because there's no actual testing being done at all.
Yeah.
And so we only have 24 cases right now, but that's people who literally have gone in because we're told that we shouldn't even go in unless we think we have a reason.
Right, like that's what our staff's been doing. But we're also in the institution that like our leading experts are the ones that are informing our governor about what's going on and whatnot. And so they're like, you're telling the governor to do all of these things, which is why we're not nearly as far as so many states on reopening, but then you're not going to do it for your own students. So they're just calling them out. And they stated that their consideration of crossing the picket line is anybody going and helping the university operate at all. So there's a group of our library staff that will be meeting tomorrow, and even if they decide not to, I will not be going to work because I will not cross the picket line.
Mm-hmm.
they've shut down entire construction sites because we've got a lot of construction going on in the university. And construction workers are that same group, like same type of people. They will not cross a picket line.
Right.
So they're renovating and expanding our dental school right now. And like for 3 days straight, the construction workers haven't worked.
Wow. And what's the university's response so far?
Well, the first 4 days, they were stating that it was illegal because our graduate student union in their contract it states explicitly that they're not allowed to strike. And then the RAs joined them. And then the dining staff walked off yesterday. And so they have to take it a little bit more seriously. But pretty much their first proposal was like, we'll be more transparent about what we're going to do if you stop striking. And so they're trying to leverage the strike for information.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what's supposed to be going on. So
right. It's a crazy world we live in right now.
It really is. But I'm so proud of all of those students because like it's got to be terrifying for them.
Well, sure. Because they don't really know what their rights are and who's going to stand up for them and what's going to happen to them. And it takes a lot of guts.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of them are like international students. And so like their funding gets pulled, their visas can be revoked. It is a mess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's always the most vulnerable in the populations that seem to have to make these choices.
Yeah, and so I actually met with their union's staff coordinator because they now have a coordinator for staff to throw their support. So I met with them yesterday, and they're like, honestly, just stating that you support us is enough. But we're like, that's what can we do? So. It got talked about. Michigan, Bernie Sanders held a Michigan virtual town hall today. So like it was a big topic there too. So it's gaining some traction from some interesting avenues.
Because Bernie's been pretty quiet about most everything, so I'm surprised. He's been pretty non-existent in all of once he.
Yeah, so he held a virtual town hall with a couple of Michigan's residents, and I don't know what he said specifically, but Rashida gave us a shout out, and it's from the sounds of it, talked pretty extensively about what they're really doing.
Right.
And it might be an illegal strike, but a lot of strikes that have gotten important space for labor politics have been illegal. So.
Very true. Very true. That is, well, the very nature of strikes is often that they are illegal.
Exactly.
Because somebody's trying to stop you from doing something.
It's crazy. We just want to live somewhere safe and healthy.
Shouldn't be an issue.
You wouldn't think, would you?
Nope.
Then you end up studying stuff like we do.
Yeah. For sure. Oh, Kat's trying to come back in. Oh, hi, Ryan.
Ryan.
You can unmute yourself, Ryan. We're just chatting.
There it goes. You changed shirts.
I did.
Oh, you got them all on there. Look at that.
Yeah. I figured if we we're going to do our Eagle League celebration, I had to be wearing one of my appropriate. I had a women's baseball one on before, and so now I've changed to this one.
Yeah, I'm rocking IWBC today.
There you go.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Yep.
So Leslie, assuming, let's imagine things are back to normal next year and you have an in-person conference, are you still going to maybe have Zoom sessions? Because
yes,
this is really cool and it involves a lot of people. So.
Yes, I think anybody is going to be looking at that issue, and we talked about that a little bit on the committee, and we're going to talk to the board. But it's complicated. It complicates things, obviously, and you have to have more tech stuff to be able to do it when you're in person. But we're learning a lot, and by next year we'll have figured, and other people will, kind of like this one, other people will do it before us, and we'll figure out how to do it right. But yes, I think absolutely, because this clearly shows, you can reach a whole variety of different audiences, and so we'd be silly not to think about that. And I think we'd be silly not to think about it from the standpoint of potential presenters as well, that all the presenters don't have to be there, because you can clearly see that opens up the avenues for both participants and presenters. And so to be able to do that, I think, is exactly what we want to be able to do.
And I think any issues have been minimal so far. I mean, nothing beyond, the usual stuff. So
yeah, hopefully we didn't just jinx our biggest upcoming. Yeah. So we'll see.
Sure. And your variety too, of course, I nerded out over all the library stuff, but this is just so cool. It's like the history and then the social issues and then get into the nitty-gritty type stuff.
Well, the committee was really, we got great proposals, and what we wanted was variety, and we wanted to make sure that it wasn't all just one avenue of. So I think I've been very impressed with it's been very fun. And we got, 6 more tomorrow, 4 more tomorrow? I don't even know how many we have tomorrow. How many do we have tomorrow? 1, 2, 3, yep, 3, 4, 6. I can't count. So we have 6 more still tomorrow. So that will be very cool. I've also been it's as cool to listen to everybody and read the chat at the same time, because there's been some really interesting conversation and stuff going on there too.
Yeah, I went back and read everything that had gone on while I was presenting.
Yeah, as you should. As you should. The chats have been pretty impressive.
That's what I liked about yours and Kristi's back to back, because she was coming from this public library standpoint, and we talk about an archive, but at a public library.
Yep.
Something that tends to be the domain of, your museums and your academic libraries, and
yep,
thus furthering the snootiness that, I was trying to talk about, that you were talking about.
Yeah. Well, that
which is so funny, because and I know that Ann Arbor is just such a different ballpark, even when it comes to our public library, because of how well funded it is. But our public library has an archive, and it's very much that community base. And if that's where you can have it, I've definitely used the Rockford Public Library for research and whatnot. Even as a non-member, if you go in, you can use all of their resources for free. Yep. But I'm also a huge open access, which I think I really put in when we started digitizing for the IWBC collection, is it will be as open access as I can possibly make it without us getting in trouble.
Right. Yep. Yep. Well, and that's the issue, of course, particularly with donations, in terms of what, and this is a lot of times what people don't realize from the other side is that the donor gets to decide how you get to use it, and they can put restrictions on it and tell you, no, you can't have it open, you can't do, and there's nothing you can do about that. And so, yeah. So it's what makes for a fascinating effort to try to do these kinds of things.
Yeah, because like, then do you not take it if they want to put restrictions on it? And then you potentially lose the ability to have those items.
Right. So I'm of the opinion that it's a balancing act, and it's okay to have some things that are going to be, no, because we're preserving them at least, and they're there for researchers, and that has its importance as well. Yeah. And so, but it is a balancing act for sure.
It is, but definitely that community aspect of things has been so pushed under the rug. And again, it's because a lot of public libraries don't have archives or even the money to support something like that. And,
right. Well, and that's the idea of volunteers, the idea of thinking about it in different ways. And that's what I liked about Kristi. Well, that's why when we got both of your proposals, we were all just like, oh my God, we got two. And they balanced. And so we said they needed to go together because it just seemed a logical thing to do. Will we have an opportunity to view the conference?
Got it.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, Marlene's coming back.
But yeah, I mean, like that comes with like the paywall argument too, which is something that I like am relatively new with, like, other than me being a researcher, like coming against it, but like the millions of dollars that institutions put into their databases that like places like us will never be able to afford.
Catherine is now with Kathy.
I see that.
It looks like they're doing pantomime, doesn't it? Because you can just see the.
What scene are you guys playing out for us?
We can undo. We can talk now. Sorry.
It was fun watching it. It was like pantomime.
Yes, it's confusing on all these different screens. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when the speakers come, okay.
About all the behind the scenes stuff that they're working on.
Okay, I have to say, I come back on and I see Leslie doing this. I mean, I'm a little worried about what you guys are doing when I'm not here.
We were watching Catherine and Kathy, who didn't have their mics on, and I said, this is what it looks like they're doing. And that's what you saw me doing.
Yeah,
that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I love it. Hey,
the moral of the story is you should know by now that you cannot leave us unsupervised.
Yeah.
But that you likely also don't count as supervision because you also get into this
type
of stuff.
I told you. Ooh, very nice.
Man.
How about that?
You know, I'm just saying, hey, Catherine, it's only about an 8.5-hour drive.
And this beer came from St. Louis.
Oh, well.
Thank you, Patrick. I did go put my Negro Leagues jersey on.
I'm a Cub fan.
It doesn't have anything to do with the Cardinals. Don't be mean.
Well, I was going to have my Indianapolis Clowns hat, and only to find that Greta has taken it to Green and White Day for show and tell to explain to people why they should be history majors. So, yeah. We'll just go with, no hat.
I could go. I didn't even think of that. I could go get mine. I just put my Negro League jersey on so that I can do something.
It's hard to put a hat on when you have headphones on.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, I think I'll just wear my jersey. And
yes, there you go.
I feel like
I have those lovely Rockford Peaches caps in my office.
You do.
Yep. I got a few of those, but I have to tell you, especially after my presentation yesterday, it feels a little wrong to use a Rockford Peaches hat to tip your cap to the Negro Leagues.
Yes.
I know.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Actually, I'm going to go get my hat.
So are we not doing that?
What?
The tip your cap? We are going to do, okay.
I missed you so much I came back early.
Hey, Marlene, I went downstairs and checked my mail and I had a nice little package from you. I sure appreciate it.
You're very welcome. You are very welcome. I also, I don't know if Leslie told you, but I was having trouble calling in and it wasn't working again today. So I came in and tried it to phone in, and they gave me a different a participant ID number that worked. So I have no idea what's going on, but the phone will be my backup if I need it.
Well, you're here.
I'm here. We're here.
We're all here together.
Yes, we
We're
are.
all here
I
together.
have my Indianapolis Clowns hat, and I have my Negro Leagues
nice.
hat.
Yeah, very nice.
With all the, so I can do both of them.
There you go. I love it.
But I can't, well, I can wear it that way. No, I can't really wear it with the headphones.
And I got out my A's hat for us.
Oh, very
Because I
good.
really want to do the tip of the cap.
Yep, I know. I know.
So, Kat,
That's
are you
such a
gonna,
great idea.
Are you going to do that at the beginning or at the end?
My plan is to do it at the end.
Cool. That's what I thought. Okay.
Yep. So.
Oh, Leslie, you changed your shirt too.
Well, yeah, I put on my Negro Leagues.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I managed to stand up. Does that count?
Yes. And you went up and downstairs.
That's
It gave me a reason to go walk around my house. Since I've been sitting here pretty much all day.
Yep.
And then after this, I will have to go get a beer.
Oh, yeah.
But I am going to wait until after this, when we officially get to our discussion time.
I should go look through my very, very large collection of baseball caps and choose which one is most appropriate.
Oh, there you go.
For tipping.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
That sounds like a really hard decision.
Oh, trust me, you should see my collection of caps.
I'm thinking of my collection.
We would love to see that.
Oh, no, I don't think you would. That would require looking in my closet, and no one wants that.
I like yours, Patrick.
Hey there,
Very
Judge.
nice. Very nice.
Patrick.
Chicago American Giants, rocking the
Love
Giants.
it. Love it.
Rocking the Giants.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I probably have about 200 baseball caps. And
Yeah, I know. Greta bought these things that you can clip caps
Yeah.
on and store them.
Mine are hanging on the back of my doors.
Yeah, mine too. Unfortunately, that took care of about a fraction of them.
Yes.
So we're awaiting additional.
Yeah, these are the ones that sit on top of my bookshelves.
Yeah, there you go.
I essentially just hung a clothesline and they're clothespinned to the clothesline.
And of course, what happens is I have like two that I mean, they're old and sweaty, and that's what I play golf in, and all, and those are the ones you go back to, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, I never wear most of these. They're just there for the collecting. Well, because for some bizarre reason, I don't know why I started it, but at some point in life, I thought it was a good idea to buy a baseball cap when I went to a stadium. And then I got in the habit of everyone I ever went to, I had to buy one. And that's
So I do that with the mini bats, and so I have a mini bat from all the major league parks I went to, and then I discovered that beyond Major League Baseball, they aren't guaranteed to make the mini bats. So it usually ends up becoming a ball cap if they don't sell the mini bats.
How about Cuba?
We
There
like
you
that,
go.
Brittany.
We can do that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
there you go. There you go.
Brittany, I think I might have 50 hanging, and I definitely have more in storage.
So we got about 15 minutes. Yay. I'm very excited, Kat, to see everybody's reactions to what's coming next.
I know, me too. I'm excited to see my own.
I'm excited to see it too.
Well, yeah.
I'm really, I'm pretty excited, I must admit. And, you know, the unveiling of the
I think, when you think about it, there's only like 4 people or 5 people total that have seen everything that's coming up. That's it.
That's it. Yep. Yep.
Ah.
What do you got, Kate? Let me see.
My gay Blue Jays.
Oh, there you go.
Figured it had to be the Blue Jays.
I only have like 9 Blue Jays hats.
Oh, well, that's not bad.
Well, I have about, I think I have more than, I was going to say, I was thinking about my Mets hats. I have more.
Yeah, I have Cincinnati Reds hats all over the house. And in part because often I watch about 2 innings and then I throw one.
I was cheering with mine last night when my Mets erupted for 18-run. Sorry, Kate, against your Blue Jays.
I got the final score because I honestly forgot that they were playing. And I was just like, what happened?
Oh, I like Mark's. That's nice. Mark says that he hasn't worn a hat in 25 years. Saved him a lot of money because he has a big head. That's pretty funny.
So, Mark, I've gotten around that by convincing other people to buy me hats.
Well, once people know that you do it, they do. And I have students half the time will bring me and say, do you have this one? And I'm like, no. Well, then you can have this one. I'm like,
that's awesome.
So.
That's how I ended up with this one.
And then, of course, lots of our baseball conferences that we go to give out hats, too.
Yeah.
So that's how I got these 2. I think our Negro Leagues conference pretty much every year. And so, we've had 20 of those. So I've got.
Oh, that's fabulous.
Varieties.
It's worth going for the hat, right?
Yep.
I enjoy the giveaways that aren't hats. Like I have a random collection of like from ball games, just their random giveaways.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're hearing that most everybody must have a baseball cap collection.
Yeah, seems that way, doesn't it?
It does appear to be that way.
So Leslie, at the end of my intro and welcome, I'm just gonna, I'll say something to the effect of, we honor them all and we will, and something about tipping we tip our collective hats. And then I'll just ask everyone to join me.
That sounds perfect.
Okay.
Sounds perfect. It'll be good. It'll be good. I would expect we'll start seeing people coming back here soon.
Yeah. What time? I don't even know what time it is.
It says it's 4:49. So okay. I gotta love.
4:30.
Huh? Oh, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's right, and there's no students yet. When there's students come, I'll probably put it away.
I know.
You're at a university.
Marlene, I'm ready to go whenever we can travel.
Yep, Marlene, absolutely.
We've got the contacts. All we have to do is get the nod.
Right? And Kit and Clem would be glad to help us out in any way we needed.
Yeah, well, and
they'd go with.
Yeah, well, and I'm still working with a couple of folks in Cuba that I met when I was there in November about the possibility of doing a friendship series with a girls baseball team and a baseball team there.
That'd be fantastic.
And they're all over it. And so the problem, of course, COVID just put a halt on everything.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
We'll work.
Yeah, and the island is really in tough shape right now.
Is it?
Yeah, Kit says things are so bad.
Yeah.
He's currently doing a big raffle fundraiser to try to send some monies down to some of the friends he's made over the years. But it sounds like it's as bad as when it was during the special period.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate to hear that.
I know.
I don't think I ever met kinder, more friendly, fantastic people than when I was in Cuba.
Oh, I see Jacob has joined us, so that's good.
Always glad to have Jacob in the house.
Well, Jacob,
just in case.
Yes. Well, Jacob is doing our live streaming for us, so
he better be in the house.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Jacob.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good.
We saw your name pop up and everyone went, oh, now we feel better. Jacob's in the house.
I'm here.
We were all just deciding which baseball caps we were going to use for our Negro League celebration. Hi, Blake. So I have two choices. I'm going to use them both.
Hey, Jacob.
Oh, nice. Nice shirt.
Go ahead, Kathy. Kathy has a question for you, Jacob.
Yeah, I have a question for Jacob.
Yes.
I tried emailing you the files. Basically, I found the files were saved on my computer.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, but it's not, it says it's too large.
Okay.
So should I put it on the Dropbox and send to you? I don't know how to do it.
If you have your own Dropbox, that would be perfect. And you can just send me a link to that folder.
Perfect. I could do that.
Or we have our own box account, and I can send you a link and you can upload it there too, whichever one is easier for you. But if you've got your own, I think that would actually be easy. Just send me the link to the file and then I can download it.
Okay, because then I don't want to pay the $11.95 a month. I have to pay it on my own. So I'm going to drop it after.
Sure.
After. Okay, I will add it. Thank you.
Okay.
It says June.
And I'll let you know when I receive it.
All right, thank you.
So we're all good. Yay. Kathy's dancing again.
I know. That beer has gone straight to her head. I can tell it.
I think dancing's in my blood. It does.
I know. I'm kind of the same. I just don't, I try not to do it on camera.
Well, when that video was going on, it was good. I wasn't on camera because I could only hear that music for the Rockford and you guys couldn't. And I'm like, oh, I'm dancing in the background.
Everybody would have really wondered because we would if we had seen you, because we're like, we don't hear anything. What is she dancing to?
Yeah, whoops. Okay. We're going behind the scenes. See you all later.
All right. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy. Bye, Catherine. And if we don't have everybody write exactly at 5, Kat, we'll wait a little bit.
Oh, yeah, because we don't have to rush it.
So is the IWBC starting or with SABR, is there a women's baseball archives?
The IWBC has, yeah.
Has that. So is that what Kate's done?
Yes. Yep. She is our currently volunteer archivist, but hopefully eventually when we...
One day I might make money off of it.
Ha! So Kate, do you have the SABR information as well, or are we partnering on that?
Yeah, if you want to drop me an email at iwbc.archive@gmail, which I can put in the chat for you, we can definitely talk. We didn't start digitizing until last year, and it is a very slow process because I maybe get to work an hour or two on IWBC stuff a week. And then it's kind of been pushed to the side as we've started production on our podcast. But I would for sure be willing to talk to you and see what we can do. We keep it on Google Drive, and we haven't really gotten to a point of promoting it yet, but we can definitely work on partnering and figuring out what we can do.
Yeah, maybe
Google
that's
Drive,
something our women's committee can talk about.
Yeah.
And I know Lorene was saying it would be great to have a bibliography of all the books and resources that are mentioned.
So Leslie has a bibliography
convention.
somewhere.
I have a massive bibliography.
That one day I will also get my hands on. But yeah. So we actually, some of the first things that I did, I started as an intern with the IWBC while I was finishing at the University of Michigan's SI program. And that was one of the first things we did, was start to kind of build some resource pages, but not necessarily bibliography items. So yeah, no, anything that, just drop me a line and we can set up a meeting and we can figure out what we can do together.
You know, we've got so much great resources on the SABR site. It would be great if we could point to each other or something like that.
Yeah, well,
and that is a big thing that I've always it's one of the big things with our resource pages and whatnot too, is that we don't have everything, but we want to be able to point you in the directions of people that do. Because we're not going to, there's no way that anybody will ever have all of the information, but we also shouldn't be being like, oh, well, no, this huge archive doesn't exist, which I think becomes a problem, has been definitely a problem in traditional archives in general, so.
Well, you know, expectations about accessing information is so different these days than it was, and I think there's work to be done to manage manage that expectation.
Yeah, and I know that is definitely something that a lot of my cohorts are working against. You know, most of us are huge open access advocators and down with the subscription paywall and you know, which I honestly didn't know until a couple of years ago, and I did an internship in Prague, and they all use Sci-Hub and stuff to get around those paywalls, and I was like, I am an information science student, and I didn't even know these things existed, and came back and I was like, yes, down with the paywall. So a lot of people that have been coming up through the information programs these days are definitely against that and changing those expectations.
You get that email, Leslie?
Yes. This time it came through. Yeah, the other one came through blank. And I was like, what am I looking at? See, I like that better. What do you think?
I do too.
The other one was way too much. It was way too confusing.
Yeah. Are you okay if we go with that? And does it need a logo?
I don't.
Everybody else has to just guess what we're talking about.
We're just guessing.
I kind of like it plain and simple. What do you
too.
think?
I do too. I'm gonna tell him go.
Yeah, I would say go ahead and go.
Okay.
I think so.
Leslie, I'm good on Facebook Live whenever you all are ready. So just give me the word and it'll take about 20 seconds or so before we're live streaming.
Okay. We're going to wait just for a couple more minutes to get it, because we see people are just starting to return. Okay. Kat will give you a thumbs up you'll hear me say we're ready to start.
Okay.
And that way you'll know. Because we're just
as soon as you all are ready, I will get Facebook Live going. It'll take about 20 seconds and then you can begin.
Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, so Kat, I figure we'll give it, we're just at 50 right now and it's just 5 o'clock. So we'll,
Yeah, let's wait a little bit.
yeah, we'll let everybody know that we're gonna, oh yeah, there's people starting to join, so. Okay.
Yep.
Hi, Jim. There you go.
Hello.
Hi, Jim. Hi, Pam.
Hi. Yeah.
Hi, Pam.
It's good to see you guys.
Good to see you
Yeah.
too.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
It's kind of bright behind us, Pam.
Well, we're gonna have everybody turn their cameras off anyway when we show the
Yeah.
video, so it'll help with the.
Maybe if you turn that light off, it might be less bright.
Hey, Patrick.
Here, scoot over this way.
We're, yeah, the numbers are starting to climb, Kat. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
For anybody just joining us, we're just waiting for a few minutes just to give people a chance to sign in with us. So we'll be starting here shortly. Looks good, Perry.
Oh, yeah.
Kat, how about we plan to start at about 5 after, which is about 2 minutes. Does that sound like a plan?
Sure.
Okay. Does that sound good, Jacob?
That works for me.
All right, cool.
And Leslie, are you going to remind folks to mute?
Yes.
and-
Yep, before I turn it over to you. And that'll give Jacob time to start the live feed and we'll be all set.
Okay.
Perfect, Perry. That's perfect. Yep, that'll work.
All right, well, I look forward to it, guys. I'm going to disappear on you now.
Tell Maybell we said hi and thanks, Donna. She was checking in on us.
Well, you know, she is being raffled off, so.
Well, that's true. She needs to check in tomorrow to find out. Who.
That's right.
Yes, she knows that, Donna. Well, if she remembers, she does know that.
Yeah, she knows that. Yeah.
All right. We tend to sell her soul. Got 2 more people waiting, a couple more people waiting, and then all right. I think we're gonna go ahead, Kat. Oh, okay. Got another one coming in. I'm just gonna. All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. We're glad that you are back to join us. And before we get started, I just want to please ask everybody to please mute your microphones and turn off your cameras. While we love seeing everybody, it's going to help with the bandwidth as we move forward. So if everybody would please turn off their cameras, that would be awesome. Thank you very much. Looks like we've got most cameras turned off. And are we good to go, Jacob?
We are good to go.
All right, then I'm going to turn mine off and turn it over to you, Kat.
All right, great. Thank you, Leslie. Welcome, everyone, to the IWBC's celebration of the Negro League Centennial. For the IWBC, diversity, inclusion, access, and opportunity in baseball has been at the very core of everything we do from the very beginning. So when we get a chance to honor people who have broken down barriers, we always do. Whether a group's exclusion is based on gender or race, or unfortunately in some cases both, it is wrong and it is all too frequent. But know this. Nowhere at any time did any person of color just accept no for an answer when they showed up at a baseball field. Instead, they persisted. And for them to overcome that kind of prejudice to get to be part of this game, it took tremendous courage, strength, and determination. This year, we celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Negro Leagues, the organized leagues where men and women of color played, coached, owned the teams. This anniversary is so very important and deserves every second of recognition we can muster. But in doing so, let's not forget the long history of African American men and women who were part of baseball long before the 1920s. They have always been there. At every milestone, from the makeshift dusty fields of the 19th century to artificial turf, from the game before gloves to a time when it takes paid employees to handle the equipment. From its beginning, African American men and women have always been part of baseball. So this year, as we celebrate this important centennial of the Negro Leagues, honor those who built those leagues and for the brilliant baseball they played. But remember, they stood on the shoulders of greatness too. The history of African Americans in baseball is long. Their legacy, handed down to us through centuries of oppression and exclusion, should be a guide for those of us who continue to demand inclusion and equal opportunity. Today, we honor them and we thank them for the examples they set and for the foundation they built. And I ask you all to join me as we tip our collective hats to the men and women of the Negro Leagues and the long, long history of African Americans in baseball. I hope you're all tipping your caps, metaphorical or otherwise. You are about to see a video that has been put together as a celebration to honor the Negro Leagues. We are very, very excited. You're going to hear from a lot of really fantastic people. And I want to make sure that I mention the young woman who is largely responsible for putting that together. Her name is Libby Malinchek. She is a student of Dr. Kathy Headley at Rockford University. So please, I see Libby up there, take a bow. Please stand back and enjoy this fantastic celebration of the Negro Leagues. And when we're done, we'll be back for more.
Welcome to the International Women's Baseball Center's second annual conference. My name is Tom Maxmerow. I have the honor of being the mayor of the city of Rockford in Rockford, Illinois. Before I begin, I want to certainly say a huge thank you to the IWBC's Board of Directors. Thank you for your commitment, and thank you for uplifting the voices and the work of so many amazing women who have come before us and who are the future generational leaders of our great country. I want to say a specific thank you to Dr. Cat Williams. Dr. Cat Williams, without your passion, without your dedication, and without your commitment, we certainly would not be where we're at today, and we would not be looking towards such a bright future. So thank you. This year is really important for two big things that I want to call out. One, it's a 100th anniversary of the Negro Leagues. That's an amazing thing to think about, 100 years. But what's also amazing is to think about the time to which we're celebrating this 100th anniversary. Right now, we're seeing civil unrest across the country and right here in Rockford, Illinois. Some could look at this as a challenge, look at this as being a really difficult time. I think we need to look at this as a tremendous opportunity. We are seeing younger people, we're seeing seniors, we're seeing people who are Black, people who are white, people of different faiths coming together and voicing their concerns. This is an opportunity for all of us to come together, face the challenges that quite honestly we've avoided facing together for decades, if not a century. So the second thing I'm really excited about is this year we're unveiling the second memorial. And this memorial is to it's going to be dedicated to all the Black women of baseball. It's coming at a perfect time. I am really excited. And I just want to say again, welcome to IWBC's second annual conference.
I'm Congresswoman Sherry Bustos. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to today's celebration and to be part of the second annual Women in Baseball Conference. Baseball has always played a pivotal role in the economic and social fabric of Rockford. I am so happy to honor the women who helped pave the way for me and for so many others. Baseball has been a very important part of my life for as long as I can remember. My late brother played minor league baseball, and he was the head baseball coach at Southern Illinois University and at Eastern Illinois University. And my father, he worked for Major League Baseball as its Director of Government Relations. Many of my fondest memories were on a ball diamond. And as a member of Congress, one of my favorite events is playing shortstop in the annual Women's Congressional Softball Game. America's favorite pastime has a special way of bringing people together. And this year, I'm especially honored to celebrate the trailblazing contributions of African American men and women as part of the Negro League Center. Because of their groundbreaking efforts, they put breaking down barriers on center stage. Women have come a long way, but we still have so much work to do. We must continue to fight for the protection of Title IX. And we must continue to fight for social justice to ensure that all of our future athletes have even more opportunities to pursue this sport as those who came before them. Thank you for the chance to celebrate this important chapter in American history. And as always, go Peaches.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, as I proudly sit here in my office, literally a stone's throw away from the Paseo YMCA, where on February 13, 1920, Andrew Rube Foster would lead a contingent of 8 independent Black baseball team owners into a meeting held at that historic landmark. Out of that meeting came the birth of the Negro National League, the first successful organized Black baseball league. The Negro Leagues would then go on to operate remarkably for 40 years, from 1920 until 1960, providing a much-needed playing ground for some of the greatest African American and Hispanic athletes to showcase their world-class baseball abilities. There's no question that their passion for the game would change the game. But to merely reduce the story of the Negro Leagues to a baseball story would be doing a tremendous disservice to all who helped forge a glorious history in the midst of an inglorious time in American history. It is a story about an unprecedented level of leadership that emerged in the African American community as a result of the formation of those leagues. And ultimately, it is a story about the social advancement of America, as Jackie Robinson is handpicked from the great Kansas City Monarchs to break Major League Baseball's 6-decade-long self-imposed color barrier. Here at the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, we make the bold assertion that Robinson's breaking of the color barrier wasn't just a part of the civil rights movement. It was the beginning of the civil rights movement in this country. This is 1947. This is well before those more noted civil rights occurrences. This is before Brown versus the Board of Education. This is before Rosa Parks' refusal to move to the back of the bus. As my dear friend, the late great John Buckle Neal would so eloquently say, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was only a sophomore at Morehouse College when Robinson signed that contract to play in the Dodgers organization. President Truman would not integrate the armed forces until a year after Jackie. So for all intents and purposes, this is what started the ball of social progress rolling in our country, baseball. And our country literally jumped on the coattail of baseball. And so as the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum celebrates its 30th anniversary, we're so proud of the fact that we now provide a place where children can come and learn a story that many of us were never privy to during our own formal educations. But they not only get the opportunity to learn it for its tremendous educational value, but also its very inspirational value. Because as I tell our guests all the time, if you walk away from this story with nothing other than this, what the Negro League teaches us is very simple. In this great country of ours, if you dare to dream and you believe in yourself, you can do or be anything you want to be. They dare to dream of playing the game of baseball. So on behalf of our team here at the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum, I tip my cap to all who are participating in this great country. And we encourage you to continue to be a voice about this wonderful history so that the legacy of the Negro Leagues will play on forever.
I'm Judge Gwen Gully, and welcome to the 2020 International Women in Baseball Conference. This year, as we commemorate the centennial anniversaries of the Negro Leagues and women's suffrage movement, we must honor and recognize the legacies of those talented and courageous women who played pivotal roles in the fight for racial and gender equality. We stand on their shoulders, and we must continue to fight against injustices. Enjoy your conference, and again, welcome.
I'm excited about the 100-year celebration of the Negro Baseball League. My name is Robinson. I am first an educator, and I'm also a leader. I'm the current president of the Rockford Branch NAACP, and a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, the Order of Eastern Stars, Women's March, Women's League, and a host of other organizations that keeps me balanced. I'm so excited about this 100-year celebration of the Negro Baseball League. It makes me a better educator to make sure that I educate my students on this history and make sure that we encourage our youth to engage in baseball. We're having a virtual celebration that Dr. Williams and her committee has put together. I'm so excited. I'm just encourage you all to come out and join us, learn the history, and share the history. Come out and join us.
Hi, my name is Martisha Brown with the Rockford Area Convention and Visitors Bureau. We are thrilled to welcome attendees virtually to the Rockford region for the SABR Women in Baseball Conference hosted by Rockford University. Our community is truly honored to host this year's conference, which celebrates African American women in baseball as part of the 100th anniversary of the Negro Leagues. With a baseball heritage that includes the groundbreaking efforts of the Rockford Peaches, Rockford makes for the perfect destination to come together to highlight such important work. Thank you so much to SABR, the International Women's Baseball Center, and Rockford University for your partnership in choosing our community for this year's conference host.
Hi, my name is Byron Motley, and I want to say congratulations to the women in baseball for another great year, another great conference that you're doing this year. And I want to thank you for honoring the women of the Negro Leagues. And I'm wearing my Indianapolis Clowns t-shirt in honor of the three women, Toni Stone, Connie Morgan, and Mamie Peanut Johnson, who played in the Negro Leagues. I'm also wearing my Newark Eagles cap in honor of Effa Manley, the first and only woman inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown. Again, I want to thank you for honoring these four women who gave a lot to the Negro Leagues, and have a great conference, even if it is via Zoom. And remember to keep the spirit alive of the Negro Leagues, and always play ball.
Rosalind Stearns Brown in honor of my dad, Norman Turkey Stearns Baseball Hall of Fame in the Negro Leagues, honoring them in their 100th anniversary celebration.
Hello everyone, this is Claire Smith with ESPN. I am so proud to be a part of this recognition of the Negro Leagues upon the occasion of its centennial. The men and women who played baseball in our communities made it possible for the game to thrive long enough to be invited into the American community. I'm especially proud to honor the women of the Negro Leagues. Effa Manley, a Hall of Famer, and the owner of the Newark Eagles, and an innovator way before her time, as well as players Toni Stone, Connie Morgan, and Mamie Peanut Johnson, whose jersey I hold here. Ladies, you did us proud, and we thank you and the gentlemen that you helped make baseball great.
My name is Harriet Kimbrough Hamilton, and my dad, Henry Kimbrough, was a Negro Leaguer, and we're very proud of that. But I am especially proud of those African American women who were team owners, players, and coaches in the league. Ladies, you rock.
Hi everyone, my name is Henrietta Dotson Williams. In 1973, I became the first African American woman to be elected to the Winnebago County Board of Commissioners. During my tenure, I led the successful effort to make Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday a county holiday. It is a great honor for me to congratulate and recognize the centennial celebration of the Negro Baseball League, 100 years of women's suffrage, the contributions of African American women in professional baseball, and establishing the International Women's Baseball Center here in Rockford, Illinois. It is so important for us to preserve our history and to make sure the next generation is well equipped to continue our rich legacy.
Hi, I'm Duke Goldman, tipping my cap to the rich history and phenomenal players of the Negro Leagues and paying tribute to Effa Manley, the first and so far only woman in the Hall of Fame, hopefully one of many more to come.
I tip my cap to the Negro Leagues and I say thank you to the men and women whose lives and stories I now study, embrace, and share. And thank you to the Negro Leaguers whom I've been privileged to meet. Your dignity and your grace have overwhelmed me. Thank you and happy 100th.
Hi, I'm Jim Overmeyer. The Negro Leagues were the foundation for the entry of blacks into integrated professional baseball. Given the enormous successes of Black American and Caribbean players since 1947, you could say they were a foundation of modern Major League Baseball itself.
On behalf of the African American Resource Center in Booker, we celebrate 100 years of Negro Leagues and commemorate all of Rockford's African American church leagues. Thank you. Have a wonderful conference.
Hi, this is Amani Avery here, also known as the Sack Chick, and I'm so excited to perform for the 100th anniversary of the African American Negro Baseball League. What an honor. Let's go.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Dr. Leslie Heafy, a history professor at Kent State University at Stark, and happy to be here to celebrate with you the centennial of the Negro Leagues. I'm excited to be a part of this event to recognize the contributions of so many to the history of these leagues. The game today owes so much to all who played and worked in the shadows of segregation. I am especially excited to share with you today the unheralded contributions and stories of the women who have always been a part of the game with the Negro Leagues, but also before their existence and after. What I will be sharing is just a little of this story to hopefully pique your interest to go out and learn more. And so where the story usually begins when we think about African-American women and their participation in professional or organized baseball is with a team called the Dolly Vardens. The Dolly Vardens played in the Philadelphia area in the 1880s, 1883, 1884. And in actuality, we know there were two Dolly Varden teams, the Dolly Varden 1s and the Dolly Vardens 2. This book cover that you see here presented to you is the only thing that's ever really been written about, and it's coming out later this year. Very excited to hear and share this story. The Dolly Vardens played mostly men's teams, but also another team in the Philadelphia area, African-American women, called the Captain James. And they were a professional team. They were paid for what they were doing. And so this is really the beginning. You'll see a little bit in the picture on the cover there of the type and style of uniform that they were wearing. Unfortunately, we don't know a great deal about the Dolly Varden teams, simply because of the nature of newspaper coverage at the time for all women's sports. Women who were kept out of any particular sport just simply because they were the weaker sex. This was not something women were supposed to be doing, but this is where the stories begin. And so we look to the Dolly Vardens, and then we jump ahead to give you a little bit of thinking about teams. Another team that we know something about is pictured here. They are the St. Louis Black Broncos, playing in around 1910 to about 1912 around the St. Louis area, but they also traveled throughout the Midwest playing women's teams and men's teams. And you will notice in this picture a typical thing for a lot of bloomer teams, that there were generally men on the team as well. And so you can see that in the picture. The idea typically was the pitcher and the catcher would be male and the rest of the team would be women. And so you can see that here. And so the St. Louis Black Broncos, owned by Conrad Kugler, played for a couple of seasons. The picture on the opposing side is a YWCA team from the 1920s, another place where women got the opportunity to participate in all kinds of sports, not just baseball. And so this is a picture you will see often of the YWAC teams that created their own leagues, both in the Midwest and also on the West Coast. We know, for example, in California that was true. There were a number of bloomer teams, white and black, playing all over the country from the early 1900s all the way into the 1940s. We have the Baltimore Black Sox bloomer girls that were playing in the 19-teens and 1920s for sure. We have the Detroit colored bloomer girls. We have the Athenas. We have the Hot Rockets out of Texas. And the list goes on and on. Unfortunately, in most cases, we know very little today yet about those teams. Lots of history to fill in, but what it shows you is this is a story that just skimmed the top. Okay? We think about owners. We think about Effa Manley, who was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 2006 for ownership of the Newark Eagles with her husband Abe, the team that they were involved with from 1936 for selling the team in 1948, winning a Negro League World Series during that period, having numerous Hall of Famers, and also using her position to do a great deal of civic engagement and social work in the community, hosting Don't Buy Where You Can't Work campaigns, anti-lynching campaigns at the ballpark. And so Effa currently is the only woman elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame. Seated on the opposing side is Minnie Forbes, the only owner still living from the Negro League period. Minnie was the owner of the Detroit Stars in 1956 and later played for the Kansas City Monarchs, a little bit of the third base, the hot corner. And this is Minnie depicted at a Negro Leagues reunion hosted by the Detroit Tigers. Minnie and Effa are just, again, the tip of the iceberg when we think about owners and others who have worked for teams. And so give you a little bit more of that and a few more names to think about. When we think of Effa, the first to own a Negro League team was actually Olivia Taylor, pictured on the left. Olivia Taylor, wife of the very well-known C.I. Taylor, Indianapolis ABCs. When her husband passed away, Olivia took over the team in the early 1920s, 1922 to 24. The Taylor family was very involved in baseball, and so Olivia owned the team. C.I.'s brother Ben managed, and in addition to being very involved with the team, Olivia was also very involved with the local and national NAACP. Clara Jones, president of the semi-pro independent team Boston ABCs in 1935, owned by Clem Mack. Highly respected, well-written about team in Boston and surrounding area. Ethel Truman Posey, wife of Cumberland Posey, served as an officer, and then when her husband passed away, along with Helen Jackson, Rufus Jackson was Posey's partner. They kept the team until they sold after a year or two. Hilda Bolden Shorter. Hilda Bolden Shorter is the daughter of Ed Bolden with the Philadelphia Stars. And in addition to inheriting the team from her father, she also was an accomplished pianist and a doctor who traveled to Africa, for example, to host a concert to raise money for hospitals. Henry Ann Green inherited the Baltimore Eli Giants from her husband Vernon in the late 1940s, and then sold that team. The other picture there in the center is Gertrude Willis Geddes from New Orleans, who is better known for the start of a still existing funeral home franchise in the area. very well respected, very well known in that business. But in the 1930s, she served as treasurer for the New Orleans Black Pelicans. And that is the team later on that Tony Stone will play with for a short period of time when she first moved. These are just a few of the women who have played various roles with Negro League teams over the years. When we think of the players in the Negro Leagues, the three that always come to mind are Tony Stone, Mamie Johnson, and Connie Morgan, pictured here, playing in the 1950s for the Indianapolis Clowns, and Tony also played for the Kansas City Monarchs. Mamie, people know maybe a little better because recently she had an opportunity to meet Monet Davis, or Monet Davis had the opportunity to meet her. Monet Davis, of course, pitching in the Little League World Series, and so the two pitchers got a chance to share their stories and share their history, and Mamie to be an inspiration for the young ladies of today. Tony, Connie, and Mamie are not the only women who played on Negro League teams. We can add to those people like Isabel Baxter, Pearl Barnett, Harriet Smith, Desiree Robinson. So there are others who got the chance to play within the Negro Leagues. In more recent history, we can look to the Colorado Silver Bullets and the USA national team. So Tamara Holmes and Malika Underwood both played for many years for the USA's national team in the World Cup, since 2006, contributing as infielders and outfielders. Charlotte Wiley played for the Colorado Silver Bullets, women's professional team, in the 1990s. And so you see the contributions continuing right up to the present day in the game of baseball in a variety of areas. More recently, we would add to this list of people Elaine Weddington Stewart, assistant GM for the Boston Red Sox, or Claire Smith, winner of the J.G. Taylor Spink Award from the Baseball Writers Association. Currently writing in about baseball, Shakia Taylor, women working for Major League Baseball and for Minor League Baseball, people like Jakara Ware, Nicole Whiteman, Lonnie Murray, and again, that list continues. And so this is just a little bit of what we are celebrating today as part of this bigger picture of celebrating the Negro Leagues. And so I hope I piqued your interest. And I just want to end by saying congratulations for this celebration. May the history never be forgotten. Thank you.
The study of the Negro Leagues, after a baseball-obsessed youth, broadened my perspectives and enriched my life. I salute the Negro Leagues on their centennial, the great teams and great players, and their powerful history in a flawed society.
Hello, this is Larry Lester. I bring you greetings from SABR's Negro Leagues Research Committee. Congratulations on your event celebrating African American women in baseball. I tip my hat in honor of these women who broke the gender barrier in black baseball. Tony Stone, Mamie Johnson, Connie Morgan, Desiree Robinson, and Doris Jackson. Along with high praise to Hall of Fame inductee and team owner Effa Manley, plus other lady executives in the Negro Baseball Leagues. Have a great conference.
Mamie Johnson was not only a great athlete, but a spectacular human being. I think her sincerity is what I admired most in her. I had the opportunity to work with her on 2 occasions. In 2003, she accepted my invite to come to the 6th annual Jerry Malloy Conference. It was in Harrisburg that year, and her appearance on City Island, people still talk about who were there. 6 years later, I was asked to host a player panel at the Washington SABR Conference, and she was the first player that I thought to invite. It wasn't a mistake. Once again, she was the hit of that panel. So, for these 2 occasions and any other interaction I had with Mamie, I'm very grateful to have known her and happy to talk about her in this brief little video. So thanks, Leslie, for asking me, and I hope I've done Mamie justice.
As the granddaughter of Negro Leagues legend Norman Turkey Stearns, I'm tipping my cap to all of the incredible Negro Leaguers today and always. As a woman coaching a boys basketball team, I know I stand on the shoulders of the sensational women who played in the Negro Leagues, like Toni Stone and Peanut Johnson. The women of the Negro Leagues pioneered to show us who we are, what we are made of, and continue to light our path. Thank you for your courage. We won't let you down. Peace and love, Vanessa Ivy Rhodes.
Here's to Mamie Peanut Johnson, Toni Stone, and Connie Morgan, three brave women who broke gender and racial barriers and played in the Negro Leagues with the amazing Josh Gibson, Satchel Paige, Buck O'Neill, Oscar Charleston, Ron Teasley, and my father, Norman Turkey Stearns, and all of the players who were denied their rightful place in history. We celebrate you during this centennial anniversary year of the Negro Leagues. Well done.
Charles Young, Charles Collectibles and Books, celebrating black ladies, African American ladies in baseball. Toni Stone, Connie Morgan, and Mamie Peanut Johnson. I was fortunate to meet Connie Morgan and Mamie Johnson at the 75th anniversary in Kansas City, Missouri, and Toni Stone in 1993 at the Secaucus, New Jersey Meadowlands show. I also want to salute Minnie Forbes as being the only woman to own the Detroit Stars. Hats off. Thank you.
I'm at the Peach Orchard, adjacent to the future home of the International Women's Baseball Center and Museum, to tip my cap for the 100th anniversary of the Negro Leagues and to honor the men and women on the field, in the front office, and in the stands. I tip my cap to you.
I tip my cap and my Negro League shirt in honor of the centennial celebration of the founding of the Negro Leagues of Baseball. 100 years ago. What a remembrance. What a salute. What an experience. To all the players, men and women, owners, promoters, contributors, everyone involved. I see you. I remember you. I honor you. And I thank you.
I'm Sherman Jenkins, author of this book, Ted Strong Jr., Negro League All-Star. And I'm here joining countless others in recognizing the 100-year anniversary of the Negro Leagues by tipping my hat to men like Ted and others who made the Negro Leagues great.
Hi everyone. I hope you enjoyed that wonderful celebration of the Negro Leagues. As most of you know, the long-term goal of the IWBC is to build an educational center and a museum right here in Rockford, Illinois. But before the first shovel is even put into the ground, we want to make sure that we do everything in our power to educate and bring the long history of girls and women in baseball to the forefront. One way we're doing that is by building an outdoor museum. This outdoor museum will consist of 9 separate pylons or memorials, each one dedicated to an individual or a group of people or an organization that has been important in the history of girls and women in the game. Last year, the first memorial was dedicated to Penny Marshall. Penny Marshall, as you know, is the director of the movie A League of Their Own. That movie put the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League and the Rockford Peaches on the map. It's fitting that Penny has a memorial here at the home of the Rockford Peaches. This year, we unveil our second pylon. Through scholarship and retold stories from generation to generation, through movies and photographs, we know that women and girls have always played the game. But in most written history, most stories that are retold and most movies that are made, women of color have simply been ignored or given a cursory nod. That stops now. What they did, what they do, matters. Their legacy is our legacy, And until women of color are given the acknowledgement and the honor they deserve in the game of baseball, what we think we know about the game of baseball and girls and women's participation in it is simply wrong. This year, with this second pylon dedication, and in the year when we celebrate the centennial of the Negro Leagues, we take a big step in memorializing Black girls and women in the game of baseball. It is my honor to unveil the only design ever dedicated to the long and illustrious history of Black girls and women in baseball.
You're back, Kat. You're muted. You can't unmute yourself?
There we go.
Okay.
Kathy was trying to keep me silent.
Kat, do you want me to show the pylon in a big way? I've got
That would be great. Please put the for everyone who's still listening. Leslie's going to put the design for the second memorial up again. So and then we'll do another little introduction. So yeah, Leslie, that'd be great.
Trying to, so it's give you a little.
The way you can see it a little closer. Leslie had a huge hand in working with our designer, by the way, and as you can see, there are a lot of African-American women from every phase of baseball. Mamie. And you can't beat that quote, right? Thank you, Leslie. That is, as we said, the second of 9 pylons for the Outdoor Museum. Next year is a secret, but I hope you'll join us when we unveil that one as well. That was an amazing video. It was an amazing nod to the Negro Leagues, and I want to personally thank every single one of you who participated and worked hard to put that together. One of the just amazing things we get to do at this conference is we get to be part of the announcement of SABR's Dorothy Award. And I am going to introduce and then turn it over to Leslie Heaphy, who is the chair of the Women in Baseball Committee for SABR. And I know I told you guys yesterday, if you were here when I gave the intro to the conference, I told you you're going to hear the name of Leslie Heaphy a lot. Leslie would probably be the first one to say, no, this isn't true. But I want to take every opportunity to thank her and to say that this has been an amazing 2 days. And tomorrow will be equally amazing. And that is due largely to Leslie. So thank you. We are honored at the IWBC to have you on our board, and we really appreciate it. Leslie, as you know, is also a professor at Kent State Stark, in addition to being virtually the ever-ready bunny when it comes to planning and putting these things together. And so, Leslie?
Well, thanks, Kat. And I just want to say this has been phenomenal. And this, as you saw, can't be done without a village, I don't know, huge numbers of people that make this possible to allow us to tip our caps to the Negro Leagues and to everybody. And now we're going to add to the great celebration that's going on tonight. In my role as the chair of the Women in Baseball Committee for SABR, in 2017, our committee got together and decided that we wanted to create an award that would recognize contributions made. And so we created the Dorothy Seymour Mills Lifetime Achievement Award, with the first award presented in 2018. It was created to recognize the lifetime of contributions as a woman in baseball or to women's baseball. It was named for our historian, writer, and researcher, Dorothy Seymour Mills, who passed away just this past November. So she was able to see our first two presentations. Dorothy, known best for working on a 3-volume series on baseball history, but wrote so much more and always was a huge presence and a huge inspiration to those of us within SABR and within the women's baseball community. Before I turn it over for the presentation, I just want to say we recognize and are so proud of the 6 finalists chosen for this year. They were Justine Siegel from Baseball for All, architect extraordinaire Janet Marie Smith, owner Effa Manley, sports writer Claire Smith, player Tony Stone, and umpire Amanda Clement. And to present this year's award, I'm going to introduce you to the inaugural winner of the Dorothy, and that was umpire extraordinaire Perry Barber. And so I'm going to turn it over to Perry.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Perry.
All right, now I can hear you too. Okay, thank you so much, Leslie and Kat and everybody involved in setting up this conference and making it a reality. It's been extraordinary. And a lot of us have done these SABR conferences and they